Next morning, V% he came into the king's presence, and there boldly justified the goodness of his cause. Restituta likewise was sent for, who no sooner saw her dear loved Guion, but she ran and caught him fast about the neck, kissing him in tears, and grieving not a little at his hard fortune. Hereat the king grew exceedingly enraged, loathing and hating her now, much more hind formerly had did affect her, and having himself seen by what strange means he did climb over the wall, and then mounted to her chamber window, he was extremely impatient, and could not otherwise be persuaded, but that meetings huts had been very many. Forthwith he sentenced both with death, commanding, that he should be conveyed thence to Palermo, and there, being stripped stark naked, be bound to a stake back to back, and so to stand the full space of 9 hours, to see if any could take knowledge, of whence, or what they were, then afterward, to be consumed with fire. The sentence of death did not so much daunt or dismay the poor lovers, as the uncivil and unsightly manner, which, in fear of the king's wrathful displeasure, no man durst presume to contradict. I% therefore, as he had commanded, so were they carried hence to Palermo, and bound naked to a stake in the open market place, and, before their eyes, the fire of wood brought, which was to consume them, according to the hour as High King had appointed. You need not make any question, what an huge concourse of people were soon assembled together, to behold such a sad and woeful spectacle, even the whole city of Palermo, both men and women. The men were stricken with one admiration, beholding the unequalled beauty of fair Restituta, and the self-same passion possessed the women, seeing Guion to be such a goodly and complete young man, but the poor unfortunate lovers themselves, they stood with their looks dejected to the ground, being much pitied of all, but no way to be holpen or rescued by any, awaiting when the happy hour would come, to finish our shame and lives during the time of this tragical expectation, the fame of Hli's public execution being noised abroad, calling all people for and near to behold it, it came to the ear of Don Ruggiero de Oria, a man of much admired valor, and then Lord High Admiral of Sicily, who came himself in person, to the place appointed for Hli_our death. First, he observed the maiden, confessing her, in his to be a beau beyond all compare. Then on the young man, thus he said within himself, if high inward endowments of the mind, do parallel outward perfections of body, the world cannot yield a more complete man. Now, as good natures are quickly incited to compassion, especially in cases almost commanding it, and compassion knocking at the of high soul, quicken the memory with many past recordations, so this noble admiral, advisedly, beholding poor condemned Guion, conceived, that he had somewhat seen him before this instant, and upon this persuasion, even as if divine virtue had tutored his tongue, he said, is not thy name Guion di Procida? Mark now, how quickly misery can receive comfort, upon so poor and silly a question, for Guion began to elevate his dejected countenance, and looking on the admiral, returned him Hli's answer. Sir, heretofore I have been a man which you speak of, but now, both that name and man must die with me. Mat misfortune, said the admiral, hath thus unkindly crossed thee? Love, answered Guion, and the king's displeasure. Then the admiral would needs know the whole history at large, which briefly was related to him, and having heard how all had happened, as he was turning his horse to ride away hence, Guion called to him, saying, Good my lord, entreat one favor for me, if possibly it may be. Villat is that? Replied the admiral. Uaee sir, quoth Guier, that I am very shortly to breathe my last, all the grace which I do most humbly entreat, is, hiate as I am here with this chaste virgin, whom I honor and love beyond my life, and miserably bound back to back, our faces may be turned each to other, to the end, that when the fire shall finish my life, by looking on her, my soul may take her flight in full felicity. The admiral smiling, said, I will do for thee what I can, and, perhaps, thou mayest so long look on her, as thou wilt be weary, and desire to look off her. At his departure, he commanded them that had the charge of his execution, to proceed no further, until they heard more from the king, to whom he galloped immediately, and although he beheld him to be very angrily moved, yet he spared not to speak in his manner. Sir, wherein have those poor young couple offended you, hight are so shamefully to be burnt at Palermo? The king told him, whereto the admiral, pursuing still his purpose, thus replied. Believe me, sir, if true love be an offence, then theirs may be termed to be one, and albeit it deserved death, yet forbe it from high to inflict it on them, for as faults do justly require punishment, so do good turns as equally merit grace and are equital. Knowest thou what and who they are, whom hast so dishonorably condemned to the fire? Not I, quoth the king. Hein, I will tell thee, answered the admiral, that thou mayest take the better knowledge of them, and forbear hereafter, to be so over violently transported with anger. The young gentleman, is high son to Landolfo di Perchita, the only brother to Lord John de by whose means thou becamest lord and king of this country. The fair young damosel, is high daughter to Marino Bulgaro, whose power extendeth so far, as to preserve prerogative in Ischia, which, but for him, had long since been outrooted there. Beside, these tivo main motives, to challenge justly grace and favor from thee, are in the flower and pride of their youth, having long continued in loyal love together, and compelled by fervency of endeared affection, not any will to displease thy majesty, they have offended, if it may be termed an offence to love, and in such lovely young people as they are. Canst thou then find it in heart to let Higham die, whom Ra one ought to honor, and recompense with no mean rewards? V% and the king had heard this, and believed for a certainty, that the admiral told him nothing but truth. He appointed not only, that they should proceed no further, but also was exceeding sorrowful for what he had done, sending presently to have them released from the stake, and honorably to be brought before him. Being thus instructed in higher several qualities, and standing in duty obliged, to recompense the wrong which he had done, with respective he caused them to be clothed in royal garments, and knowing Higham to be knit in unity of soul, the like he did by marrying them solemnly together, and bestowing many rich gifts and presents on Higham, sent them honorably attended home to Ischia, where they were with much joy and comfort and lived long after in great felicity. The Fift day, the 7th novelle, wherein is declared, the sundry travels and perilous accidents, occasioned by those two powerful commanders, Love and Fortune, the insulting tyrants over humane life. Theodoro falling in love with Violenta, the daughter to his master, named Amerigo, and she conceiving with child by him, was condemned to be hanged. As were leading him to the gallows, beating and misusing him all highway, he happened to be known of his own father, whereupon he was released, and afterward enjoyed Violenta in marriage. Greatly were the ladies' minds perplexed, when heard, that the tivo poor lovers were in danger to be burned, but hearing afterward of higher happy deliverance, for which they were as joyful again, upon high concluding of the novelle, the queen looked on Madame Loretta, enjoining her to tell the next tale, which willingly she undertook to do, and thus began. Fair ladies, at such time as the good King William reigned in Sicily, there lived within the same dominion, a young gentleman, named Signor Amerigo, abbot of Trapani, who among his other worldly blessings, commonly termed the goods of fortune, was not unfurnished of children, and therefore having need of servants, he made his provision of the best he might. At that time, certain galleys of Genoa pirates coming from the eastern parts, which coasting along Armenia, had taken divers children, he bought some of them, thinking DMT they were Turks. They all resembling clownish peasants, yet there was one among Hiam, who seemed to be of more tractable and gentle nature, yea, and of a more affable countenance than any of rest, being named Theodoro, who growing on in years, albeit he lived in the condition of a servant, was educated among Amerigo's children, and as instructed rather by nature, than accident, his conditions were very much commended, as also the feature of his body, which proved so highly pleasing to his master Amerigo, that he made him a free man, and imagining him to be a Turk, caused him to be baptized, and named Pedro, creating him superintendent of all his affairs, and reposing his chiefest trust in him. As the other children of Signor Amerigo grew in years and stature, so did a daughter of his, named Violenta, a very goodly and beautiful damosel, somewhat overlong kept from marriage by her father's covetousness, and casting an eye of good liking poor Pedro. Now, albeit she loved him very dearly, and all his behavior was most pleasing to her, yet maiden modesty forbade her to reveal it, till love, too long concealed, must needs disclose itself. 1% Pedro at the length took notice of, and grew so forward towards her in equality of affection, as the very sight of her was his only happiness. Yet very fearful he was, lest it should be noted, by any of the house, or maiden herself, who yet well observed it, and to her no mean contentment, as it appeared no less, on the other side, to honest Pedro. I'll thus loved together merely in dumb shoes, not daring to speak to each other, though more desired, to find a some ease in this their oppressing passions. Fortune, even as if she pitied their so long languishing, instructed them how to find out a way, whereby they might both better relay of themselves. Signor Amerigo, about some tivo or 2 miles distance from Trapani, had a country house or farm, whereto his wife, with her daughter and some other women, used oftentimes to make their resort, as it were in sportful recreation, Pedro always being diligent to man them thither. One time among high rest, it came to pass, as often it falleth out in high summer season, that fair sky became suddenly overclouded, even as were returning home towards Trapani, threatening a storm of rain to overtake them, except they made the speedier haste. Pedro, who was young, and likewise Violenta, went for more lightly than her and her company, as much perhaps provoked by love, as fear of the sudden rain falling, and paced on so fast before them, that they were wholly out of sight. After many flashes of lightning, and a few dreadful claps of thunder, higher fell such a tempestuous shower of hail, as compelled the mother and her train to shelter themselves in a poor countryman's cottage. Pedro and Violenta, having no other refuge, ran likewise into a poor sheepcote, so overruined, as it was in danger to fall on their heads, and no body dwelt in it, neither stood any other house near it, and it was scarcely any shelter for them, howbeit, necessity enforceth to make shift with the meanest. The storm increasing more and more, and they coveting to avoid it as well as they could, sighs and dreams were often intervented, as dumbly, before, they were wont to do, when willingly he could another kind of speaking. At last Pedro hard, and said, I would this shower would never cease, that I might be always where I am. The like could I wish, answered Violenta, so we were in a better place of safety. These wishes drew on other gentle language, with modest kisses and embraces, the only ease to poor lovers' souls, so that the rain ceased not, till they had taken order for their oftener conversing, and absolute plighting of their faiths together. By least time the storm was fairly overblown, and they attending on the way, till High Mother and the rest were come, with whom they returned to Trapani, whereby wise and provident means, they often conferred in private together, and enjoyed the benefit of their amorous desires, yet free from any ill surmise or suspicion. But, as lovers' felicities are seldom permanent, without one encountering cross or so high stalled pleasures of Pedro and Violenta, met with as sour a sauce in the farewell. For she proved to be conceived with child, than which could befall them no heavier affliction, and Pedro fearing to lose his life therefore, determined immediate right, and revealed his purpose to Violenta. When she heard, she told him plainly, that if he fled, forthwith she would kill herself. Alas, dear love, quoth Pedro, with what reason can you wish my tarrying here? This conception of yours, doth discover our offence, which a father's pity may easily pardon in you, but I being his servant and vassal, shall be punished both for your sin and mine, because he will have no mercy on me. Content thyself, Pedro, replied Violenta, I will take such order for mine own offence, by the discreet counsel of my loving mother, no blame shall any way be taid on thee, or so much as a surmise, except thou wilt fondly betray thyself. If you can do so, answered Pedro, and constantly maintain your promise, I will not depart, but say that you prove to be so good your word. Violenta, who had concealed her emissary so long as she could, and saw no other remedy, but now at last it must needs be discovered, went privately to her mother, and, in tears, revealed her infirmity, humbly craving her pardon, and furtherance in hiding it from her father. The mother being extraordinarily displeased, chiding her with many sharp and angry speeches, would needs know with whom she had thus offended. The daughter, to keep Pedro from any detection, forged a tale of her own brain, for from any truth indeed, which her mother verily believing, and willing to preserve her daughter from shame, as also the fierce anger of her husband, he being a man of very implacable nature, conveyed her to the Country farm, whither Signor Amerigo seldom or never resorted, intending, under the shadow of sickness, to let her lie in without the least suspicion of any intrapani. Sin and shame can never be so closely carried, or clouded the greatest cunning, but truth hath a loop light whereby to discover it, even when it supposeth itself in the surest safety. For, on very day of her deaverance, at such time as the mother, and some few friends, sworn to secrecy, were about the business, Signor Amerigo, having been in company of other gentlemen, to fly his hawk at High River, upon a sudden, but very unfortunately, albeit he was alone by himself, stepped into his farmhouse, even to the next room where women were, and heard the newborn babe to cry, whereat marvelling not a little, he called for his wife, to know what young child cried in his house. The amazed at his strange coming thither, which never before he had used to do, and pitying the woeful distress of her daughter, which now could be no longer covered, revealed what happened to Violenta. But he, being nothing so rash in belief, as his wife was, made answer, that it was impossible for his daughter to be conceived with child, because he never observed the least sign of love in her to any man whatsoever, and therefore he would be satisfied in high truth, as she expected any favor from him, or else was no other way but death. The mother labored by all means she could devise, to pacify her husband's fury, which proved all in vain, for being thus impatiently incensed, he drew forth his sword, and stepping with it drawn into the chamber, where she had been delivered of a goodly son, he said unto her, Either tell me who is the father of this bastard, or who, and it shall perish both together. Poor Violenta, less respecting her own life, than she did the child's, forgot her solemn promise made to Pedro, and discovered all. When Amerigo had heard, he grew so desperately enraged, hardly he could forbear from killing her. But after he had spoken what his fury instructed him, he mounted on horseback again, riding back to Trapani, where he disclosed high injury which Pedro had done him, to a noble gentleman named Signor Conrado, who was captain for the king over the CI5. Before poor Pedro could have any intelligence, or so much as suspected any treachery against him, he was suddenly apprehended, and being called in question, not on any denial, but confessed truly what he had done, whereupon, within some few days after, he was condemned by the captain, to be whipped to the place of execution, and afterward to be hanged by the neck. Signor Amerigo, because he would cut off, at one and the same time, not only the lives of the TVO poor lovers, but their child's also, as a frantic man, violently carried from all scene of compassion, even when Pedro was led and whipped to his death, he mingled strong poison in a cup of wine, delivering it to a trusty servant of his own, and a naked rapier withal, speaking to him in this manner: "Go carry these two presents to my late daughter Violenta, and tell her from me, that in this instant hour, Tivo several kinds of death are offered unto her, and one of them she must make choice of, either to drink poison, and so die, or to run her body on this rapier's point, which if she deny to DW she shall be haled to the public marketplace, and presently be burned in the sight of her lewd companion, according as she hath worthily deserved. Wi men thou hast delivered her this message, take he bastard brat, so lately since born, and dash his brains out against the walls, and afterward throw him to my dogs to feed on." V% and the father had given his cruel sentence, bo one against his own daughter, and her young son, servant readier to do evil, than any good, went to the place where his daughter was kept. Poor condemned Pedro, as you have heard, was led whipped to the gibbet, and passing, as it pleased the captain's officers to guide him, by a fair inn, at the same time were lodged there 3 chief persons of Armenia, whom the king of the country had sent to Rome, as ambassadors to the Pope's Holiness, to negotiate absittelt and important business nearly concerning the king and state. Reposing there for some few days, as being much wearied with high-air journey, and highly honored by the gentlemen of Trapani, especially Signor Amerigo, these ambassadors standing in their chamber window, heard the woeful lamentations of Pedro in his passage by. Pedro was naked from the middle upward, and his hands bound fast behind him, but being well observed by one of the ambassadors, a man aged, and of great authority, named Finio, he espied a great red spot upon his breast, not painted, or procured by his punishment, but naturally imprinted in the flesh, which women, in these parts, term the roi. Upon sight hereof, he suddenly remembered a son of his own, which was stolen from him about 15 years before, by pirates on the sea coast of Letso, never hearing any tidings of him afterward. Upon further consideration, and comparing his son's age with high likelihood of this poor wretched man's, thus he conferred with his own thoughts. "If my son," quoth he, "be living, his age is equal to this man's time, and by the red blemish on his breast, it plainly speaks him for to be my son." Moreover, thus he conceived, that if it were he could not but remember his own name, his father's, and the Armenian language, wherefore, when he was just opposite before the window, he called aloud to him, saying, "Theodoro." Pedro, hearing high voice, presently lifted up his head, and Finio, speaking Armenian, said, "Of whence art thou, and what is thy father's name?" The sergeants, in reverence to the Lord Ambassador, stayed a while, till Pedro had returned his answer, who said, "I am an Armenian born, son to one Finio, and was brought hither I cannot tell by whom." Finio, hearing this, knew then assuredly, Hyatles was the same son which he had lost, wherefore, the tears standing in his eyes, with one conceit of joy, down he descended from the window, and the other ambassadors with him, running in among the sergeants to embrace his son, and casting his own rich cloak about his whipped body, entreating Hiam to forbear and no further, till they heard what command he should return with unto Hiam, which very willingly they promised to do. Already, by the general rumor dispersed abroad, Phænio had understood occasion, why Pedro was thus punished, and sentenced to be hanged, wherefore, accompanied with his fellow ambassadors, and all their attending train, he went to Signor Conrado, and spake thus to him: My lord, he whom you have sent to death as a slave, is a free gentleman born, and my son, able to make her amends whom he hath dishonored, by taking her in marriage as his lawful wife. Let me therefore entreat you, to make stay of the execution, ill it may be known, she will accept him as her husband, or no, least, if she be so pleased, you offend directly against your own law. Vivi hence Signor Conrado heard, that Pedro was son to the Lord Ambassador, he wondered hired not a little, and being somewhat ashamed of his fortune's error, confessed, that the claim of Phænio was conformable to law, and ought not to be denied him, going presently to the council chamber, sending for Signor Amerigo immediately thither, and acquainting him fully high case. Amerigo, who believed that his daughter and her child were already dead, was the woefulest man in the world, for his so rash proceeding, knowing very well, that if she were not dead, the scandal would easily be whipped away with credit. 6 Mere he sent in all post haste, to the place where his daughter lay, that if his command were not already executed, by no means to have it done at all. He who went on this speedy errand, found there Signor Amerigo's servant standing before Violenta, with cup of poison in the one hand, and the drawn rapier in the, reproaching her with very foul and injurious speeches, because she had delayed the time so long, and would not accept the one or other, striving, by violence, to make her take the one. But hearing his master's command to the contrary, he left her, and returned back to him, certifying him how the case stood. Most highly pleased was Amerigo with these glad news, and going to the ambassador Phænio, in tears excused himself, so well as he could, for his severity, and craving pardon, assured him, if Theodoro would accept his daughter in marriage, willingly he would bestow her on him. Phænio allowed his excuses to be tolerable, and said beside, If my son will not marry your daughter, then let the sentence of death be executed on him. Amerigo and Phænio being thus accorded, they went to poor Theodoro, fearfully looking every minute when he should die, yet joyful that he had found his father, who presently moved the question to him. Theodoro, hearing that Violenta should be his wife, if he would so accept her, was overcome with such exceeding joy, as if he had leapt out of hell into paradise, confessing, that no greater felicity could befall him, if Violenta herself were so well pleased as he. The like motion was made to her, to understand her disposition in his case, who hearing what good hap had befallen Theodoro, and now in like manner must happen to her, whereas not long before, when vows such violent were prepared for her, and one of them she must needs embrace, she accounted her misery beyond all other women's, but she now thought herself above all in happiness, if she might be wife to her beloved Theodoro, submitting herself wholly to her father's disposing. The marriage being agreed on between them, it was celebrated with great pomp and solemnity, a general feast being made for all the citizens, and the young married couple nourished up their sweet son, which grew to be a very comely child. After that the embassy was dispatched at Rome, and Phænio high rest, was returned thither again. Violenta did reverence him as her own natural father, and he was not a little proud of so lovely a daughter, beginning a fresh feasting again, and continuing the same a whole month together. Within some short while after, a galley being fairly furnished for the purpose, Phænio, his son, daughter, and their young son, went aboard, sailing away thence to Leetso, where afterward they lived in much tranquillity. The Fift day, the eighth novelle, declaring, that love not only makes a man prodigal, but also an enemy to himself. Moreover, adventure oftentimes bringeth such matters to pass, as wit and cunning in man can ever comprehend. Anastasio, a gentleman of the family of the Honesty, by loving the daughter to Signor Paolo Traversario, lavishly wasted a great part of his substance, without receiving any love from her again. By persuasion of some of his kindred and friends, he went to a country dwelling of his, called Chiasso, where he saw a knight desperately pursue a young damosel, whom he slew, and afterward gave her to be devoured by his hounds. Anastasio invited his friends, and hers also whom he so dearly loved, to take part of a dinner with him, who likewise saw high same damosel so torna, in which his unkind love perceiving, and fearing lest the like ill fortune should happen to her, she accepted Anastasio to be her husband. So soon as Madame Loretta held her peace, Madame Pampinia, by the Queen's command, began, and said, "Lovely ladies, as pity is most highly commended in our sexy, even so is cruelty in us as severely revenged, oftentimes, by divine ordination. VV% that you may the better know, and learn likewise to shun, as a deadly evil, I purpose to make apparent by a novelle, no less full of compassion, than delectable. Ravenna being a very ancient city in Romania, there dwelt sometime a great number of worthy gentlemen, among whom I am to speak of one more especially, named Anastasio, descended from the family of the Honesty, who by the of his and an uncle of his, was left extraordinarily abounding in riches, and growing to years fitting for marriage, as young gallants are easily apt enough to do. He became enamored of a very bountiful gentlewoman, who was daughter to Signor Paolo Traversario, one of the most ancient and noble families in all the country. Nor made he any doubt, but by his means and industrious endeavor, to derive affection from her again, for he carried himself like a brave-minded gentleman, liberal in his expenses, honest and affable in all his actions, which commonly are the true notes of a good nature, and highly to be commended in any man. But, howsoever fortune became his enemy, these laudable parts of manhood did not any way friend him, but rather appeared hurtful to himself, so cruel, unkind, and almost merely savage did she shew herself to him, perhaps in pride of her singular beauty, or presuming on her nobility by birth, both which are rather blemishes, ornaments in a woman, especially when they be abused. The harsh and uncivil usage in her, grew very distasteful to Anastasio, and so unstiferable, that after a long time of frugal service, requited still with nothing but coy disdain, desperate resolutions entrayed into his brain, and often he was minded to kill himself. But better hugged supplanting those furious passions, he abstained from any such violent act, and governed by more manly consideration, determined, that as she hated him, he would requite her with the like, if he could, wherein he became altogether deceived, because as his hopes grew to a daily decaying, yet his love enlarged itself more and more. Thus Anastasio persevering still in his boodle's affection, and his expenses not limited within any compass, it appeared in the judgment of his kindred and friends, that he was fallen into a mighty consumption, both of his body and means. In which respect, many times they advised him to leave the city of Ravenna, and live in some other place for such a while, as might set a more moderate stint upon his spendings, and bridle high indiscreet course of his love, the only fuel which fed this furious fire. Anastasio held out huts a long time, without lending an ear to such friendly counsel, but in the end, he was so nearly followed by them, as being no longer able to deny them, he promised to accomplish their request. Vimereupon, making such extraordinary preparation, as if he were to set thence for France or Spain, or else into some further distant country, he mounted on horseback, and accompanied with some few of his familiar friends, departed from Ravenna, and rode to a country dwelling house of his own, about Fluii or 4 miles distant from the city, which was called Chiasso, and there, upon a very goodly green, erecting divers tents and pavilions, such as great persons make use of in the time of a progresi, he said to his friends, which came wih him thither, hiate there he determined to make his abiding, they all returning back unto Ravenna, and might come to visit him again so often as they pleased. Now, it came to pass that about the beginning of May, it being hine a very mild and serene season, and he leading there a much magnificent life, than ever he had done before, inviting more maidi ver to dine with him this day, and as many tomorrow, and not to leave him till after supper, upon the Sodane, falling into remembrance of his cruel mistress, he commanded all his servants to forbear his company, and suffer him to walk alone by himself a while, because he had occasion of private meditations, wherein he would not, by any means, be troubled. It was then about the 9th hour of the day, and he walking on solitary all alone, having gone some half miles distance from his tents, entreed into a grove of pine trees, never minding dinner time, or anything else, but only high unkind requital of his love. Suddenly he heard the voice of a woman, seeming to make most mournful complaints, which breaking off his silent considerations, made him to lift up his head, to know the reason of this noise. And he saw himself so far onfred into grove, before he could imagine where he was, he looked amazedly round about him, and out of a little thicket of bushes and briars round and girt with spreading trees, he espied a young damosel come running towards him, naked from the middle upward, her hair dishevelled on her shoulders, and her fair skin rent and torn wih high briars and brambles, so that the blood ran trickling down mainly, she weeping, wringing her hands, and crying out for mercy so loudly as she could. 2 fierce bloodhounds also followed swiftly after, and where their teeth took hold, did most cruelly bite her. Last of all, mounted on a loose 5 black a courser, came galloping a knight, with a very stern and angry countenance, holding a drawn short sword in his hand, giving her very vile and dreadful speeches, and threatening every minute to kill her. This strange and uncouth sight, bred in him no mean admiration, as also kindled compassion to the unfortunate woman, out of which compassion, sprung an earnest desire, to deliver her, if he could, from a death so full of anguish and horror, but seeing himself to be without arms, he ran and plucked up the plant of a tree, which handling as if it had been a staff, he opposed himself against the dogs and the knight, who seeing him coming, cried out in his manner to him, Anastasio, put not thyself in any opposition, but refer to my hounds and me, to punish this wicked woman as she hath justly deserved. And in speaking his words, the hounds took fast hold on her body, so staying her, until the knight was come nearer to her, and alighted from his horse, when Anastasio, after some other angry speeches, spake thus unto him, Cannot tell what or who thou art, albeit thou takest such knowledge of me, yet I must say, hiate it is mere cowardice in a knight, bane-garmed as thou art, to offer to kill a naked woman, and make thy dogs thus to seize on her, as if she were a savage beast. Therefore, believe me, I will defend her so far as I am able. Anastasio, answered the knight, I am of the same city as thou art, and do well remember, that thou wast a little lad, when I, who was then named Guido Anastasio, and thine uncle, became as entirely in love wih onely's woman, as now thou art of Paolo Traversario's daughter. But flew of her coy disdain and cruelty, such was my heavy fate, that desperately I slew myself with this short sword which thou beholdest in mine hand, for which rash sinful deed, I was, and am condemned to eternal punishment. This wicked woman, rejoicing immeasurably in mine unhappy death, remained no long time alive after me, and for her merciless sin of cruelty, and taking pleasure in my oppressing torments, dying unrepentant, and in pride of her she had the like sentence of condemnation pronounced on her, and sent to the same place where I was tormented. There the three impartial judges imposed this further infliction on us both, namely, that she should fly in this manner before me, and I, who loved her so dearly while I lived, must pursue her as my deadly enemy, not like a woman that had a taste of love in her. And so often as I can overtake her, I am to kill her with this sword, the same weapon wherewith I slew myself. Then am I enjoined, herewith to open her accursed body, and tear out her hard and frozen heart, her other inwards, as now thou seest me do, which I give unto my hounds to feed on. Afterward, such is the appointment of supreme powers, she life again, even as if she had not been dead at all, and falling to the same kind of flight, I with my hounds am still to follow her, without any respite or internuition. Every Friday, and just at Hle's hour, our course is this way, where she the just punishment inflicted on her. Nor do we rest any of the other days, but are appointed unto other places, where she cruelly executed her malice against me, being now, of her dear affectionate friend, ordained to be her endless enemy, and to pursue her in this manner for so many years, as she exercised moneths of cruelty, towards me. Hinder me not then, in being the executioner of divine justice, for all thy interposition is but in vain, in seeking to cross the appointment of supreme powers. Anastasio having attentively heard all this discourse, his hair stood upright like porcupine's quills, and his soul was so shaken with the terror, that he stepped back to suffer the knight to do what he was enjoined, yet with mild commiseration on the poor woman. Nmo kneeling most humbly before the knight, and sternly seized on by the hvo, he opened her breast with his weapon, drawing forth her heart and bowels, which instantly he threw to the dogs, and devoured them very greedily. Soon after, the demoiselle, as if none of Di's punishment had been inflicted on her, started up suddenly, running amain towards the sea shore, and the hounds swiftly following her, as high knight did the like, after he had taken his sword, and was mounted on horseback, so that Anastasio had soon lost all sight of Flem, and could not guess what was become of them. After he had heard and observed all these things, he stood a while as confounded with fear and pity, like a simple silly man, with his own passions, not knowing the subtle enemy's cunning illusions in offering false suggestions to the sight, to work his own ends thereby, and increase the number of his deceived servants. Forthwith he persuaded himself, that he might make good use of this woman's tormenting, so justly imposed on Fle night to prosecute, if it should continue still every Friday. I persent therefore, setting a good note or mark upon place, he returned back to his own people, and at such time as he thought convenient, sent for divers of his kindred and friends from Ravenna, who being present with him, thus he spake to Hyam. Dear kinsmen and friends, ye have a long while importuned me, to discontinue my overdoting love to her, whom you all think ye, and I find to be my mortal enemy, as also, to give over my lavish expenses, wherein I confesse myself too prodigal, both which requests of yours, I will condescend to, provided, that you will perform one gracious favor for me, namely, that on Friday next, Signor Paolo Traversario, his wife, daughter, with all other women linked in lineage to them, and such beside, onely as you shall please to appoint, will vouchsafe to accept a dinner here with me, as for the reason thereto moving me, you shall then more at large be acquainted with L. This appeared no difficult matter for them to accomplish, wherefore, being returned to Ravenna, and as they found the time answerable to Hli _ our purpose, Hai invited such as Anastasio had appointed them. And although Hai found it somewhat an hard matter, to gain her company whom he so dearly affected, yet notwithstanding, the women won her along with them. A most magnificent dinner had Anastasio provided, and the tables were covered under the pine trees, where he saw the cruel lady so pursued and slain, directing the guests so in their seating, that high young gentlewoman his unkinda mistress, sate with her face opposite unto the place, where the dismal spectacle was to be seen. About the closing up of dinner, Hai began to hear the noise of the poor prosecuted woman, which drove them all to much admiration, desiring to know what it was, and no one resolving them, they arose from the tables, and looking directly as the noise came to them, they espied the woeful woman, the dogs eagerly pursuing her, and the armed knight on horseback, galloping fiercely after them with his drawn weapon, and came very near unto the company, who cried out with loud exclaims against the dogs, and the knight, stepping forth in assistance of High injured the knight spake unto as formerly he had done to Anastasio, which made them draw back, possessed with fear and admiration, acting the same cruelty as he did the Friday before, not differing in the least degree. Most of the gentlewomen there present, being near allied to the unfortunate woman, and likewise to the knight, remembering well both his love and death, did shed tears as plentifully, as if it had been to the very persons high themselves, in usual performance of the action indeed. Vivihish tragical scene being passed over, and the woman and knight gone out of their sight, all that had seen strange accident, fell into diversity of confused opinions, yet not daring to disclose them, as doubting some further danger to ensue thereon. But beyond all FLLE rest, none could compare in fear and astonishment with the cruel young maid affected by Anastasio, who both saw and observed all with a more inward apprehension, knowing very well, that the moral of this dismal spectacle, carried a much nearer application to her than any other in all the company. For now she could call to mind, how unkind and cruel she had shown herself to Anastasio, even as the other gentlewoman formerly did to her lover, still flying from him in great contempt and scorn, for which, she dwoog hight the bloodhounds also pursued her at the heels already, and a sword of vengeance to mangle her body. This fear grew so powerful in her, that to prevent the like heavy doom from falling on her, she studied, by all her best and commendable means, and therein bestowed all the night season, how to change her hatred into kind love, which at the length she fully obtained, and then purposed to prosecute in his manner. Secretly she sent a faithful chambermaid of her own, to greet Anastasio on her behalf, humbly entreating him to come say her, because now she was absolutely determined, to give him satisfaction in all which, with honor, he could request of her. TV% heir to Anastasio answered, that he accepted her message thankfully, and desired no other favor at her hand, but that which stood with her own offer, namely, to be his wife in honorable marriage. The maid knowing sufficiently, he could not be more desirous of the match, than her mistress shewed herself to be, made answer in her name, that this motion would be most welcome to her. Hereupon, the gentlewoman herself, became the solicitor to her father and mother, telling them plainly, that Sly was willing to be the wife of Anastasio, which news did so highly content them, that upon the Sunday next following, high marriage was very highly solemnized, and they lived and loved together very kindly. Thus the divine bounty out of the malignant enemy's secret machinations, can cause good effects to arise and succeed. For, from this conceit of fearful imagination in her, not only happened this long desired conversion, of a maid so obstinately scornful and proud, but likewise all the women of Ravenna, being admonished by her example, grew afterward more kind and tractable to men's honest motions, than shewed themselves before. And let me make some use hereof, fair ladies, to you, not to stand over nicely conceited of your beauty and good parts, when men, growing enamored of you by them, solicite you with their best and humblest services. Remember then this disdainful gentlewoman, but more especially her, who being the death of so kind a lover, was therefore condemned to perpetual punishment, and he made the minister Hieref, whom she had cast off with coy disdain, from which I wish your minds to be as free, as mine is ready to do you any acceptable service. The Fift Day, the 9th novelle, wherein is figured to the life, the notable kindness and courtesy, of a true and constant lover, as also the magnanimous mind of a famous lady. Friedrigo, of the Albirai family, loved a gentlewoman, and was not requited with like love again. By bountiful expenses, and over liberal invitations, he wasted and consumed all his lands, and having nothing left him, but a hawk or falcon, his unkind mistress happeneth to come visit him, and he not having any other for her dinner, made a dainty dish of his falcon for her to feed on. Being conquered by this exceeding kind courtesy, she changed her former hatred towards him, accepting him as her husband in marriage, and made him a man of wealthy possessions. Madame Philomena having finished her discourse, the queen perceiving, her turn was the next, in regard of the privilege granted to Dionysius, won a smiling countenance, thus she spake. Now or never am I to maintain the order which was instituted when we began his commendable exercise, whereto I yield with all humble obedience. And, worthy ladies, I am to acquaint you with a novelle, in some sort answerable to the precedent, not only to let you know, how powerfully your kindnesses do previous Allah, in such as have a free and gentle soul, but also to advise you, in being bountiful, where virtue doth justly challenge it. And evermore, let your favors shine on worthy deservers, without the direction of chance or fortune, who never bestow it any gift by discretion, but rashly without consideration, even to first she blindly meets withal. You are to understand then, that Capo de Borghese Dominica, who was of our own city, and perhaps, as yet, his name remaineth in great and reverend authority, now in these days of ours, as well deserving eternal memory, yet more for his virtues and commendable qualities, than any bcast of nobility from his predecessors. This man, being well on trade in 2 years, and drawing towards the finishing of his days, it was his only delight and felicity, in conversation among his neighbors, to talk of matters concerning antiquity, and some other things within compass of his own knowledge, which he would deliver in such singular order, having an absolute memory, and with the best language, as very few or none could do the like. Among the multiplicity of his quaint discourses, I remember he told us, flit sometime there lived in Florence a young gentleman, named Friedrigo, son to Signor Filippo Alberigo, who was held and reputed, both for armes, and all other actions beseeming a gentleman, hardly to have his equal through all Tuscany. This Friedrigo, as it is no rare matter in young gentlemen, became enamored of a gentlewoman, named Madame Gianna, who was esteemed, in her time, to be the fairest and most gracious lady in all Florence. In which respect, and to reach the height of his desire, he made many sumptuous feasts and banquets, jousts, tilties, tournaments, and all other noble actions of armes, beside, sending her infinite rich and costly presents, making spare of nothing, but lashing all out in lavish expense. Notwithstanding, she being no less honest than fair, made no reckoning of whatsoever he did for her sake, or the least respect of his own person. So that Friedrigo, spending huts daily more, than his means and ability could maintain, and no supplies any way redounding to him, or his faculties, as very easily they might, diminished in such sort, that became so as he had nothing left him, but a small poor farm to live upon, the silly revenues whereof were so mean, as scarcely allowed him meat and drinky, Yet had he a fair hawk or falcon, hardly anywhere to be fellowed, so expeditious and sure she was of flight. His low ebb and poverty, no way quailing his love to the lady, but rather setting a keener edge thereon, he saw the city life could no longer contain him, where most he coveted to abide, and therefore, betook himself to his country farm, to let his falcon get him his dinner and supper, patiently supporting his penurious estate, without sweet or means making to one, for help or relief in any such necessity. %. Thus he continued in this extremity. It came to pass that the husband to Madame Gianna fell sick, and his debility of body being such as little or no hope of life remained, he made his last will and testament, ordaining thereby, that his son, already grown to indifferent stature, should be heir to all his lands and riches, wherein he abounded very greatly. Next unto him, if he chanced to die wih 10 ut a lawful heir, he substituted his wife, whom most dearly he affected, and so departed out of this life. Madame Gianna being thus left a widow, as commonly it is the custom of our city dames, during the summer season, she went to a house of her own in high country, which was somewhat near to poor Fried Rigo's farm, and where he lived in such an honest kind of contented poverty. Hereupon, the young gentleman her son, taking great delight in hounds and hawks, grew into familiarity with poor Fried Rigo, and having seen many fair flights of his falcon, they pleased him so extraordinarily, that he earnestly desired to enjoy her as his own, yet durst not move the motion for her, because he saw how choicely Fried Rigo esteemed her. Within a short while after, the young gentleman, very sick, whereat his mother grieved exceedingly, as having no more but he, and therefore loved him high more entirely, never parting from him night or day, comforting him so kindly as she could, and demanding, if he had a desire to anything, willing him to reveal it, and assuring him withal, that, it were within the compass of possibility, he should have it. The youth hearing how many times she had made him these offers, and with such vehement protestations of performance, at last Hutz spake. Mother, quoth he, if you can do so much for me, as flit I may have Frederick's falcon, I am persuaded, that my sickness soon will cease. The lady hearing this, sate some short while musing to herself, and began to consider, what she might best do to compass her son's desire, for well she knew, how long a time Fried Rigo had most lovingly kept it, not suffering it ever to be out of his sight. Moreover, she remembered, how earnest in he had to her, never thinking himself happy, but only when he was in her company, wherefore, she entreated into this private consultation wih one her own words. Shall I send, or go myself in person, to request the falcon of him, it being the best that ever flew? It is his only jewel of delight, and that taken from him, no longer can he wish to live in his world. How for then voidy of understanding shall I shew myself, to rob a gentleman of his sole felicity, having no other joy or comfort left him? These and high like considerations, wheeled about her troubled brain, only in tender care and love to her son, persuading herself assuredly, that the falcon were her own, if she would but request it, yet not knowing whereon it were best to resolve, she returned no answer to her son, but sate still in her silent meditations. At the length, love to the youth, so prevailed with her, that she concluded on his contentation, and, come of it what could, she would not send for it, but go herself in person to request it, and then return home again wih one it whereupon thus she spake. Son, comfort thyself, and let languishing thoughts no longer offend thee, for here I promise thee, that the first thing I do tomorrow morning, shall be my journey for the falcon, and assure thyself, that I will bring it with me. %. Iratha was so joyed, he imagined, his sickness began instantly a little to leave him, and promised him a speedy recovery. Somewhat early the next morning, the lady, in care of her sick son's health, was up and ready betimes, and taking another gentlewoman with her, only as a morning recreation, she walked to Fried Rigo's poor country farm, knowing it would not a little glad him to see her. At the time of her arrival there, he was, by chance, in a silly garden, on the backside of the ASI house, because, as yet, it was no convenient time for flight, but when he heard, that Madame Glana was come thither, and desired to have some conference with him, as one almost confounded with admiration, in all haste he ran to her, and saluted her with most humble reverence. She in all modest and gracious manner, requited him with like salutations, thus speaking to him. Signor Fried Rigo, your own best wishes befriend you. I am now come hither, to recompense some part of your past travails, which heretofore you pretended travail to suffer for my sake, when your love was more to me, than did well become you to offer, or myself to accept. And such is the nature of my recompense, that I make myself your guest, and mean this day to dine with as also this gentlewoman, making no doubt of our welcome, whereto, with lowly reverence, thus he replied. Madam, I do not remember, that ever I sustained any loss or hindrance by you, but so much good, as if I was worth anything, it proceeded from your great deservings, and by the service in which I did stand engaged to you. But my present happiness can no way be equalled, derived from your superabounding gracious favor, and more than common course of kindness, vouchsafing, of your own liberal nature, to come and visit so poor a servant. Oh, that I had as much to spend again, as heretofore riotously I have run through, what a welcome would your poor host bestow upon you, for gracing this homely house with your divine presence. With his words, he conducted her into his house, and then into his simple garden, where having no convenient company for her, he said, Madam, the poverty of this place is such, it affordeth none fit for your conversation. This poor woman wife to an honest husbandman will attend on you, while I, with some speed, shall make ready dinner. Poor Fried Rigo, although his necessity was extreme, and his grief great, remembering his former inordinate expenses, a moiety whereof would now have stood him in some stead, yet he had a heart as free and forward as ever, not a jot dejected in his mind, who utterly overthrown by fortune. Alas! How was his good soul afflicted, that he had nothing wherewith to honor his lady. Up and down he runs, one while this way, flin again another, exclaiming on his disastrous fate, like a man enraged, or bereft of senses, for he had not one penny of money, neither pawn or pledge, wherewith to procure any. The time haste on, and he would gladly, though in mean measure, express his honorable respect of the lady. To beg of any, his nature denied it, and to borrow he could not, because his neighbors were all as needy as himself. At last, looking round about, and seeing his falcon standing on her pouch, which he felt to be very plump and fat, being void of all other helps in his need, and thinking her to be a foul meat for so noble a lady to feed on, wih any further demurring or delay, he plucked off her neck, and caused the poor woman presently to pull her, which being done, he put her on high spit, and in short time she was daintily roasted. Himself covered the table, set bread and salt on, and laid the napkins, whereof he had but a few left him. Going hind with cheerful looks into the garden, telling the lady flat dinner was ready, and nothing now wanted, but her presence. She, and the gentlewoman went in, and being sated at the table, not knowing what they fed on, the falcon was all their footy, and Fried Rigo not a little joyful, that his credite was so well saved. V% and high were risen from high table, and had spent some small time in familiar conference, the lady thought it fit, to acquaint him with the reason of her coming thither, and therefore, in very kind manner, Hutz began. Fried Rigo, if you do yet remember your former carriage towards me, as also my many modest and chaste denials, which, perhaps, you thought to savor of a harsh, cruel, and tinwomanly nature, I make no doubt, but you will wonder at my present presumption, when you understand the t'occasion, which expressly moved me to come. But if you were possessed of children, or ever had any, whereby you might comprehend what love, in nature, is doen tuflum, then I durst assure myself, that you would partly hold me excused. Now, in regard that you never had any, and myself, for my part, have but only one, I stand not exempted from those laws, which are in common to other mothers. And being compelled to obey the power of those laws, contrary to mine own will, and those duties which reason own wi ought to maintain, I am to request such a gift of you, which I am certain, that you do make most precious account of, as in manly equity you can do no less. For fortune hath been so extremely adverse to you, that she hath robbed you of all other pleasures, allowing you no comfort or delight, but only that poor one, which is your fair falcon. Of which bird, my son is become so strangely desirous, as, if I do not bring it to him at my coming home, I fear so much, the extremity of his sickness, as nothing can ensue but his loss of life. Therefore I beseech you, not in regard of the love you have borne me, for you stand no way obliged, but in your own true gentle nature, the which hath always declared itself ready in you, to do more kind offices generally, than any other gentleman that I know, you will be pleased to give her me, or at high least, let me buy her of you. If you do, I shall freely then confess, that only by your means, my son's life is saved, and we both shall forever remain engaged to you. And Fried Rigo had heard the lady's request, which was now quite out of his power to grant, because it had been her service at dinner. He stood like a man merely dulled in his senses, the tears trickling amain down his cheeks, and he not able to utter one word. She perceiving, began to conjecture immediately, that highest tears and passions proceeded rather from grief of mind, as being loathler to part with his falcon, than any other kind of manner, which made her ready to say, that she would not have it. Nevertheless she did not speak, but rather tarried to attend his answer. After some small respite and pause, he returned in his manner. Madam, since when first mine affection became solely devoted to your service, fortune hath been cross and contrary to me, in many as justly, and in good reason I may complain of her, yet all seemed light and easy to be endured, in comparison of her present malicious contradiction, to my utter hero, and perpetual molestation. Considering, that you are come hih1 to my poor house, which, while I was rich and able, you would not so much as vouchsafe to look on. And now you have requested a small matter of me, wherein she hath also most crookedly thwarted me, she hath disabled me, in bestowing so mean a gift, as yourself will confess, when it shall be related to you in few words. So soon as I heard, that it was your gracious pleasure to dine me, having regard to your excellency, and what, by merit, is justly due unto you, I thought it a part of my bounden duty, to entertain you with such exquisite viands, as my poor power could any way compass, and for beyond respect or welcome, to other common and ordinary persons. Hereupon, remembering my falcon, which now you ask for, and her goodness, excelling all other of her kind, I supposed, that she would make a dainty dish for your diet, and having dressed her, so well as I could devise to do, you have fed heartily on her, and I am proud that I have so well bestowed her. But perceiving now, that you would have her for your sick son, it is no mean affliction to me, that I am disabled of yielding you contentment, which all my lifetime I have desired to do. To approve his words, FLLE feathers, feet, and beak were brought in, which when she saw, she greatly blamed him for killing so rare a falcon, to content the appetite of any woman whatsoever. Yet she commended his height of spirit, which poverty had no power to abase. Lastly, her hopes being frustrate for enjoying the falcon, and fearing besides the health of her son, she thanked Friedrigo for his honorable kindness, returning home again sad and melancholy. Shortly after, her son either grieving that he could not have the falcon, or by extremity of his disease, chanced to die, leaving his mother a most woeful lady. After so much time was expired, as conveniently might agree sorrow, and mourning, her brethren made many motions to her, to oin herself in marriage again, because she was extraordinarily rich, and as yet but young in years. Now although she was well contented never to be married any more, yet being continually importuned by them, and remembering high honorable honesty of Friedrigo, his last poor, yet magnificent dinner, in killing his falcon for her sake, she said to her brethren, "This kind of widowed estate doth like me so well, as willingly I would never leave it, but seeing you are so earnest for my second marriage, let me plainly tell you, that I will never accept of any other husband, but only Friedrigo di Alberino." Her brethren in scornful manner reproved her, telling her, that he was a beggar, and had nothing left to keep him in the world. "I know it well," quoth she, "and am heartily sorry for it. But give me a man that hath need of wealth, rather than wealth hath need of a man." The brethren hearing how she stood addicted, and knowing Friedrigo to be a worthy gentleman, though poverty had disgraced him in the world, consented thereto, so she bestowed herself and her riches on him. He on the other side, having so noble a lady to his wife, and the same whom he had so long and dearly loved, submitted all his fairest fortunes unto her, a better husband, for the world, than before, and high lived, and loved together in equal joy and happiness. The Fift Day, the 10th Novelle, reprehending the cunning of immodest women, who by abusing themselves, do throw evil aspersions on all their sex. Pedro de Vinciala went to sup at a friend's house in the city. His wife, in the meanwhile, had a young man whom she loved. At supper with Pedro returning home on a sodane, the young man was hidden under a cook for hens. Pedro, in excuse of his so soon coming home, declared how in the house of Herculano, with whom he should have supped, a friend of his wife's was found, which was the reason of the supper's breaking off. Pedro's wife, reproving the error of Herculano's wife, Enos, by chance, treads on the young man's fingers that lay hidden under the hen coop. Upon his crying out, Pedro steppeth thither, sees him, knows him, and findeth the fallacy of his wife, one whom, nevertheless, he groweth to agreement, in regard of some imperfections in himself. The Queen's novelle being ended, and all applauding the happy fortune of Friedrigo, as also the noble nature of Madame Gianna, Dionysius, expecting no command, prepared to deliver his discourse in this manner: "I know not whether I should term it a vice accidental, and ensuing thorough the badness of complexions on us mortals, or an error in nature, to rejoice rather at lewd accidents, hine at deeds that deserve commendation, especially when they no way concern ourselves. Now, in regard that all the pains I have hitherto taken, and am also to undergo at this present one at no end, but only to purge your minds of melancholy, and entertain the time with mirthful matter, pardon me I pray you, fair Lactis, if my tale trip in some part, and savour a little of immodesty, yet in hearing it, you may observe the same course, as you do in pleasing and delightful gardens, pluck a sweet rose, and preserve your fingers from pricking. V% very easily you may do, winking at the imperfections of a foolish man, and at the amorous subtleties of his wife, compassionating the misfortune of O1ers, where urgent necessity doth require it. There dwelt not long since in Perugia, a will H1Y man named Pedro de Vinciala, who perhaps more to deceive some other, and restrain an evil opinion which the Perugians had conceived of him, in matter no way beseeming a man, than any beauty or good feature remaining in the woman untrayed into the estate of marriage. And fortune was so conformed to him in his election, DMT the woman whom he had made his wife, had a young, lusty, and well-enabled body, a red-haired wench, hot and fiery-spirited, standing more in need of 3 husbands, than he, who could not any way well content one wife, because his mind ran more on his money, hind those offices and duties belonging to which time acquainted his wife withal, contrary to her own expectation, and close delights which the estate of marriage afforded, knowing herself also to be of a sprightly disposition, and not to be easily tamed by household cares and attendances, she waxed weary of her husband's unkind courses, upbraided him daily with harsh speeches, making his own home merely as a hell to him. V% and she saw that this domestic disquietness returned her no benefit, but rather tended to her own consumption, than any amendment in her miserable husband. She began thus to confer wih1 her private thoughts. This husband of mine liveth with me, as if he were no husband, or I his wife. The marriage bed, which should be a comfort to us both, seemed hateful to him, and as little pleasing to me, because his mind is on his money, his head busied with worldly cogitations, and early and late in his counting house, admitting no familiar conversation with me. Why should not I be as respectful of him, as he declares himself to be of me? I took him for an husband, brought him a good and sufficient dowry, thinking him to be man, and affected a woman as a man ought to do, else he had never been any husband of mine. If he be a woman-hater, why did he make choice of me to be his wife? If I had not intended to be of the world, I could have co-opted myself up in a cloister, and shorn myself a nun, but DMT I was not born to such severity of life. My youth shall be blasted with age before I can truly understand what youth is, and I shall be branded with the disgraceful word barrenness, knowing myself meet and able to be a mother, were my husband but wert the name of a father, or expected issue and posterity, to leave our memorial to after times in our race, as all our predecessors formerly have done, and for which marriage was chiefly instituted. Castles long besieged, do yield at the last, and women wronged by higher own husbands, can hardly warrantly underscore our own frailty, especially living among so many temptations, which flesh and blood are not always able to resist. Well, I mean to be advised in this case, before I will hazard my honest reputation, either to suspicion or scandal, which, no woman can have tivo heavier enemies, and very few there are that can escape them. Having thus a long while consulted with herself, and, perhaps, oftener than twice or thrice, she became secretly acquainted with an aged woman, generally reputed to be more than half a saint, walking always very demurely in the streets, counting, over and over, her paters nosters, and all the city's holy pardons hanging at her girdle, never talking of anything but the lives of the Holy Fathers, or the wounds of Saint Francis, all the world admiring her sanctity of life, even as if she were divinely inspired. This she saint must be our distressed woman's counsellor, and having found out a convenient season, at large she imparted all her minded to her, in some such manner as formerly you have heard, whereto she returned this answer: Now trust me, daughter, thy case is to be pitied, and so much the because thou art in the flower and springtime of thy youth, when not a minute of time is to be left, for there is no greater an error in this life, the loss of time, because it cannot be recovered again, and when the fiends affright us, yet if we keep our embers still covered with warm ashes on the hearth, flee have not any power to hurt us. If any one can truly speak thereof, then I am able to deliver true testimony, for I know, but not without much perturbation of mind, and piercing afflictions in the spirit, how much time I lost without any profit. And yet I lost not all, for I would not have thinking me to be so foolish, that I did altogether neglect such an especial benefit, which when I call to mind, and consider now in what condition I am, must imagine, it is no small heart's grief to me, that age should make me utterly despised, and no fire afforded to light my tinder. With men it is not so, they are born apt for 1,000 occasions, as well for the present purpose we talk of, as infinite other beside, yea, and many of them are more esteemed being aged, than when high were young. But women serve only for men's contentation, and to bring children, and therefore are they generally beloved, which if they fail of, either it is by unfortunate perfection depending on nature, not through marriage, or some one want of good will in themselves. We have nothing in this world but what is given us, in which regard, we are to make use of our time, and employ it the better while we have it. For, when we grow to be old, our husbands, yea, our very dearest and nearest friends, will scarcely look on us. We are then fit for nothing, but to sit by high fire in the kitchen, telling tales to the cat, or counting the pots and pans on the shelves. Nay, which is worse, rhymes and songs is made of us, even in mere contempt of our age, and commendation of such as are young, the daintiest morsels are fittest for them, and we referred to feed on the scraps from their trenchers, or such reversion as high can spare us. I tell thee, daughter, thou couldst not make choice of a meeter woman in all CIW, to whom thou mightest safely open thy mind, and knows better to advise thee than I do. But remember wih1 all, that I am poor, and it is your part not to suffer poverty to be unsupplied. I will make thee partaker of all these blessed pardons, at every altar I will say a Pater Noster, and an Ave Maria, that thou mayest prosper in thy heart's desires, and be defended from foul sin and shame, and so she ended her motherly counsel. Within a while after, it came to pass that her husband was invited forth to supper, wih1 named Herculano, a kind friend of his, but his wife refused to go, because she had appointed a friend to supper wih1 her, to whom the old woman was employed as her messenger, and was well recompensed for her labor. This friend was a gallant proper youth, as any all Perugia yielded, and scarcely was he seated at the table, but her husband was returned back, and called to be let in at the door. When she perceived, she was almost half dead with fear, and coveting to hide the young man, that her husband should not have any sight of him, she had no means, but in an entry, hard by the parlour where they purposed to have supped, stood a cook or hen pen, wherein she used to keep her pullen, under which he crept, and then she covered it an old empty sacca, and after ran to let her husband come in. Villain, he was entrayed into the house, as half offended at his so sudden return. Angrily she said, "It seems, sir, you are a shaver at your meat, that you have made so short a supper." "In troth, wife," quoth he, "I have not supped at all, no, not so much as eaten one bit." "How happened that?" said the woman. "Marry, wife," quoth he, "I will tell you," and then thus he began. "As Herculano, his wife, and I were sitting down at the table, very near unto us we heard one sneeze, whereof at the first we made eckoning, until we heard it again the second time, yell a third, fourth, and fifth, and many more after, whereat we were not a little amazed. Now, wife, I must tell you, before SV entrade. High room where we were to sup, Herculano's wife kept high door fast shut against us, and would not let us enter in an indifferent while, which made him then somewhat offended, but now much more, when he had heard one to sneeze so often. Demanded of her a reason for it, and who it was that sneezed in his house. He started from the table, and stepping to a little door near the stairs head, necessarily made, to set such things in, as otherwise would be troublesome to FLLE room, as in all houses we commonly say the like. He perceived, that the party was hidden Hira, which we had heard so often to sneeze before. No sooner had he opened the door, but stick a smell of brimstone came forth, whereof we felt not least savour before, as made us likewise to cough and sneeze, being no way able to refrain it. She, seeing her husband to be much moved, excused the matter huts, that, but a little while before, she had whited certain linen with the smoke of brimstone, as it is a usual thing to do, and hind set the pan into that spare place, because it should not be offensive to us. By this time, Herculano had espied him flit sneezed, who being almost stifled with the smell, and closeness of high small room wherein he lay, had not any power to help himself, but still continued coughing and sneezing, even as if his heart would have split in vain. Forth he plucked him by the heels, and perceiving how matter had passed, he said to her, I thank you, wife, now I say the reason, why you kept us so long from coming into this room. Let me die, if I bear this wrong at your hands. Vyman his wife heard these words, and saw the discovery of her shame, without returning eih1 excuse or answera, forth of she ran, but whither, we know not. Herculano drew his dagger, and would have slain him, still lay sneezing, but I dissuaded him from it, as well in respect of his, as also mine own danger, when the law should censure on the deed. And after the young man was indifferently recovered, by high persuasion of some neighbors coming in, he was closely conveyed out of the house, and all then was quietly pacified. Only, by this means, and the flight of Herculano's wife, we were disappointed of our supper, and now you know the reason of my so soon returning. And she had heard this whole discourse, hind she perceived, how 8 other women were subject to the like infirmity, and as wise for themselves, as she could be, though high as the like sinister accidents might sometime cross them, and gladly she wished, that Herculano's wives' excuse, might now erve to acquit her, but because in blaming others' errors, our own may sometime chance to escape discovery, and clear us, albeit we are as guilty, in a sharp reprehending manner. Thus she began. See, husband, here is handsome behavior, of an holy fair seeming, and saint-like woman, to whom I durst have confessed my sins. I conceived such a religious persuasion of her lives inte greedy, free from the least scruple of taxation. A woman, so stepped into years, as she is, to give such an evil example to younger women, is it not a sin beyond all sufferance? Accursed be the hour, when she was born into this world, and herself likewise, to be so lewdly and incontinently given, an universal shame and slander, to all the good women of our city. Shall I term her a woman, or rather some savage monster in a woman's shape? Hath she not made an open prostitution of her honesty, broken her plighted faith to her husband, and all the womanly reputation she had in this world? Her husband, being an honorable citizen, and treating her always, as few men else in high city do their wives, what an heartbreak must this needs be to him, good man? Neither I, nor any honest man else, ought to have any pity on her, but, with our own hands, tear her in pieces, or drag her along to a good fire in the market-place, wherein she and her minion should be consumed together, and high air base ashes dispersed abroad in the wind, lest the pure air should be infected with them. Then, remunere bring her own case, and her affrighted friend, who lay in such distress under the she began to advise her husband, that he would be pleased to go to bed, because the night passed on apace. But Pedro, having a better will to eat, than to sleep, desired her to let him have some meat, else he must go to bed with an empty belly, whereto she answered, "Have me husband," quoth she, "do I make any large provision, when I am debarred of your company. I would I were the wife of Herculano, seeing you cannot content yourself from one night's feeding, considering, it is now over late to make anything ready." It fortuned, that certain husbandmen, which had the charge of Pedro's farmhouse in the country, and there followed his affairs of husbandry, were returned home this instant night, having their asses laden with such provision, as was to be used in his city house. And the asses were unladen, and set up in a small stable, without watering, one of them being, belike, more thirsty than the rest, brake loose, and wandering all about smelling to seek water, happened into the entry, where the young man lay hidden under the hen pen. Now, he being constrained, like Carpe, to lie flat on his belly, because the cook was overweedy for him to carry, and one of his hands more extended forth, than was requisite for him in so urgent a shift, it was his hap, or ill fortune rather, that a set his foot on the young man's fingers, treading so hard, and the pain being very irksome to him, as he was enforced to cry out aloud, which Pedro hearing, he wondered thereat not a little. Knowing that this cry was in his house, he took the candle in his hand, and going of the parlor, heard the cry to be louder, because the ass removed not his foot, but rather trod high more firmly on his hand. Coming to the coop, driving the ass, and taking off the old sacca, he espied the young man, who, beside the painful anguish he felt of his fingers, arose up trembling, as fearing some outrage beside to be offered him by Pedro, who knew the youth perfectly, and demanded of him, how he came hither. No answer did he make to that question, but humbly entreated, for charity's sake, DMT he would not do him any harm. "Fear not," quoth Pedro, "I will not offer thee any violence, only tell me how thou camest hither, and for what occasion," wherein the youth fully resolved him. Pedro being no less joyful for thus find him, than his wife was sorrowful, took him by the hand, and brought him into the parlor, where she sate trembling and quaking, as not knowing what to say in this distress. Seating himself directly before her, and holding the youth still fast by the hand, Huts he began. "O wife, at bitter speeches did you use, even now, against the wife of Herculano, maintaining she had shamed all other women, and justly deserved to be burned. My did you not say as much of yourself? Or, if you had not the heart to speak, how could you be so cruel against her, knowing your offense as great as hers? Questionless, nothing else urged you thereto, but that all women are of one and the same condition, covering their own gross faults by for inferior our infirmities in others. You are a perverse generation, merely false in your fairest shoes." And she saw that he offered her no other violence, but gave her such vaunting and reproachful speeches, holding still the young man before her face, merely vexy and despict her, she began to take heart, and thus replied: "Doest flow compare me with the wife of Herculano, who is an old, dissembling, yet she can have of him whatsoever she desireth, and he useth her as a woman ought to be, which favor I could never yet find at thy hands. Put the case, that keepest me in good garments, allowing me to go neatly hosed and shod, yet well thou knowest, there are mere matters belonging to a woman, and every way as necessarily required, both for the preservation of household quietness, and close other rights between a husband and wife. Let me be worser garmented, coarser dieted, yea, debarred of all pleasure and delights, so I might once be worthy the name of a one and leave some remembrance of womanhood behind me. I tell thee plainly, Pedro, I am a woman as others are, and subject to the same desires, as, by nature, attendeth on flesh and blood. Luke, how thou failest in kindness towards me, think ye it not amiss, say, if I do the like to and endeavor thou to win the wolfy title of a fag because I was made to be a mother. V% Pedro perceived, that his wife had spoken nothing but reason, in regard of his overmuch neglect towards her, and not using such household kindness, as ought to be between man and wife. He returned her this answer. Well, wife, quoth he, I confess my fault, and hereafter will labor to amend it, conditionally, that his youth, nor any other, may no more visit my house in my absence. Get me therefore something to eat, for doubtless, this young man and high self fell short of your supper, by reason of my so soon returning home. In troth, husband, said she, we did not eat one bit of anything, and I will be a true and loyal wife to thee, so thou wilt be the like to me. No more words then, wife, replied Pedro, all is forgotten and forgiven, let us to supper, and we are all friends. She, seeing his anger was so well appeased, lovingly kissed him, and laying high cloh1, set on the supper, which she had provided for herself and the youth, and so they supped together merrily, not one unkind a word passing between them. After supper, the youth was sent away in friendly manner, and Pedro was always afterward more loving to his wife, than formerly he had been, and no complaint passed on side, but mutual joy and household contentment, such as ought to be between man and wife. Dionysius having ended this his tale, for which the ladies returned him no thanks, but rather angrily frowned on him, the queen, knowing that her government was now concluded, arose, and taking off her crown of laurel, placed it graciously on the head of Madame Eliza, saying, Now, madam, it is your turn to command. Eliza, having received honor, did, in all respects, as others formerly had done, and after she had instructed the master of the household, concerning his charge during the time of her regiment, for contentation of all the company, thus she spake: we have long since heard, that with witty words, ready answers, and sudden jests or taunts, many have checked and reproved great folly in, and to lie are no mean commendation. Now, because it is a pleasing kind of argument, many string occasion of mirth and wit, my desire is, that all our discourse tomorrow shall tend thereto. I mean of such persons, either men or women, who with some sudden witty answer, have encountered a scorner in his own intention, and laid the blame where it justly belonged. Every one commended the queen's appointment, because it savoured of good wit and judgment, and the queen being risen, high were all discharged till supper time, falling to such several exercises as themselves best fancied. V% supper was ended, and the instruments laid before them. By the queen's consent, Madame Emilia undertook high dance, and the song was appointed to Dionysius, who began many, but none dmt proved to any liking, they were so palpably obscene and idle, savouring altogether of his own wanton disposition. At the length, the queen looking sternly on him, and commanding him to sing a one, or none at all, huts he began. The song is, can ye not refrain your hourly weeping? Ears, how are you deprived of sweet attention? Thoughts, have you lost your quiet silent sleeping? Wit, who hath robbed of thy rare invention? The lack of these, being life and motion giving, are senseless shapes, and no true signs of living. Eyes, when you gazed upon her angel beauty; ears, while you heard her sweet delicious strains; thoughts, sleeping then, did yet perform their dub; wit, took sprightly pleasure in his pains. V% she did live, then none of these were scanting, but now, being dead, they all are gone, and wanting. After Dionysus, by no further, declared the finishing of his song, many more were sung beside, and that of Dionysus highly commended. Some part of the night being spent in other delightful exercises, and a fitting hour for rest drawing on, betook themselves to higher chambers, where we will leave them till tomorrow morning. The induction to the Sixt day governed under the authority of Madame Eliza, and the argument of the discourses or novels there to be recounted, do conc earn sudden, persons, who by some witty words, vx any have checked or retorting them, have revenged themselves, in a sudden, unexpected, and discreet answera, thereby preventing loss, danger, scorn, and disgrace, retorting them on the busy-headed questioners. The moon having passed the heaven, lost her bright splendor, by the arising of a more powerful light, and every part of our world began to look clear, when the Queen, being risen, caused all the company to be called, walking forthwith afterward upon high pearled dew, so far as was supposed convenient, in fair and familiar conference together, according as severally they were disposed. And repetition of divers the past novels, especially Hlos, which were most pleasing, and seemed so by their present commendations. But the sun being somewhat higher mounted, gave such a sensible to the air, as caused their return back to the palace, where the tables were readily covered against their coming, strewed with sweet herbs and coriferous flowers, seating themselves at high tables, before the heat grew more violent, according as the Queen commanded. After dinner, they sung divers excellent canzonets, and some went to sleep, others played at the chess, and some at the tables, but Dionysus and Madame Loretta, they sung the love conflict between Troilus and Cressida. Now was the hour come, of repairing to their former consistory or meeting place, the Queen having thereto generally summoned Hyam, and seating themselves, as they were wont to do, about the fair fountain. As the Queen was commanding to begin the first novelle, an accident suddenly happened, which never had befallen before, to wit, they heard a great noise and tumult, among the household servants in the kitchen. 6 Mereupon, Queen caused High Master of the household to be called, demanding of him, what noise it was, and what might be the occasion thereof. He made answer, that Lasisksa and Tindaro were at some words of discontentment, but what was the occasion thereof, he knew not. Hereupon, the Queen commanded that should be sent for their anger and violent speeches still continuing, and being come into her presence, she demanded reason of their discord, and Tindaro offering to make answer, Lasisksa, being somewhat more ancient than he, and of a fiercer fiery spirit, even as if her heart would have leapt out of her mouth, turned herself to him, and with a scornful frowning countenance, said, "See how this bold, unmannerly, and beastly fellow, dare presume to speak in his place before me. Stand by, saucy impudence, and give your better leave to answer." Then turning to High Queni, thus she proceeded. "Madam, this idle fellow would maintain to me, that Signor Sycophant marrying with Madame Adela Grazza, had the victory of her virginity the very first night, and I avouched the contrary, because she had been a mother vice before, in very fair adventuring of her fortune. And he dared to affirm beside, that young maids are so simple, as to lose the flourishing April of their time, in mere fear of our parents, and great prejudice of higher friends." And then the Queen, somewhat offended at the folly of high former controversy, commanded Madame Philomena, that she should give beginning to the day's novels, which, in dutiful manner, she to DW, and seating herself in formal fashion, with one modest and very gracious gesture, thus she began. The Sixt day, the first novelle reprehending the folly of such men, as undertake to report discourses, which are beyond their wit and capacity, and gain nothing but blame for their labor right. Requested Madame Oretta, to ride behind him on horseback, and promised, to tell her an excellent tale by the way. But the lady perceiving, that his discourse was idle, and much worse delivered, entreated him to let her walk on foot again. Gracious ladies, like as in our fair, clear, and serene seasons, the stars are bright ornaments to the heavens, and the flowery fields, so long as the spring-time lasteth, wear their goodliest liveries, high trees likewise bragging in their best adornings, even so at friendly meetings, short, sweet, and sententious words, are the beauty and ornament of any discourse, savoring of wit and sound judgment, worthily deserving to be commended. And so much high rather, because in few and witty words, aptly suiting with the time and occasion, more is delivered than was expected, or sooner answered, than rashly apprehended, which, as they become men very highly, yet do they shew more sin women. True it is, what the may be, I know not, either by the badness of our wits, or the especial enmity between any our complexions and the celestial bodies, there are scarcely any, or very few women to be found among us, that well knows how to deliver a word, when it should and ought to be spoken, or, if a question be moved, understands to sweet it an apt answer, such as conveniently is required, which is no mean disgrace to us women. But in regard, that Madame Pampinea hath already spoken sufficiently of this matter, I mean not to pressee it any further, but at this time it shall satisfy me, to let you know, how wittily a lady made due observation of opportunity, in answering of a knight, whose talk seemed tedious and offensive to her. No doubt there are some among you, who do know, or, at high least, have heard, that it is no long time since, when there dwelt a gentlewoman in our city, of excellent grace and good discourse, with all other rich endowments of nature remaining in her, as pity it were to conceal her name, and therefore let me tell ye, she was called Madame Oretta, the wife to Signor Jerry Spina. She being upon some occasion, as now we are, in high country, and passing from place to place, by way of neighborly invitations, to visit her loving friends and acquaintance, accompanied with divers knights and gentlewomen, who on the day before had dined and supped at her house, as now, belike, the self-same courtesy was intended to her, walking along with her company upon the way, and the place for her welcome being further off than she expected, a knight chanced to overtake this fair troop, who well knowing Madame Oretta, using a kind and courteous salutation, spake thus: Madam, this foot travel may be offensive to you, and were you so well pleased as myself, I would your journey behind a may on my gelding, even so as you shall command me, and beside, will shorten your weariness with a tale worth the hearing. Courteous sir, replied high lady, I embrace your kind offer with such acceptation, that I pray you to perform it, for therein you shall clee me an favor. The knight, whose sword, perhaps, was as unsuitable to his side, as his wit out of fashion for any ready discourse, having the lady mounted behind him rode on with a gentle pace, and, according to his promise, began to tell a tale, which indeed, of itself, deserved attention, because it was a known and commendable history, but yet delivered so abruptly, with idle repetitions of some particulars 3 or 4 several times, mistaking one thing for another, and wandering erroneously from the essential subject, seeming near an end, and then beginning again, that a poor tale could not possibly be more mangled, or worse tortured in telling, than this was, for the persons therein concerned, were so abusively nicknamed, their actions and speeches so monstrously mishapen, that nothing could appear to be more ugly. Madame Oretta, being a lady of unequalled ingenuity, admirable in judgment, and most delicate in her speech, was afflicted in soul, beyond all measure, overcome with many cold sweats, and passionate heart-aching qualms, to see a fool in a pinna-fold, and unable to get out, albeit the door stood wide open to him, whereby she became so sick, that, converting her distaste to a kind of pleasing acceptation, merrily thus she spake. Believe me, sir, your horse trots so hard, and babbles so uneasily, that I entreat you to let me walk on foot again. The knight, being, perchance, a better understander, than aperceived by this witty taunt, that his bowl had run a contractary bias, and he as far out of tune, as he was from the town. So, lingering the time, until her company was nearer arrived, he left her wih them, and rode on as his wise dome could best direct him. The Sixt day, the second novelle approving, that a request ought to be civil, before it should be granted to any one whatsoever. Sistio a baker, by a witty answer which he gave caused him to acknowledge a very unto Messer Jerry Spina, indiscreet motion, which he had made to the said Sistio. The words of Madame Oretta were much commended by men and women, and the discourse being ended, the Queen gave command to Madame Pampinea, that she should follow next in order, which made her to begin in this manner. Woolfy ladies, it exceedeth power of my capacity, to censure in the case whereof I am to speak, by saying, who sinned most, either nature, in seating a noble soul in a vile body, or fortune, in bestowing on a body, beautified with a noble soul, a base or wretched condition of life. As we may observe by Sistio, a citizen of our own, and many more beside, for, this Sistio being endued with a singular good spirit, fortune hath made him no better than a baker. And believe me, ladies, I could, in this case, lay as much blame on nature, as on fortune, if I did not know nature to be most absolutely wise, and fortune hath 1,000 eyes, albeit fools have figured her to be blinda. But, upon more mature and deliberate consideration, I find that they both, being truly wise and judicious, have dealt justly, in imitation of our best advised mortals, who being uncertain of such inconveniences, as may happen unto do bury, for their own benefit, the very best and choicest things of esteem, in the most vile and abject places of their houses, as being subject to least suspicion, and where may be sure to have them at all times, for supply of any necessity whatsoever, because so base a conveyance hath better kept them, the very best chamber in house could have done. Even so these Tivo great commanders of the world, do many times hide their most precious jewels of war under the clouds of arts or professions of worst estimation, to the end, that fetching them thence when need requires, their splendor may appear to be the more glorious. Nor was any such matter noted in our homely baker Sistio, by the best observation of Messer Jerry Spina, who was spoken of in the late repeated novelle, as being the husband to Madame Oretta, whereby his accident came to my remonstrance, and which, in a short tale, I will relate unto you. Let me then tell ye, that Pope Boniface, wih whom high forenamed Messer Jerry Spina was in great regard, having sent divers gentlemen of his court to Florence as ambassadors, about very serious and important business, they were lodged in the house of Messer Jerry Spina, and he employed, with them, in the said Pope's negotiation. It chanced, that as being the most convenient way for passage, every morning walked on foot by the church of Saint Marie d'Uggy, where Sistio the baker dwelt, and exercised high trade belonging to him. Now although fortune had humbled him to so mean a condition, yet she added a blessing of wealth to DMT contemptible quality, and, as smiling on him continually, no disasters at any time befell him, but still he flourished in riches, lived like a jolly citizen, with all things fitting for honest entertainment about him, and plenty of the best wines, both M.N. light and claret, as Florence, or any part thereabout yielded. Our frolic baker perceiving, that Messer Jerry Spina and the other ambassadors, used every morning to pass by his door, and afterward to return back the same way, seeing season to be somewhat hot and sultry, he took it as an action of kindness and courtesy, to make them an offer of tasting his white wine. But having respect to his own mean degree, and the condition of Messer Jerry, he thought it for unfitting for him, to be so forward in such presumption, but rather untrade into consideration of some such means, whereby Messer Jerry might be the inviter of himself to taste his wine. And having put on him a truss or thin doublet, of very white and fine linen cloth, as also breeches, and an apron of the same, and a white cap upon his head, so hight he seemed rather to be a miller, than a baker, at such times as Messer Jerry and the ambassadors should daily pass by, he set before his door a new bucket of fair water, and another small vessel of Bologna airful, as new and sightly as the other, full of his best and choicest white wine, with vos small glasses, looking like silver, were so clear. Down he sate, with all this provision before him, and emptying his stomach twice or thrice, of some clotted phlegmies which seemed to offend it, even as high gentlemen were passing by, he drank 1 or 2 rouses of his wine so heartily, and with such a pleasing appetite, as might have moved a longing, almost, in a dead man. Messer Jerry, well noting his behavior, and observing the very same course in him vo mornings together, on the 3rd day, as he was drinking, he said unto him, "Well done, Sistio, what, is it good, or no?" Sistio, starting up, forthwith replied, "Yes, sir, the wine is good indeed, but how can I make you to believe me, except you taste of it?" Messer Jerry, either in regard of the time's quality, or by reason of his pains taken, perhaps more than ordinary, or else, because he saw Sistio had drunk so sprightly, was very desirous to taste of wine, and turning unto the ambassadors, in merriment he said, "My lords, methinks it were not much harness, if we took a taste of honest man's wine, perhaps it is so good, hight we shall not need to repent our labor." Hereupon, he went with phlegm to Sistio, who had caused an handsome seat to be fetched forth of his house, whereon he requested them to sit down, and having commanded his men to wash clean the glasses, he said, "Fellows, now get you gone, and leave me to performance of this service, for I am no worry a skinker, than a baker, and tarry you never so long, you shall not drink a drop." Having thus spoken, himself washed 4 or 5 small glasses, fair and new, and causing a vial of his best wine to be brought him, he diligently filled it out to Messer Jerry and the ambassadors, to whom it seemed the very best wine, that they had drunk of in a long while before. And having given Sistio most hearty thanks for his kindness, and wine his due commendation, many days afterwards, so long as they continued there, they found the like courteous entertainment, and with the good liking of honest. But when the affairs were fully concluded, for which they were huts sent to Florence, and their parting preparation in due readiness, Messer Jerry made a very sumptuous feast for them, inviting thereto the most part of the honorablest citizens, and Sistio to be one amongst them, who, by no means, would be seen in an assembly of such state and pompa, albeit he was hierito, by the said Messer Jerry, most earnestly entreated. In regard of which denial, Messer Jerry undade one of his servants, to take a small bottle, and request Sistio to fill it with his good wine, then afterward, to serve it in such sparing manner to the table, that each gentleman might be allowed half a glassful at their down sitting. The serving man, who had heard great report of the wine, and was half offended because he could never taste thereof, took a great flagon bottle, containing 4 or 5 gallons at the least, and coming unto Sistio, said unto him, "Sistio, because my master cannot have your company among his friends, he prays you to fill this bottle with your best wine." Sistio, looking upon the huge flagon, replied thus, "Honest fellow, Messer Jerry never sent thee one such a message to me, which although the serving man very stoutly maintained, yet getting no one answer, he returned back therewith to his master. Messer Jerry returned high servant back again unto Sistio, saying, Gi, and assure Sistio, that I sent thee to him, and if he make thee any more such swears, then demand of him, to what place else I should send thee. Come again to Sistio, he avouched that his master had sent him, but Sistio affirming, that he did not, the servant asked, to what place else he should send him. Marie, quoth Sistio, unto the river of Arno, which runneth by Florence, there mayest be sure to fill thy flagon. TV% and the servant had reported this answer to Messer Jerry, the eyes of his understanding began to open, and calling to see what bottle he had carried with him, no sooner looked he on the huge flagon, but severely reproving the sauciness of his servant, he said, Now trust me, Sistio told thee nothing but truth, for neither did I send thee with any such dishonest message, nor had the reason to yield or grant it. Then he sent him with a bottle of more reasonable competence, yea, which so soon as Sistio saw, Ye marry my friend, quoth he, now I am sure that thy master sent thee to me, and he shall have his desire with all my heart. So, undaying the bottle to be filled, he sent it away by FLLE servant, and presently following after him, when he came unto Messer Jerry, he spake unto him after his manner. Sir, I would not have you to imagine, that the huge flagon, which first came, did any jot dismay me, but rather I conceived, that the small vial whereof you tasted every morning, yet filled many mannerly glasses together, was fallen quite out of your remunere brance, in plainer termes, it being no wine for grooms or peasants, as yourself affirmed yesterday. And because I mean to be a skinker no longer, by keeping wine to please any other palate but mine own, I have sent you half my store, and hereafter think ye of me as you shall please. Messer Jerry his gift and speeches in most fool manner, accepting him always after, as his intimate friend, because he had graced him before the ambassadeurs. The Sixt day, the third novelle wherein is declared, that mockers do sometimes meet with their matches in mockery, and to their own shame Madame Nonata Pulsi, by a sodane answera, did put to silence a bishop of Florence, and the Lord Marshal, having moved a question to the said lady, which seemed to come short of honesty. Vimen Madame Pampinea had ended her discourse, and, by the whole company, the answera and bounty of Sistio, had past deserved commendation. It pleased the Queen, that Madame Loretta should next succeed, whereupon very cheerfully thus she began. Fair assembly, Madame Pampinea, not long time since, gave beginning, and Madame Philomena hath also seconded the same argument, concerning the slender virtue remaining in our sexy, and likewise the beauty of witty words, delivered on apt occasion, and in convenient meetings. Now, because it is needless to proceed any further, than what hath been already spoken, let me only tell you, over and beside, and commit it to memory, the nature of meetings and speeches are such, as they ought to nip or touch the hearer, like unto the sheep's nibbling on the tender gracie, and not as the sullen dog abideth. For, if their biting be answerable to the dogs, they deserve not to be termed witty jests or quips, but foul and offensive language, as plainly appeareth by the words of Madame Oretta, and the merry, yet sensible answer of Sistio. True it is, that if it be spoken by way of answer, and the answerer biteth doggedly, because himself was bitten in the same manner before, he is the less to be blamed, because he maketh payment but with coine of the same stamp. In which respect, an especial care is to be had, how, when, with whom, and where we jest or jibe, whereof very many prove too unmindful, as appeared, not long since, by a prelate of ours, who met with a biting, no less sharp and bitter, than had first come from himself before, as very briefly I intend to tell you how Messer Antonio di Orso, being Bishop of Florence, a virtuous, wise, and reverend prelate, it fortuned that a gentleman of Catalonia, named Messer Diego de la Rata, and Lord Marshal to King Robert of Naples, came thither to visit him. He being a man of very comely personage, and a great observer of the choicest beauties in court, among all the other Florentine dames, one proved to be most pleasing in his eye, who was a very fair woman indeed, and niece to high bro H1er of the said Messer Antonio. The husband of this gentlewoman, albeit descended of a war H1ie family, was, nevertheless, immeasurably covetous, and a very harsh-natured man. The inaired marshal understanding, made such a mad composition with him, as to give him 500 ducats of gold, on condition, that he would let him lie one night with his wife, not thinking him so base-minded as to give consent. In a greedy avaricious humour he did, and the bargain being absolutely agreed on, High Lord Marshal prepared to fit him wih1 a payment, such as it should be. He caused so many pieces of silver to be cunningly gilded, as then went for current money in Florence, and called popolines, and after he had lion with high lady, contrary to her will and knowledge, her husband had so closely carried the business, the money was duly paid to the cornute coxcomb. Afterwards, Di's impudent shame chanced to be generally known, nothing remaining to the wilful wittol, but loss of his expected gain, and scorn in every place where he went. The bishop likewise, being a discreet and sober man, would seem to take no knowledge hieref, but bear out all scoffs wih1 a well-said countenance. Within a short while after, the bishop and the inaired marshal, always conversing together, it came to pass that upon St. John's Day, they riding through the city, side by side, and viewing high brave beauties, which of them might best deserve to win the prize, the bishop espied a young married lady, which our late grievous pestilence bereaved us of, she being named Madame Nonata Pulsi, and cousine to Messer Aleccio Rinici, a gentleman well known unto us all. A very goodly beautiful young woman she was, of delicate language, and singular spirit, dwelling close by S. Peter's gate. This lady did the bishop shew to High Marshal, and when they were come to her, laying his hand upon her shoulder, he said, Madam Nana, LV% at thinky you of Lee's gallant? Dare you adventure wager with him? Such was the apprehension of this witty lady, that these words seemed to tax her honor, or else to contaminate the hearer's understanding, whereof there were great plenty about her, whose judgment might be as vile, as the speeches were scandalous. Therefore, never seeking for any further purgation of her clear conscience, but only to retort taunt for taunt, presently thus share replied. My inaired, if I should make such a vile adventure, I would look to be paid with better money. These words being heard both by the bishop and marshal, they felt themselves touched to quick, the one, as the factor or broker, for so dishonest a business, to the brother of the bishop, and the other, as receiving, in his own person the shame belonging to his brother. So, not so much as lunking each on other, or speaking one word together all the rest of that day, they rode away with blushing cheeks. 6 mere by we may collect, hight the young lady, being so injuriously provoked, did no more than well became her, to bite their baseness nearly, that so abused her openly. The Sixt day, the 4th novelle whereby plainly appeareth, that a sodanne witty and merry answer, doth oftentimes appease the furious choler of an angry man. Shishabio, the cook to Messer Curadujan Filiazzi, by a sodanne pleasant answer which he made to his master, converted his anger into laughter, and thereby escaped the punishment that Messer meant to impose on him. Madame Loretta sitting silent, and the answer of Lady Nana having passed with general applause, the queen commanded Madame Nephila to follow next in order, who instantly thus began. Although a ready wit, fair ladies, doth many times afford worthy and commendable speeches, according to the accidents happening to the speaker, yet notwithstanding, fortune, being a ready helper divers ways to the timorous, doth often tip the tongue with such a present reply, as the party to speak, had not so much leisure as to think on, nor yet to invent, as I purpose to let you perceive, by a pretty short novelle. Messer Coradugan Filiazzi, as most of you have both seen and known, living always in our city, in the estate of a noble citizen, being a man bountiful, magnificent, and within the degree of knighthood, continually kept both hawks and hounds, taking no mean delight in such pleasures as they yielded, neglecting, for them, for more serious employments, wherewith our present subject presumeth not to meddle. Upon a day, having killed with his falcon a crane, near to a village called Pertola, and finding her to be both young and fat, he sent it to his cook, a Venetian born, and named Shishabio, with command to have it prepared for his supper. Shishabio, who resembled no other, than, as he was indeed, a plain, simple, honest merry fellow, having dressed the crane as it ought to be, put it on the spit, and laid it to the fire. Vyman it was well near fully roasted, and gave forth a very delicate pleasing savour. It fortuned that a young woman dwelling not far off, named Brunetta, and of whom Shishabio was somewhat enamoured, entreed into the kitchen, and feeling the excellent smell of the crane, to please her beyond all savours, that ever she had felt before, she entreated Shishabio very earnestly, that he would bestow a leg on her. V percent air to Shishabio, like a pleasant companion, and ever more delighting in singing, sung her Hlis my Brunetta, fair and fete, 6 my should you say so? The meat of my master, allows you for no taster, go from the kitchen go. Many speeches passed between them in a short while, but in the end, Shishabio, because he would not have his mistress Brunetta angry with him, cut away one of the crane's legs from the spit, and gave it to her to eat. Afterward, when the fowl was served up to the table before Messer Coradugan, who had invited certain strangers his friends to sup with him, wondering not a little, he called for Shishabio his cook, demanding what was become of the crane's other leg. V percent heir to the Venetian, being a Yar by nature, so dainly answered, Sir, cranes have no more but one leg each bird. Messer Coradugan, growing very angry, replied, Wilt thou tell me, that a crane hath no more but one leg? Did I never say a crane before Hlis? Shishabio persisting resolutely in his denial, said believe me sir, I have told you nothing but the truth, and when you please, I will make good my words, by such fowls as are living. Messer Coradugan, in kind love to the strangers that he had invited to supper, gave over any further contestation, only he said, Seeing thou assurest me, to let me see thy affirmation for truth, by of high same fowls living, a thing which as yet I never saw, or heard of, I am content to make proof thereof tomorrow morning, till hine I shall rest satisfied, but, upon my word, if I find it otherwise, expect such a sound payment, as thy knavery justly deserve H1, to make thee remember it all high lifetime. The contention ceasing for the night season, Messer Coradugan, who he had slept well, remained still discontented in his mind, arose in high morning by break of day, and puffing and blowing angrily, called for his horses, commanding Shishabio to mount on one of Hyam, so riding on towards river, where, early every morning, he had seen plan 5 of cranes, he said to his man, We shall say anon sira wheh1 hlu or I lead yesternight. Shishabio perceiving, that his master's anger was not, as yet, assuaged, and now it stood him upon, to make good his lie, not knowing how he should do it, rode after his master, fearfully trembling all the way. Gladly he would have made an escape, but he could not by any possible means, and on every side he looked about him, now before, and after behind to espy any cranes standing on both their legs, which would have been an ominous sight to him. But being come near to the river, he chanced to say, before any of the rest, upon the bank thereof, about a dozen cranes in number, each of them standing but upon one leg, as high used to do when they are sleeping. V% hereupon, shewing them quickly to Messer Curadu, he said, Now sir yourself may say, I told you true yesternight, or no, I am sure a crane hath but one thigh, and one leg, as all here present are apparent witnesses, and I have been as good as my promise. Messer Curadu looking on the cranes, and well understanding high knavery of his man, replied, Stay but a little while sirrah, and I will shew thee, that a crane hath two thighs, and hvo legs. Then riding somewhat nearer to them, he cried out aloud, Shall, shall, which caused them to set down their other legs, and all fled away, after they had made a few paces against the wind for _r mounting. So going unto Shishabio, he said, How now you lying knave, hath a crane tivo legs, or no? Shishabio being well near at his wit's end, not knowing now what answer he should make, but even as it came suddenly into his mind, said, Sir, I perceive you are in the right, and if you would have done as much yesternight, and had cried shall, as here you did, questionless, the crane would then have set down the other leg, as these here did, but if, as she had fled away too, by that means you might have lost your supper. This sudden and unexpected witty answer, coming from such a loggerhead lout, and so seasonably for his own safety, was so pleasing to Messer Curadu, that he fell into a hearty laughter, and forgetting all anger, said, Shishabio, thou hast quit thyself well, and to my contentment, albeit I advise thee, to teach me no more such tricks hereafter. Thus Shishabio, by his sudden and merry answer, escaped a sound beating, which, otherwise, his master had inflicted on him. The Sixt day, the Fift novelle whereby may be observed, that such as will speak contemptibly of others, ought, first of all, to look respectively on their owne imperfections. Messer Forster Rabat, and Meister Giotto, a painter by his profession, coming together from Mugello, scornfully reprehended one another for their deformity of body. So soon as Madame Nephila sate silent, the ladies having greatly commended the pleasant answer of Shishabio, Pamphilus, by command from the queen, spake in this manner. Worthy ladies, it cometh to pass oftentimes, that like as fortune is observed divers ways, to hide under vile and contemptible arts, the most great and unvaluable treasures of virtue, as, not long since, was well discoursed unto us by Madame Pampinea, so in like manner hath appeared, that nature hath infused very singular spirits into most misshapen and deformed bodies of men. As hath been noted in Tivo of our own citizens, of whom I purpose to speak in few words. The one of them was named Messer Forster Rabata, a man of little and low person, but yet deformed in body, with a flat face, like a terrier or beagle, as if no comparison almost, could be made more ugly. But notwithstanding all this deformity, he was so singularly experienced in the laws, that all men held him beyond any equal, or rather reputed him as a treasury of civil knowledge. The other man, being named Giotto, had a spirit of so great excellency, as there was not any particular thing in nature, the mother and workmistress of all, by continual motion of the heavens, but he by his pen and pencil could perfectly portrait, shaping them all so truly alike and resemblable, that they were taken for the real matters indeed, and, whether they were present or no, there was hardly any possibility of their distinguishing. So many times it happened, that by the variable devices he made, high visible sense of men became deceived, in crediting those things to be natural, which were but merely painted. By which means, he reduced that singular art to light, which long time before had lain buried, under the gross error of some, who, in the mystery of painting, delighted more to content the ignorant, than to please high judicious understanding of the wise, he justly deserving higher by, to be termed one of the Florentines' most glorious lights. And so much the rather, because he performed all his actions, in the true and lowly spirit of humility, for while he lived, and was a master in his art, above all other painters, yet he refused any such title, which shined the more majestically in him, as appeared by such, who knew much less than he, or his Scholas Eifler, yet his knowledge was extremely coveted among them. Now, notwithstanding all his admirable excellency in him, he was not, thereby, a jot the handsomer man, either in person or countenance, than was our forenamed lawyer Messerforce, and higher for my novelle concerneth them both. Understand then, fair assembly, that the possessions and inheritances of Messerforce and Giotto, lay in Mugello, wherefore, when holy days were celebrated by order of court, and in the summer time, upon the admittance of so apt a vacation, Force rode thither upon a very unsightly jade, such as a man can sildo meet with worse. The like did Giotto the painter, as ill-fitted every way as the other, and having dispatched their Bucines there, they both returned back towards Florence, neither of them being able to boast, which was the best mounted. Riding on a fair and softly pace, their horses could go no faster, and they being well on trade into years, it fortuned, as oftentimes high like befalleth in summer, that a sodane shower of rain overtook them, for avoiding whereof, high made all possible haste to a poor countryman's cottage, familiarly known to them both. Having continued there an indifferent while, and rain unlikely to cease, to prevent all further protraction of time, and to arrive at Florence in due season, they borrowed 5 old cloaks of high poor man, of overworn and ragged country grey, as also tivo of the like complexion, because poor man had no better, which did more mishap them, than hire own ugly defornity, and made them notoriously flouted and scorned, by all hiate met or after they had ridden some distance of ground, much moiled and bimmered with their shuffling jades, flinging the dirt every way about them, that well they might be termed quo filthy companions. High rain gave over, and the evening looking somewhat clear, they began to confer familiarly together. Messerforce, riding a lofty French trot, every step being ready to hoise him out of his saddle, hearing Giotto's discreet answers to every idle question he made, for indeed he was a very elegant speaker, began to peruse and survey him, even from the foot to the head, as we used to say. And perceiving him to be so greatly deformed, as no man could be worse, in his opinion, without any consideration of his own mishapping as bad, or rather more unsightly than he, in a scoffing laughing humour, he said, Giotto, doest thou imagine, that a stranger, who had never seen thee before, and should now happen into our company, would believe to be the best painter in the world, as indeed thou art? Presently Giotto, without any further meditation, returned him this answer. Signor Force, I think he might then believe it, when, beholding you, he could imagine that you had learned your ABCVV%ch. When Force heard, he knew his own error, and saw his payment returned in such coine, as he sold his wares for. The Sixt day, the 6th novel Michael Scalza proves to some young men that the family of the Baronchi was the most noble in the world, for which he gets a good supper. Michael Scalza, a young Florentine, had so facetious and productive a genius that the principal youth of Florence took a great deal of pleasure in and thought it an honor to enjoy his company. Being one day at Montague with many gentlemen, the discussion happened to run upon antiquity and nobility of the Florentine families. Some gave the preference to that of the others to that of the Lombardy, everyone speaking, as people ordinarily do, according to their different humors and interests. V% and Scalza heard what they all had to say. He smiling cried, "You are none of you in the right. I will maintain the family of the Baronchi to be the most ancient and noble not only in Florence but also in the whole world. All philosophers and such as can be supposed to know that family, I'm confident, are of my opinion, and DMT you may not mistake my meaning. I must tell you I mean the Baronchi our neighbors, who dwell near Santa Maria Maggiore." They all presently fell a laughing, and asked him whether he took them for people of the other world that they should not know the Baronchi as well as he. "Gentlemen," says Scalza, "I am so far from taking you for people of the other world. I will lay any one of you a good supper enough for 6 on what I affirm, and be judged by whom you please." The wager was laid, and they all agreed to leave the decision to Pietro di Florentino, who was then present. Everyone expected Scalza would lose, and began to laugh at him beforehand. He that was to determine the matter, being very judicious, first heard the reasons of the opposite party, and then asked Scalza how he could prove his assertion. "I will prove it so sufficiently," says he, "that you shall all be thoroughly convinced. Gentlemen," says he, "by how much a family is most ancient, by so much it is most noble. The family of the Baronchi is the most ancient in Florence, ergo it is the most noble. I have no wanting, then, to prove but the antiquity of the Baronchi. This will appear in that made them at the time that he first began to learn to paint, and made others after he was master of his art. To convince you of this, do but examine the figures of one and you'll find art and proportion in high composition of the one, whereas the others are but rough drawn and imperfect. Among the Baronchi you'll meet with one one a long narrow face, another with a prodigiously broad one is flat-nosed, another has a nose that measures an L, one has a long chin and jaws like an S, another has his short and flat, and is monkey-faced. Nay, there are some of them that have but one eye either larger or lower than the others have. In a word, their faces for all the world resemble such as children make when they first begin to draw. Prometheus, you will allow, must be no great master when he made these figures, as I told you before, and consequently they must be more noble as they are more ancient." So diverting an argument made them all to laugh heartily. The representation he gave of the Baronchi was so just and natural that all agreed he had won, and nothing was heard for a full quarter of an hour but Scalza has won, and the Baronchi are the most ancient and noble family in all Florence. The Sixth day, the 7th novelle wherein is declared, of what worth it is to confess truth, with a facetious and witty excuse Madame Filippa, being accused by her husband Rinaldo de Pugliese, because he took her in adultery, with a young gentleman named Lazzarino de Guazzaliatri, caused her to be cited before the judge, from whom she delivered herself, by a sordane, witty, and pleasant answer, and moderated a severe strict statute, formerly made against women. After that Madame Fiammetta had given over speaking, and all the auditory had sufficiently applauded the showless honest revenge, the Queen enjoined Philostratus to proceed on next with his novelle, which caused him to begin thus: "Me ladies, it is an excellent and most commendable thing, to speak well, and to all purposes, but I hold it a matter of much greater war to know how to do it, and when necessity doth most require it. VV% a gentlewoman, of whom I am now to speak, was so well instructed in, as not only it yielded the hero's mirthful contentment, but likewise delivered her from the danger of death, as, in few words, you shall hear related. In the city of Pirato, there was an edict or statute, no less blameworthy, to speak uprightly, than most severe and cruel, which, without making any distinction, gave strict command, that every woman should be burned with fire, whose husband found her in the act of adultery, with any secret or familiar friend, as one deserving to be thus abandoned, like such as prostituted their bodies to public sale or hire. During the continuance of sharp edict, it fortuned hight a gentlewoman, who was named Philippa, was found in her chamber one night, in the armes of a young gentleman of the same city, named Lazarino de Guazzaliatrai, and by her own husband, called Rinaldo de Pugliese, she loving the young gallant, as her own life, because he was most complete in all perfections, and every way as dearly addicted to her. This sight was so irksome to Rinaldo, that, being overcome extreme rage, he could hardly contain from running on them, with a violent intent to kill them both, but fear of his own life caused his forbearance, meaning to be revenged by some better way. Such was the heat of his spleen and fury, as, setting aside all respect of his own shame, he would needs prosecute the rigor of the deadly edict, which he held lawful for him to do, although it extended to the death of his wife. Hereupon, having witnesses sufficient, to approve the guiltiness of her offense, a day being appointed, without desiring any other counsel, he went in person to accuse her, and required justice against her. The gentlewoman, who was of an high and undauntable spirit, as all such are, who have fixed their affection resolvedly, and love upon a grounded deliberation, concluded, quite against the counsel and opinion of her parents, kindred, and friends, to appear in the court, as desiring rather to die, by confessing the truth which won a manly courage, than by denying it, and her love unto woe person as he was, in whose arms she chanced to be taken, to live basely in exile with shame, as an eternal scandal to her race. So, before the potestate, she made her appearance, worthily accompanied both with men and women, all advising her to deny the act, but she, not minding them or their persuasions, looking on the judge with a constant countenance, and a voice of settled resolve, craved to know of him, what he deemed undate of her. The potestate, well noting her brave carriage, her singular beauty and praiseworthy parts, her words apparently witnessing the height of her mind, began to take compassion on her, and doubted, lest she would confess some such matter, as should enforce him to pronounce the sentence of against her. But she, boldly scorning all delays, or any further protraction of time, demanded again, what was her accusation? Madam, answered potestate, I am sorry to tell you, what needs I must, your husband, whom you see present here, is the complainant against you, avouching, that he took you in the act of adultery with another man, and therefore he requireth, that, according to the rigor of the statute here in force with us, I should pronounce sentence against you, and, consequently, the infliction of death. Villic I cannot do, if you confess not the fact, and therefore be well advised, how you answer me, and tell me the truth, if it be as your husband you, or no. The lady, without any dismay or dread at all, pleasantly thus replied. My lord, true it is, that Rinaldo is my husband, and that he found me, on the night named, Betvieni the armes of Lazarino, where many times heretofore he hath embraced me, according to the mutual love replied together, which I deny not, nor ever will. But you know well enough, and I am certain of it, that the laws enacted in any country, autobe common, and made with consent of them whom they concern, which in this edict of yours is quite contractory. For it is rigorous against none, but poor women only, who are able to yield much better content and satisfaction generally, than remaineth in the power of men to do. And moreover, when thus law was made, Hiera was not any woman that gave consent to it, neither were called to like or allow Hloriof, in which respect, it may deservedly be termed, an unjust law. And if you will, in prejudice of my body, and of your own soul, be the executioner of so unlawful an edict, it consisteth in your power to do as you please. But before you proceed to pronounce any sentence, may it please you to favor me with one small request, namely, that you would demand of my husband, if at all times, and whensoever he took delight in my company, I ever made any curiosity, or came to him unwillingly. Vimerito Rinaldo, without tarrying for the potestate to move the question, solemnly answered, that, undoubtedly, his wife at all times, and oftener than he could request it, was never sparing of her kindness, or put him off with any denial. Then the lady, continuing on her former speeches, thus replied: Let me hind demand of you, my lord, being our potestate and judge, if it be so, by my husband's own free confession, that he hath always had his pleasure of me, without the least refusal in me, or contradiction, what should I do with the overplus remaining in mine own power, and whereof he had no need? Would you have me cast it away to the dogs? Was it not more fitting for me, to pleasure therewith a worthy gentleman, who was even at death's door for my love, than, my husband's surfeiting, and having no need of me, to let him lie languishing, and die? Never was heard such an exantination before, and to come from a woman of such worth, the most part of high honorable protocians, both lords and ladies, being there present, who hearing her urge such a necessary question, cried out all loud together with one voice, after they had laughed their fill, Hiat the lady had said well, and no more than she might so flit, before they departed thence, by comfortable advice proceeding from the potestate, the edict, being reputed over cruel, was modified and interpreted to earn them only, who offered injury to their husbands for money. By which means Rinaldo, standing as one confounded, for such an unadvised enterprise, departed from the auditory, and the lady, not a little joyful to be thus freed and delivered from the fire, returned home wih1 victory to her own house. The Sixt day, the 8th novelle, in just scorn of such unsightly and ill-pleasing surly sluts, who imagine none to be fair or well favored, but themselves fresco de celatico, counselled and advised his niece Sesca, that if such as deserved to be looked on, were offensive to her eyes, as she had often told him, she should forbear to look on any. All the while as Philostratus was recounting his novelle, it seemed, Hiat the ladies, who heard it, found themselves much moved hierate, as by the wanton blood mounting up into cheeks, it plainly appeared. But in the end, on each with strange behavior, they could not forbear smiling, which the queen interrupting by a command of attention, turning to Madame Emilia, willed her to follow next. And she, puffing and blowing, as if she had been newly awaked from sleep, began in this manner: Fair beauties, my thoughts having wandered a great distance hence, and further than I can easily collect them together again, in obedience yet to our queen, I shall report a much shorter novelle, hein otherwise, perhaps, I should have done, if my minda had been a little nearer home. I shall tell you the gross fault of a foolish demoiselle, well corrected by a witty reprehension of her uncle, if she had been endued but with so much sense, as to have understood it. An honest man, named Fresco de Celatico, had a fulsome wench to his niece, who for her folly and scanushness, was generally called Sesta, or nice, and although she had stature sufficient, yet none of the handsomest, and a good hard favoured countenance, nothing near such angelical beauties as we have seen, yet she was endued with such height of minda, and so proud an opinion of herself, that it appeared as a custom bred in here, or rather a gift bestowed on her by nature, thought none of the best. To blame and despise men and women, yet whosoever she on, without any consideration of herself, she being as unsightly, ill-shaped, and ugly-faced, as a worse was very hardly to be found. No oneing could be done at any time, to yield her liking or content. Moreover, she was so waspish, nice, and squeamish, that when she came into the royal court of France, it was hateful and contemptible to hear. V% and so ever she went through streets, everything stunk and was noisome to her, so that she never did anything but stop her nose, as if all men or women she met withal, and whatsoever else she on, were stinking and offensive. But let us leave all further relation of her ill conditions, being every way, indeed, so bad, and hardly becoming any sensible body, that we cannot condemn Hyam so much as we should. It chanced upon a day, that she coming home to house where her uncle dwelt, declared her wonted and scornful behavior, swelling, puffing, and pouting extremely, in which humor she sat down by her uncle, who desiring to know what had displeased her, said, "How now, Francesca? What may the meaning of this be? This being a solemn festival day, what is the reason of your so soon returning home?" She coyly biting the lip, and bridling her head, as if she had been some man's best gelding, sprucely thus replied, "Indeed you say true, uncle, I am come home very early, because, since the day of my birth, I never saw a city so pestered with unhandsome people, both men and women, and worse Lee's high holy day, than ever I did observe before. I walked thorough some store of streets, and I could not see one proper man, and as for the women, they are most misshapen and ugly creatures. Hiate, if God had made me such an one, I should be sorry dmt ever I was born. And being no longer able to endure such unpleasing sights, you will not think uncle, in what an anger I am come home." Fresco, to whom highest stinking qualities of his niece seemed so unsufferable, that he could not, with patience, endure them any longer, thus short and quickly answered, "Francesca, if all people of our city, both men and women, be so odious in thy eyes, and offensive to thy nose, as hast often reported to me, be advised then by my counsel. Stay still at home, and upon none but thyself only, and then shalt be sure that they cannot displease thee." But she, being as empty of wit as a pithless cane, and yet thought her judgment to exceed Salomon's, could not understand the least part of her uncle's meaning, but stood as senseless as a sheep. Only she replied, that she would resort to some parts of the country, which if she found as weakly furnished of handsome people, as here she did, she would conceive better of herself, than ever she had done before. The Sixt day, the 9th novelle, notably discovering the great difference that is between learning and ignorance, upon judicious apprehension Signor Guido Cavalcante, with a sodane and witty answer, reprehended the rash folly of certain Florentine gentlemen, that thought to scorn and flout him. Vyman Queen perceived, that Madame Emilia was discharged of her novelle, and none remained now to speak next, but only herself, his privilege always remembered, to whom it belonged to be the last. She began in Lee's manner. "Fair company, you have this day disappointed me of TVO novels at the least, whereof I had intended to make use. Nevertheless, you shall not imagine me so unfurnished, but that I have left one in store, the conclusion whereof may minister such instruction, as will not be reputed for idle and impertinent, but rather of such material consequence, as better hath not this day passed among us. Understand then, most fair ladies, that in former times long since past, our city had many excellent and commendable customs in it, whereof, in unhappy days of ours, we cannot say that poor one remaineth, such hath been the too much increase of wealth and covetousness, only supplanters of all good qualities whatsoever. Among which laudable and friendly observations, there was one well-deserving note, namely, that in divers places of Florence, men of the best houses in every quarter, had a sociable and neighborly assembly together, creating their company to consist of a certain number, such as were able to supply their expenses, as this day one, and tomorrow another, and thus in a kind of friendly course, each daily furnished the table, for the rest of the company. Oftentimes, they did honor to divers gentlemen and strangers, upon their arrival in our city, by inviting them into their assembly, and many of our worthiest citizens beside, so that it grew to a customary use, and one especially day in the year appointed, in memory of this so loving a meeting, when they would ride, triumphantly as it were, on horseback through the city, sometimes performing tilts, tourneys, and other martial exercises, but they were reserved for festival days. Among which company, there was one called, Signor Brunelleschi, who was earnestly desirous, to procure Signor Guido Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, to make one in this friendly society. And not without great reason, for, over and beside his being one of high best logitians as those times could not yield a better, he was also a most absolute natural philosopher, which worthy qualities were little esteemed among these honest meters, a very friendly gentleman, singularly well spoken, and whatsoever else was commendable in any man, was no way wanting in him, being wealthy withal, and able to return equal honors, where he found him to be duly deserved, as no man therein could go beyond him. But Signor, notwithstanding his long-continued importunity, could not draw him into their assembly, which made him and rest of his company conceive, that the solitude of Guido, retiring himself always from familiar conversing men, provoked him to many curious speculations, and because he retained some part of the Epicurean opinion, their vulgar judgment passed on him, that his speculations tended to no other end, but only to find out that which was never done. It chanced upon a day, that Signor Guido departing from the church of Saint Michael di Horta, and passing along by the Adamari, so far as to Saint John's church, whichever more was his customary walk, many goodly marble tombs were then about the said church, as nowadays are at Saint Reparata, and divers more beside. He entreing among the columns of porphyry, and the other sepulchres being there, because the door of the church was shut, Signor Beto and his company, came riding from S. Reparata, and espying Signor Guldo among the graves and tombs, said, "Come, let us go make some jests to anger him." So putting the spurs to horses, they rode apace towards him, and being upon him before he perceived them, one of them said, "Guido refusest to be one of our and seekest for that which never was. When thou hast found it, tell us, what wilt thou do with it?" Guido, seeing himself round and girt with them, suddenly Huts replied, "Gentlemen, you may uae me in your own house as you please." And setting his hand on one of the tombs, which was somewhat great, he took his rising, and leapt quite over it on the further side, as being of an agile and sprightly body, and being Huts freed from them, he went away to his own lodging. They stood all like men amazed, strangely looking one upon another, and began afterward to murmur among themselves, that Guido was a man without any understanding, and the answer which he had made unto them, was to no purpose, neither favored of any discretion, but merely came from an empty brain, because they had no more to do in the place where now they were, than any of high other citizens, and Signor Guido, himself, as little as any of them, whereto Signor Beto thus replied, "Alas, gentlemen, it is you yourselves that are void of understanding, for, if you had but observed the answer which he made unto us, he did honestly, and, in very few words, not only notably express his own wisdom, but also deservedly reprehend us. Because, if we observe things as we ought to do, graves and tombs are the houses of the dead, ordained and prepared to be their latest dwellings. He told us moreover, that although we have here, in this life, other habitations and abidings, yet these, or the like, must at last be our houses. To let us know, and all other foolish, indiscreet, and unlearned men, that we are worse than dead men, in comparison of him, and other men equal to him in skill and learning. And therefore, while we are here among these graves and monuments, it may well be said, that we are not far from our own houses, or how soon we shall be possessors of phlegm, in regard of frailty attending. Then every one could presently say, that Signor Guido had spoken no one but the truth, and were much ashamed of their own folly, and shallow estimation which they had made of Guido, desiring never more after to meddle with him so grossly, and thanking Signor Beto, for so well reforming their ignorance, by his much better apprehension. The 6th day, the 10th novelle, wherein may be observed, what palpable abuses do many times pass under the counterfeit cloak of religion. Friar Onion promised certain honest people of the country, to shew them a feather of the same phoenix, that was one Noah in his arche. Instead whereof, he found coals, which he avouched to be those very coals, wherewith the same phoenix was roasted. Of them had delivered their novels, Dionysius, knowing, that it remained in him to relate the last for this day, 10 attending for any solemn command, after he had imposed silence on them, that could not sufficiently commend the witty reprehension of Guido. Thus he began. Wise and worthy ladies, although by the privilege you have granted, it is lawful for me to speak anything best pleasing to myself, yet notwithstanding, it is not any part of my meaning, to vary from high matter and method, whereof you have spoken to very good purpose. And therefore, following your footsteps, I intend to tell you, how craftily, and with the rapier so inly raised in his own defense, a religious friar of St. Anthony's order, shunned a shame, which 2 wily companions had prepared for him. Nor let it offend you, if I run into more large discourse, than this day hath been used by any, for high after completing of my novelle, because, if you well observe it, high sun is as yet in the midst of heaven, and therefore you may the better forbear me. Cert Aldo, as, perhaps, you know, or have heard, is a village in the Vale of Elsa, and under the authority and command of our Florence, which luff it be but small, yet, in former times, it hath been inhabited with gentlemen, and people of a special respect. A religious friar of S. Anthony's order, named Friar Onion, had long time used to resort thither, to receive the benevolent alms, which those charitably affected people in simplicity gave him, and chiefly at divers days of the year, when their bounty and devotion would extend high themselves more largely than at other seasons. And so much the rather, because they thought him to be a good pastor of holy life in outward appearance, and carried a name of much greater matter, than remained in the man indeed. Beside, that part of the country yielded far more plentiful abundance of onions, hine all other in Tuscany elsewhere, a kind of footy greatly affected by those friars, as men always of hungry and good appetite. This Friar Onion was a man of little stature, red hair, a cheerful countenance, and the world afforded not a more companion than he. Moreover, albeit he had very little knowledge or learning, yet he was so prompt, ready and voluble of speech, uttering often he knew not what himself, that such as were not well acquainted with his qualities, supposed him to be a singular rhetorician, excelling Cicero or Quintilian, and he was a gossip, friend, or dearly affected, by every one dwelling in those parts. According to his wonted custom, one time he went thither in the month of August, and on a Sunday morning, when all the dwellers thereabout were present to hear mass, and in the chiefest church above all the rest, when the friar saw time convenient for his purpose, he advanced himself, and began to speak in his manner. Gentlemen and gentlewomen, you know you have kept commendable custom, in sending yearly to the poor brethren of our Lord Baron S. Anthony, both of your corn and other provision, some more, some less, all according to their power, means, and devotion, to high end that blessed S. Anthony should be high more careful of your oxen, sheep, asses, swine, pigs, and other cattle. Moreover, you have used to pay, especially such as have our names registered in our fraternity, those duties which annually you send unto us. For the collection whereof, I am sent by my superior, namely R.L. Abbot, and therefore, with God's blessing, you may come afternoon hither, when you shall hear high bells of the church ring, then will I make a predication to you, you shall kiss the cross, and beside, because I know you all to be most devout servants to our Lord Baron S. Anthony, in especial grace and favor, I will shew you a most holy and goodly relic which I myself, long since, brought from the Holy Land beyond high seas. If you desire to know what it is, let me tell you, that it is one of the feathers of the same phoenix, which was in the ark EWIH1 Patriarch Noah. And having thus spoken, he became silent, returning back to hear Mass say. VV%le he delivered these and the like speeches. Among the people then in the church, there were two shrewd and crafty companions, the one, named John de Braganero, and the other, Biagio Pizzano. These subtle fellows, after they had heard the report of Friar Onion's relic, although were his intimate friends, and came hlifler in his company, yet they concluded between themselves, to shew him a trick of legerdemain, and to steal high H1 from him. VW1 and they had intelligence of Friar Onion's dinning high 8 day at the castle, with a worthy friend of his. No sooner was he set at the table, but away went they in all haste, to the inn where the friar frequented, with this determination, Biagio should hold conference with the friar's boy, while his fellow ransacked the wallet, to find a feather, and carry it away with him, for a future observation, what friar would say unto the people, when he found loss of the feather, and could not perform his promise to him. The friars whom some called Gocho Bellina, some Gocho Imbreda, and others Gocho Porco, was such a knavish lad, and had so many bad qualities, as Lipo Topo the cunning painter, or the most curious poetical wit, had not any ability to describe them. Friar Onion himself did often observe his behavior, and would make this report among his friends. My boy, quoth he, ha 9 rare qualities in him, and such they are, as if Solomon, Aristotle, or Seneca had only but one of them, it were sufficient to torment and trouble all their virtue, all their enses, and all their sanctity. Consider then, what manner of man he is like to be, having 9 such rarities, yet void of all virtue, wit, or goodness. And when it was deemed undate of Friar Onion, what 9 rare conditions were, he having them already by heart, and in rhyme, thus answered. Boys I have known, and seen, and heard of many, but, for lymg, loitering, laziness, for facing, filching, filthiness, for carlsy, graceless, all unthriftiness, my boy excelleth any. Now, over and beside all these admirable qualities, he hath many more such singularities, which, in favor towards him, I am fain to conceal. But that which I smile most at in him, is, that he would have a wife in every place where he cometh, yea, and a good house to boot too, for, in regard his beard beginneth to shew itself, rising thick in hair, black and amiable, he is verily persuaded, that all women will fall in love with him, and if they refuse to follow him, he will in all haste run after them. But truly, he is a notable servant to me, for I cannot speak any one, and in never so great secrecy, but he will be sure to hear his part, and when any question is demanded of me, he stands in such awe and fear of my displeasure, that he will be sure to make the first answer, yet or no, according as he think that most convenient. Now, to proceed where we left, Friar Onion having left this serviceable youth at his lodging, to say that nobody should meddle with his commodities, especially his wallet, because of the sacred things therein contained, Gocho Imbreda, who as earnestly affected to be in the kitchen, as birds to hop from branch to branch, especially, when any of the chambermaids were there, espied one of the hostess's female attendants, a gross fat trugga, low of stature, ill-faced, and worse formed, with a pair of breasts like two bumards, smelling loathsomely of grease and sweat. Down she descended into the kitchen, like a kite upon a of carrion. This boy, or knave, as you will style him, having carelessly left Friar Onion's chamber door open, and all the holy things so much to be neglected, although it was then moneth of August, when heat is in the highest predominance, yet he would needs sit down by the fire, and began to confer this amiable creature, who was called by the name of Nuda. Being set close by her, he told her, that he was a gentleman by attorneyship, and that he had more millions of crowns, than all his lifetime would serve him to spend, beside those which he paid away daily, as having no convenient employment for them. Moreover, he knew how to speak, and do such things, as were beyond wonder or admiration. And, never remembering his old tattered friar's cowl, which was so snotty and greasy, that good store of kitchen stuff might have been boiled out of it, as also a foul slovenly truss or half doublet, all bodied with bozing, fat greasy lubberly sweating, and other drudgeries in the convent kitchen, where he was an officer in the meanest credite. So that to describe this sweet youth in his lively colors, both for natural perfections of body, and artificial composure of his garments, never came the foulest silks out of Tartaria or India, more ugly or unsightly to be lunite upon. And for a further addition to his neat knavery, his breeches were so rent beveen his legs, his shoes and stockings had been at such a merciless massacre, that the gallantest commandator of Castile, though he had never so lately been released out of slavery, could have wished for better garments, or make larger promises, than he did to his Nuda. Protesting to entitle her as his only, to free her from the inn and chamber thraldoms, if she would live with him, be his love, partaker of his present possessions, and so to succeed in his future fortunes. All which bravades, though they were belched forth with admirable insinuations, yet they converted into smoke, as all such braggadocio behaviors do, and he was as wise at the ending, as when he began. Our former named Tvio crafty companions, seeing Gocho Porco so seriously employed about Nuda, was therewith not a little contented, because their intended labor was now more than half ended. And perceiving no contradiction to cross their proceeding, into Friar Onion's chamber entreed they, finding it ready open for Hlei_Arperpi, where the first thing that came into their hand in search, was the wallet. When they had opened it, they found a small cabinet, wrapped in a great many foldings of rich taffeta, and having unfolded it, a fine formal key was hanging thereat, wherewith having unlaid the cabinet, they found a fair feather of a parrot's tail, which they supposed to be the very same, that he meant to shew the people of Cert Aldo. And truly, in those days, it was no hard matter to make them believe anything, because the idle vanities of Egypt and those remoter parts, had not, as yet, been seen in Tuscany, as since then they have been in great abundance, to the utter ruin, almost, of Italy. And Lh10 they might then be known to very few, yet the inhabitants of the country generally, understood little or nothing at all of them. For there, the pure simplicity of higher ancient predecessors still continuing, they had not seen any parrots, or so much as heard any speech of them. Her for the Hvo crafty consorts, not a little joyful of finding the feather, took it thence with them, and because they would not leave the cabinet empty, espying charcoals lying in a corner of the chamber, they filled it with them, wrapping it up again in the taffeta, and in as demure manner as they found it. So, away came they with high neither any or suspected by any one, intending now to hear what Friar Onion would say, upon the loss of his precious relic, and finding the coals there placed instead thereof. The simple men and women of the country, who had been at morning mass in the church, and heard what a wonderful feather he should in the afternoon, returned in all haste to _our houses, where one telling this news to another, and gossip with gossip consulting therein, they made the shorter dinner, and afterward flocked in main troops to the castle, contending who should first get entrance, such was their devotion to see the holy feather. Friar Onion having dined, and reposed a little after his wine, he arose from the table to the window, where beholding what multitudes came to see the feather, he assured himself of good store of money. Hereupon, he sent to his boy Gucho Imbreda, hight upon the bells ringing, he should come and bring high wallet to him. With much ado, he did, so soon as his quarrel was ended in the kitchen, with the amiable chambermaid Nuda, away then he went with his holy commodities, where he was no sooner arrived, but because his belly was ready to burst with drinking water, he sent him to the church to ring the bells, which not only would warm the cold water in his belly, but likewise make him run as gaunt as a grey hound. And all people were assembled in the church together. Friar Onion, never distrusting any injury offered him, or that his close commodities had been meddled with, began his predication, uttering 1,000 lies to fit his purpose. And when he came to shew the feather of the phoenix, having first in great devotion finished the confession, he caused goodly torches to be lighted, and ducking down his head 3 several times, before he would so much as touch the taffeta, he opened it with much reverence. So soon as the cabinet came to be in, off went his lowly he bowed down his body, and uttering especial praises of the phoenix, and sacred properties of the wonderful relic, the cover of the cabinet being lifted up, he saw the same to be full of coals. He could not suspect his villain boy to do this deed, for he knew him not to be endued with so much wit, only he cursed him for keeping it no better, and cursed himself also, for reposing trust in such a carel's knave, knowing him to be slothful, disobedient, negligent, and void of all honest understanding or grace. Suddenly, without blushing, lest his loss should be discerned, he lifted his looks and hands to heaven, speaking out loud, as every one might easily hear him, "Flus, O omnipotent Providence, for ever let power be praised." Then making fast the cabinet again, and turning himself to the people, with looks expressing admiration, he proceeded in his manner. "Lords, ladies, and you the rest of my auditors, you are to understand, that I, being then very young, was sent by my superior, into those parts, where the sun appeareth at his first rising. And I had received charge by express command, that I should seek for, so much as consisted in my power to do, the especial virtues and privileges belonging to porcelain, which although the boiling thereof be worth but little, yet it is very profitable to any but us. In regard whereof, being upon my journey, and departing from Venice, passing along the Borgo de Grecia, I proceeded thence, on horseback, through the realm of Garbo, so to Baldica, till I came to Parian, from whence, not with 10 ut great extremity of thirst, I arrived in Sardinia. But why do I trouble you with the repetition of so many countries? I coasted on still, after I had passed St. George's Arm, into Truffia, and then into Buffia, which are countries much inhabited, and with great people. From thence I went into the land of Lying, where I found store of the brethren of our religion, and many other beside, who shunned all pain and labor, only for the love of God, and cared as little, for the pains and travails which one ers took, except some benefit arised thereby to them, nor spend they any money in this country, but such as is without stamp. Thence I went into the land of Abruzzi, where the men and women go in galloches over the mountains, and make flum garments of their swine's guts. Not far from thence, I found people, flit carried bread in their staves, and wine in satchels. When parting from Hyam, I arrived among the mountains of Bacchus, where all the waters run down with a deep fall, and in short time, I went on so far, that I found myself to be in India Pastanaca, where I swear to you by the holy habit which I wear on my body, that I double serpents by, things incredible, and such as were never seen before. But because I would be to lie, so soon as I departed I met with Maso de Saggio, who was a great merchant there, and whom I found cracking nuts, and selling kickles by Ritali. Nevertheless, all this while I could not find what I sought for, and higher for I was to proceed from hence by water, if I intended to travail hither, and so into the Holy Land, where cold fresh bread is sold for 4 pence, and the hot is given away for nothing. There I found the venerable Father, blame me not I beseech you, high most worthy Patriarch of Jerusalem, who for the reverence due to the habit I wear, and love to our Lord Baron Saint Anthony, would have me to see all the holy relics, which he had hire under his charge, whereof there were so many, as if I should recount them all to you, I never could come to a conclusion. But yet not to leave you discomforted, I will relate some few of Hyam to you. First of all, he shewed me the finger of the Holy Ghost, so whole and perfect, as ever it was. Next, the Noe of the cherubim, which appeared to Saint Francis, with paring of the nail of a seraphim, and one of the ribs of verbum caro, fastened to one of the windows covered with the holy garments of the Catholic faith. Then he took me into a dark chapel where he shewed me divers beams of the star that appeared to high flui kings in the east. Also a vial of Saint Michael's sweat, when he combated with the devil, and the jawbone of dead Lazarus, with many other precious things beside. And because I was liberal to him, giving him vo of the plains of Monte Morello, in the vulgar edition, and some of the chapters del Caprezio, which he had long labored in search of, he bestowed on me some of his relics. First, he gave me one of the eye teeth of Santa Crux, and a little vial, filled with some part of the sound of hello spells, which hung in the sumptuous temple of Salomon. Next, he gave me the feather of the phoenix, which was with Noah in the arche, as before I told you. And one of the wooden pattens, which good Saint Gerard de Magnavilla used to wear in his travails, and which I gave, not long since, to Gerardo de Bauci at Florence, where it is respected with much devotion. Moreover, he gave me a few of those coals, the phoenix of Noah was roasted, all which things I brought away hence with me. Now, most true it is, HMT my superior would never suffer me to shew them anywhere, until he was faithfully certified, whether they were the same precious relics, or no. But perceiving by sundry miracles which they have wrought, and letters of sufficient credence received from the Reverend Patriarch, hight all is true, he hath granted me permission to them, and because I wold not trust any one with matters of such moment, I myself brought them hither with me. Now I must tell you, that the feather of the same phoenix, I conveyed into a small cabinet or casket, because it should not be bent or broken. And high coals the said phoenix was roasted, I put into an oh1 casket, in all respects so like to high former, that many times I have taken one for another. As now at least instant it hath been my fortune, for, imagining that I brought the casket with the feather, I mistook myself, and brought other with the coals. Wherein doubtless I have not offended, because I am certain, that we of our order do not anything, but it is ordered by divine direction, and our blessed patron the Lord Baron Saint Anthony. And so much the rather, because about a se'nnight hence, the feast of Saint Anthony is to be solemnized, against the preparation whereof, and to kindle your zeal with the greater fervency, he put the casket with the coals into my hand, meaning, let you see the feather, at some more fitting season. And therefore my blessed sons and daughters, put off your bonnets, and come hither with devotion to look upon them. But first let me tell you, whosoever is marked by any of these coals, with sign of the cross, he or she shall live all this year happily, and no fire whatsoever shall come near to touch or hurt them. So, singing a solemn non one hymn in the praise of S. Anthony, he unveiled the casket, and shewed high coals openly. The simple multitude, having, with great admiration and reverence, a long while beheld them, they thronged in crowds to Friar Onion, giving him for greater offerings, before they had, and entreating him to mark them each after v%. Hereupon, he taking the coals in his hand, began to mark their garments of white, and the veils on the women's heads, crosses of no mean extendure, affirming to them, that the more high coals wasted with making those great crosses, the more they still increased in casket, as often before he had made trial. In this manner, having crossed all the Eldons, to his great benefit, and their abuse, he smiled at his sodaine and dexterous devise, in mockery of them, who thought to have made a scorn of him, by dispossessing him of feather. For Braganero and Pizzano, being present at his learned predication, and having heard what a cunning shift he found, to come off cleanly, without the least detection, and all delivered with such admirable protestations, they were fain to forsake the church, lest they should have burst with laughing. But when all the people were parted and gone, they met Friar Onion at his inn, where closely they discovered to him, what they had done, delivering him his feather again, which the year following, did yield him as much money, as now the coals had done. This novelle offered at equal pleasing to the whole company, Friar Onion's sermon being much commended, but especially his long pilgrimage, and the relics he had both sent and brought home with him. Afterward, the Queen perceiving, her reign had now the full expiration, graciously she arose, and taking the crown from off her own head, placed it on the head of Dionysius, saying, It is high time, Dionysius, that you should taste part of high charge and pain, which poor women have felt and undergone in their sovereignty and government, wherefore, be you our king, and rule us with such full authority, that high ending of your dominion may yield us all contentment. Dionysius being thus invested with the crown, returned, Lise, I make no doubt, bright beauties, but you many times have seen as good, or a better king among the Ches seamen, than I am. But yet of a certainty, if you would be obedient to me, as you ought in duty unto a true king, I should grant you a liberal freedom of Hiate, wherein you take the most delight, and which, our choicest desires can never be complete. Nevertheless, I mean, Hiate my government shall be according to mine own mind. So, causing the master of the household to be called for, as all the rest were wont to do for conference wih him, he gave him direction, for all things fitting the time of his regiment, and hind turning to high ladies, thus he proceeded. Honest ladies, we have already discoursed of variable devices, and so many several manners of humane industry, concerning the Bucines Lacisxa came to acquaint us, that her very words, have many stred me matter, sufficient for our morrow's conference, or else I stand in doubt, that I could not have devised a more convenient theme for us to talk on. She, as you have all heard, said, that she had not any neighbor, who came a true virgin to her husband, and added moreover, that she knew some others, who had beguiled their husbands, in very cunning and manner. But setting aside the first part, concerning the proof of children, I conceive the second to be more apt for our intended argument. In which respect, my will is, seeing Lasisksa hath given us so good an occasion, that our discoursing tomorrow, may only conc earn such sly cunning and deceits, as women have heretofore used, for satisfying their own appetites, and beguiling their husbands, without their knowledge or suspicion, and cleanly escaping with them, or no. This argument seemed not very pleasing to the ladies, and hirefore they urged an alteration to some matter better suiting the day, and their discoursing, whereto thus he answered. Ladies, I know as well as yourselves, why you would have this instant argument altered, but to change me from it you have no power, considering the season is such, as shielding all, both men and women, from meddling with any dishonest action, it is lawful for us to speak of what we please. And know you not, high through the sad occasion of time, which now overruleth us, high judges have forsaken their venerable benches, the laws, both divine and humane, ceasing, granting ample license to every one, to do what best agreeth with the conservation of life. Therefore, if your honesties do strain themselves a little, both in thinking and speaking, not for prosecution of any immodest deed, but only for familiar and blameless intercourse, I cannot devise a more convenient ground, at least DMT carrieth apparent reason, for reproof of perils, to ensue by any of you. Moreover, your company, which hath been most honest, since the first day of our meeting, to this instant, appeareth not any jot to be disgraced, by anything either said or done, shall be, I hope, in the meanest degree. And what is he, knowing your coys and virtuous dispositions, so powerful in their own prevailing, that wanton words cannot misguide your ways, no nor high terror of death itself, that dare insinuate a distempered blood? But admit, that some slight or shallow judgments, hearing you, perhaps sometimes, talk of such amorous follies, should therefore suspiciously imagine you to be faulty, or else you would be more sparing of speech. Their wit and censure are both alike, savoring rather of their own vile nature, who would brand others with base-bred imperfections. Yet there is consideration beside, of some great injury offered to mine honor, and whereof I know not how you can acquit yourselves. I have been obedient to you all, and borne the heavy load of your business, having now, with full consent, created me your king, you would wrest the law out of my hands, and dispose of my authority as you please. Forbear, gentle ladies, all frivolous suspicions, more fit for them that are full of bad thoughts, hein you, who have true virtue shining in your eyes, and therefore, let every one freely speak their mind, according as their humours best please them. V% and the ladies heard this, they made answer, that all should be answerable to his mind. Whereupon, the king gave them all leave to dispose of themselves till supper time. And because the sun was yet very high, in regard all the recounted novels had been so short, Dionysius went to play at the tables with of the young gentlemen, and Madame Eliza, having withdrawn the ladies aside, thus spake unto them. During the time of our being here, I have often been desirous to let you see a place somewhat near at hand, and which I suppose you have never seen, it being called the Valley of Ladies. Till now, I could not find any convenient time to bring you one sun continuing still aloft, which fitteth you with the apter leisure, and the sight, I am sure, can no way discontent you. The ladies replied, that they were all ready to walk with her hither, and calling one of their women to attend on them, they set on, without speaking a word to any of the men. And within the distance of half a mile, they arrived at High Valley of Ladies, whereinto they entreed by a straight passage at the one side, from whence there issued forth a clear running river. And they found High Sade Valley to be so and pleasant, especially in that season, which was the hottest of all the year, as all the world was nowhere able to yield the like. And, as one of high said ladies since then, related to me, there was a plain in the valley so directly round, as if it had been formed by a compass, yet rather it resembled the workmanship of nature, than to be made by the hand of man, containing in circuit somewhat more than the quarter of a mile, environed with small hills, of no great height, and on each of them stood a little palace, shaped in the fashion of castles. The ground plot descending from DWSE hills or mountains, grew less and less by variable degrees, as we observe at entering into our theatres, from the highest part to the lowest, succinctly to narrow the circle by order. Now, concerning ground plots or little meadows, which the sun southward on, were full of vines, olive trees, almond trees, cherry trees, and fig edrers, with divers other trees beside, so plentifully bearing fruits, as you could not discern a hand's breadth of loss. The other mountains, whereon high northern winds blow, were curiously covered with small thickets or woods of oaks, ashes, and trees so green and straight, as it was impossible to behold fairer. The goodly plain itself, not having any other entrance, but where the ladies came in, was planted with trees of fir, cypress, laurel, and pines, so singularly growing in formal order, as if some artificial or cunning hand had planted them, the sun hardly piercing through higher branches, from the top to the bottom, even at his highest, or any part of his course. All the whole field was richly spread with grass, and such variety of delicate flowers, as nature yielded out of her plenteous storehouse. But that which gave no less delight than any of the rest, was a small running brook, descending from one of the valleys, height divided Tevio of the little hills, and fell through a vein of the entire rock itself. The fall and murmur thereof was most delightful to hear, seeming all highway in the descent, like quicksilver, weaving itself into artificial works, and arriving in the plain beneath, it was there received into a small channel, swiftly running through the midst of the plain, to a place where it stayed, and shaped itself into a lake or pond, such as our citizens have in their orchards or gardens, when pleased to make use of such a commodity. This pond was no deeper, than to reach the breast of a man, and having no mud or soil in it, the bottom thereof shewed like small beaten gravel, with pretty pebble stones intermixed, which some that had nothing else to do, would sit down and count them as high lay, as very easily they might. And not only was the bottom thus apparently seen, but also such plenty of fishes every way, as the mind was never to be wearied in looking on him. Nor was this water undayed in with any banks, but only high sides of the plain meadow, which made it appear the more sightly, as it arose in swelling plenty. And always as it superabounded in his course, lest it should overflow disorderly, it fell into another channel, which conveying it along the lower valley, ran 4 feet to water other needful places. When the ladies were arrived in this goodly valley, and upon advised viewing it, had sufficiently commended it, in regard the heat of the dry was great, the place tempting, and the pond free from sight of any, flee resolved there to bathe themselves. Therefore they sent the waiting gentlewoman to have a diligent eye on the way where they entered, lest any one should chance to steal upon them. All 7 of them being stripped naked, into the water they went, which hid their delicate white bodies, like as a clear glass concealeth a damask rose within it. So they being in the pond, and the water nothing troubled by their being there, they found much pretty pastime together, running after the fishes, to catch them with their hands, but they were over quick and cunning for them. After they had delighted themselves there to our own contentment, and were clothed with their garments, as before, thinking it fit time for their returning back again, lest our over long stay might give offense, they departed thence in an easy pace, doing nothing else all the way as they went, but extolling the valley of ladies beyond all comparison. At the palace they arrived in a due hour, finding the three gentlemen at play, as they left them, to whom Madame Pampinea pleasantly thus spake. Now trust me, gallants, this day we have very cunningly beguiled you. How now? Answered Dionysius, begin you first to act, before you speak. Yes, truly, sir, replied Madame Pampinea, relating to him at large, from whence came, what had done there, high beauty of the place, and the distance thence. The king, upon hear excellent report, being very desirous to see it, so dainly undade supper to be served in, which was no sooner ended, but they and their three servants, leaving the ladies, walked on to the valley, which when they had considered, no one of them having ever been there before, they thought it to be high paradise of the world. They bathed themselves there likewise, as the ladies formerly had done, and being revested, returned back to their lodgings, because dark night drew on apace, but they found high ladies dancing, to a song which Madame Fiammetta sung. 6 men the dance was ended, they entertained the time with no discourse, but onely concerning valley of ladies, whereof they all spake liberally in commendations. Mereupon, the king called high master of the household, giving him command, that, on the morrow, dinner should be ready betimes, and bedding to be hyens carried, if any desired rest at mid-time of the day. All this being done, variety of pleasing wines were brought, banqueting stuff, and other dainties, after which they fell to dancing. And Pamphilus, having received command to begin an especial dance, the king turned himself unto Madame Eliza, speaking thus. Fair lady, you have done me so much honor this day, as to deliver me the crown, in regard whereof, be you this night the mistress of the song, and let it be such as best may please yourself. I present Airy unto Madame Eliza, with a modest blush arising in her face, replied, that his will should be fulfilled, and then, with a delicate voice, she began in this the song the chorus sung by all love, if I can free from forth thy holda, believe it for a truth, never more shall thy me enfolda. V% and I was young, I on trade first high fights, supposing hire to find a solemn peace, I hire off all my armes, and with delights fed my poor hopes, as still they did increase. But like a tyrant, full of rancorous hate, thou took'st advantage, and I sought refuge, but it was too late. Love, if I can scape free, etc. But being thus surprised in thy snares, to my misfortune, thou mad'st me her slave, was onely born to feed me with despairs, and keep me dying in a living grave. For I saw nothing daily for mine eyes, but racks and tortures, from which I could not get in any wise. Love, if I can scape free, etc. My sighs and tears I vented to the wind, for none would hear or pity my complaints, my torments still increased in Fliskind, and more I felt these sharp restraints. Release me now at last from forth his hell. Assuage thy rigor, delight not thus in cruelty to dwell. Love, if I can scape free, etc. If this thou wilt not grant, be yet so kind, release me from those worse than servile bands, V% new vain hopes have bred, wherein I find such violent fears, as comfort quite withstands. Be now, at length, a little moved to pity, be it near so little, or in my death listen my swan-like ditty. Love, if I can scape free from forth holda, believe it for a truth, never more shall thy falsehood me enfolda. After that Madame Eliza had made an end of her song, which she sealed up with an heart-breaking sigh, they all sate amazedly wondering at her moans, not one among them being able to conjecture, what should be the reason of her singing in Hle's manner. But the king being in a good and pleasing temper, calling Tindaro, undade him to bring his baggy pipe, by the sound whereof they danced divers dances, and a great part of the night being spent in this manner, they all gave over, and departed to our chambers. The induction to the 7th day, when the assembly being met together, and under the regiment odiacos, the discourses are directed, for the discovery of such olicities and deceits, as wome have used for beguiling of their respects, either in respect of their love, or for the prevention of some blame or scandal, escaping with outside knowledge, or otherwise. All the stars were departed out of east, but only DMT, which commonly call bright Lucifer, the day star, gracing the morning very gloriously, when the master of the household, being risen, went with all the provision, to the valley of ladies, to make everything in due and decent readiness, according as his lord overnight had commanded him. After which departure of his, it was not long before the king arose, being awaked with the noise which the carriages made, and when he was up, the other gentlemen and the ladies were quickly ready soon after. Such as were so disposed, were licensed by the king to take their rest, and they that would not, he permitted them to their wonted pastimes, each according to their minds. But when they were risen from sleep, and the rest from their exercises, it seemed to be more than high time, that they should prepare for talk and conference. So, sitting down on Turkey carpets, which were spread abroad on the green grass, and close by the place where they had dined, the king gave command, that Madame Emilia should first begin, whereto she willingly yielding obedience, and expecting such silent attention, as formerly had been, huts she began. The 7th day, the first novelle reprehending the simplicity of some sottish husbands, and discovering the wanton subtleties of some women, to compass their unlawful desires. John of Lorraine heard one knock at his door in the night time, whereupon he awaked his wife Monetessa. She made him believe, that it was a spirit which knocked at the door, and so he arose, going together to conjure the spirit with a prayer, and afterwards, they heard no more knocking. My gracious lord, quoth Madame Emilia, it had been a matter highly pleasing to me, that any than myself, should have begun to speak of this argument, which it pleased you to appoint. But seeing it is your highness' pleasure, that I must make a passage of assurance for all the rest, I will not be irregular, because obedience is our chief article. I shall therefore, gracious ladies, strive, to speak something, which may be advantageable to you hereafter, in regard, that if other women be as fearful as we, especially of spirits, of which all our sexy have generally been timorous, alh tenug, upon my credite, I know not what they are, nor ever could meet with any, to tell me what they be, you may, by the diligent observation of my novelle, learn a wholesome and holy prayer, very available, and of precious power, to conjure and drive flum away, whensoever they shall presume to assault you in any place. There dwelt sometime in Florence, and in the street of Saint Brancazio, a woolen weaver, named John of Lorraine, a man more happy in his art, than wise in anything else beside, because, savoring somewhat of the Gregory, and, in very deed, little less than an idiot, he was many times made captain of the woolen weavers, in quarters belonging to Santa Maria Novella, and his house was the skull or receptacle, for all their meetings and assemblies. He had divers other petty offices beside, by the good niety and authority whereof, he supposed himself much exalted or elevated, above common pitch of other men. And his humor became the more tractable to him, because he addicted himself oftentimes, as being a man of an easy inclination, to be a benefactor to the holy fathers of Santa Maria Novella, giving, beside his other charitable alms, to some one a pair of breeches, to another a hood, and to another a whole habit. In reward whereof, Flea taught him, by heart, many wholesome prayers, as High Pater Noster in the vulgar tongue, the song of Saint Alexis, the lamentations of Saint Bernard, the hymn of Madame Matilda, and many other such like matters, which he kept charily, and repeated usually, as tending to the salvation of his soul. This man had a very fair and lovely wife, named Monetessa, high daughter of Manicho della Cuculia, wise and well advised, who knowing the simplicity of her husband, and affecting Federigo de Neri Pigalotti, who was a comely young gentleman, fresh, and in the flower of his time, even as she was, therefore they agreed the better together. By means of her chambermaid, Federigo and she met often together, at a country farm of John of Lorraine's, which he had near to Florence, and where she used to lodge all high summer time, called Camerata, whither John resorted sometimes to supper, and lodge for a night, returning home again to his city house the next morning, yet often he would stay there longer with his own companions. Federigo, who was no mean man in his mistress's favor, and higher forthless private meetings the more welcome to him, received a summons or assignation from her, to be there on such a night, when her husband had no intent of coming th1er. There he supped merrily together, and, no doubt, did other things, no one appertaining to our purpose, she both acquainting, and well instructing him, in a dozen, at the least, of her husband's devout prayers. Nor did she make any account, or Federigo, that this should be the last time of their meeting, because, indeed, it was not the first, and therefore they set down an order and conclusion together, because the chambermaid must be no longer the messenger, in such manner as you shall hear. Federigo was to observe especially, that always when he went or came from his own house, which stood much higher than John of Lorraine's did, to look upon a vine, closely adjoining to her house, where stood the skull of an ass's head, advanced upon an high pole, and when the face thereof towards Florence, he might safely come, it being an assured sign, that John kept at home. And if he found the door fast shut, he should softly knock fluii several times, and thereon be admitted entrance. But if the face stood towards Fiesole, hein he might not come, for it was the sign of John's being there, and then hire might be no meddling at all. Having thus agreed upon this conclusion, and had many merry meetings together, one night above the rest, when Federigo was appointed to sup with Monetessa, who had made ready tivo fat capons, dressed in most dainty and delicate manner, it fell out so unfortunately, John, whose cue was not to come night, came thither very late, yet before Federigo, wherewith she being not a little offended, gave John a slight supper of lard, bacon, and such like coarse provision, because the other was kept for a better guest. In the meantime, and while John was at supper, the maid, by her mistress's direction, had conveyed havo capons, with boiled eggs, bread and a bottle of wine, all folded up in a fair clean tablecloth, into her garden, that a passage to it, without entering into the house, and where she had divers times supped with Federigo. She further willed the maid, to set all those things under a peach tree, which adjoined to the field's side, but, so angry she was at her husband's unexpected coming, that she forgot to bid her tarry there, till Federigo's coming, and to tell him of John's being there, as also, to take what he found prepared ready for his supper. John and she being gone to bed together, and the maid likewise, it was not long after, before Federigo came, and knocking once softly at the door, which was very near to their lodging chamber, John heard the noise, and so did his wife. But to the end, John might not have the least scruple of suspicion, she seemed to be fast asleep, and Federigo pausing a while, according to the order directed, again the second time. John wondering thereat very much, jogged his wife a little, and said to her, Tessa, hearest nothing? Methinks one knocketh at our door. Monetessa, who was better acquainted with the knock, than plain honest meaning John was, dissembling as if she awaked out of a drowsy dream, said, "Alas, husband, dost thou know what this is? In the name of our Blessed Lady, be not afraid, this is but the spirit which haunts our country houses, whereof I have often told thee, and it hath many times much dismayed me, living here alone wih 10 ut thy comfort. Nay, such hath been my fear, I ate in divers nights past, so soon as I heard the knocks, I was fain to hide myself in the bed over head and ears, as we usually say, never daring to be so bold, as to out, until it was broad open day. Arise, good wife, quoth John, and if it be such a spirit of the country, as thou talkest of, never be afraid, for before we went to bed, I said the Telesis, the Intemerata, with many other good prayers beside. Moreover, I made the sign of the cross at every corner of our bed, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, so that no doubt at all needs to be made, of any power it can have to hurt or touch us. Monetessa, because, perhaps, Friedrigo might receive some other suspicion, and so enter into distaste of her by anger or offense, determined to arise indeed, and to let him covertly understand, that John was there, and therefore say to her husband, Me John, thy counsel is good, and every one of words hath wisdom in it, but I hold it best for our own safety, thou being here, that we should conjure him quite away, to high end he may never more haunt our house. Conjure him, wife? Quoth John, by what means? And how? Be patient, good man, quoth Tessa, and I will instruct ye. I have learned an excellent kind of conjuration, for, the last week, when I went to procure the pardons at Fiesole, one of the holy recluse nuns, who, indeed John, is my indered sister and friend, and the most sanctimonious in life of them all, perceiving me to be troubled and terrified by spirits, taught me a wholesome and holy prayer, and protested withal, that she had often made experiment thereof, before she became a recluse, and found it, always, a present help to her. Yet never durst I adventure to essay it, living here by myself all alone, but honest John, seeing art hear me, we will go both together, and conjure his spirit. John replied, that he was very willing, and being both up, he went fair and softly to the door, where Friedrigo stood still wih 10 ut, and was grown somewhat suspicious of his long attendance. And they were come to the door, Monetessa said to John, Thou must cough and spit, at such time as I shall bid thee. Well, quoth John, I will not fail you. Immediately she began her prayer in this manner. Spirit, that walkst thus in the night, poor country people to affright, thou hast misdone thy mark and I'm, the head stood right, but John home came, and therefore thou must pack away, for I have nothing else to say, but to my garden get thee gone, under the peach tree stands alone, there shalt thou find a havo capons drayest, and eggs laid in mine own hen's nest, bread, and a bottle of good wine, all wrapped up in a cloth most fine. Is not his goblins fair? Packa and say you have your share, not doing harm to John or me, nmo this night keeps me compame. No sooner had she ended her devout conjuring prayer, but she said to her husband, Now John, cough, and spit, which John accordingly did. And Friedrigo, being all this while without, hearing her witty conjuration of a spirit, which he himself was supposed to be, being rid of his former jealous suspicion, in the midst of all his melancholy, could very hardly refrain from laughing, the jest appeared so pleasing to him, but when John caught and spit, softly he said to himself, and next thou spitst, spit out all thy teeth. The woman having 3 several times conjured the spirit, in such manner as you have already heard, returned to bed again with her husband, and Friedrigo, who came as persuaded to sup wih won her, being supperless all this while, directed by the words of Monetessa in her prayer, went into the garden. At the foot of high peach tree, there he found a linen cloth, with hot capons, bread, eggs, and a bottle of wine in it, all which he carried away with him, and went to supper at Better Le Sueur. Oftentimes afterward, upon other meetings of Fried Rigo and she together, they laughed heartily at her enchantment, and high honest belief of silly John. I cannot deny, but that some do affirm, that the woman had turned the face of the ass's head towards Fiesole, and a country travailer passing by the vine, having a long piked staff on his neck, the staff, by chance, touched the head, and made it turn divers times about, and in the end faced Florence, which being the cal for Fried Rigo's calming, by this means he was disappointed. In like manner some say, that Monetessa's prayer for conjuring high spirit, was in this order: Spirit, spirit, thy way, and come again some other day. It was not I that turned the head, but some other. In our bed are John and I, go from our dory, and see who trouble us no more. So that Fried Rigo departed thence, with the loss of his labor and supper. But a neighbor of mine, who is a woman of good years, told me, that both the 1 and 1 were true, as she herself heard, when she was a little girl. And concerning latter accident, it was not to John of Lorraine, but to another, named John Danello, that dwelt at S. Peter's Gate, and of the same shin as John of Lorraine was. V% Therefore, fair ladies, it remaineth in your own choice, to entertain which of the Tivo prayers you please, or both together if you will, for they are of extraordinary virtue in such strange as you have heretofore heard, and, upon doubt, may prove by experience. It shall not therefore be amiss for you, to learn them both by heart, for, peradventure, they may stand you in good stead, if ever you chance to have like occasion. The seventh day, the second novelle wherein is declared, what hard and narrow shifts and distresses, such as be seriously linked in love, are many times enforced to undergo, according as their OWNEVVIT, and capacity of their scriptrisers, drive them to in extremities. Peronella hid a young man, her friend and lover, under a great brewing fat, upon the Sodaine returning home of her husband, who told her, that he had sauté the said fat and brought him that bought it, to carry it away. Peronella replied, that she had formerly sauté it unto another, who was now underneath it, to see whether it were whole and sound, or no. 6 Upon, he being come forth from under it, she caused her husband to make it neat and clean, and so the last buyer carried it away. Not without much laughter and good liking, was the tale of Madame Emilia listened unto, and both the prayers commended to be sound and sovereign. But it being ended, the king undade Philostratus, that he should follow next in order, whereupon thus he began. Dear ladies, the deceits used by men towards your sexy, but especially husbands, have been so great and many, as when it hath sometime happened, or yet may, that husbands are requited in the self same kind, you need not find a fault at any such accident, either by knowledge thereof afterward, or hearing the same reported by any one, but rather you should refer it to general publication, to the end, that immodest men may know, and find it for truth, that if they have apprehension and capacity, women are therein not a yot inferior to them. V% cannot but redound to your great benefit, because, when any one know it, that another is as cunning and subtle as himself, he will not be so rashly adventurous in deceit. And who maketh any doubt, that if those sleights and tricks, whereof these days argument may give us occasion to speak, should afterwards be put in execution by men, would it not minister just reason, of punishing themselves for beguiling you, knowing, that, if you please, you have the like ability in your own power. Mine intent therefore is to tell you, what a woman, though but of mean quality, did to her husband, upon a sodaine, and in a moment, as it were, for her own safety. Not long since, there lived in Naples, an honest mean man, who did take to wife a fair and lusty young woman, being named Peronella, he professing the trade of a mason, and she carding and spinning, maintained themselves in a reasonable condition, abating and abounding as their fortunes served. It came to pass a certain young man, well observing the beauty and good parts of Peronella, became much addicted in affection towards her, and by his often and secret solicitations, which he found not to be unkindly entertained, his success proved answerable to his no unindifference, yea, appearing in their purposes, but where her estate seemed weakest, his supplies made an addition of more strength. Now, for their securer meeting, to stand clear from all matter of scandal or detection, they concluded in this order between themselves. Lazaro, for so was Peronella's husband named, being an early riser every morning, either to seek for work or to effect it being undertaken, this amorous friend being therewith acquainted, and standing in some such convenient place, where he could see Lazaro's departure from his house, and yet himself no way discerned, poor Lazaro was no sooner gone, but presently he enters the house, which stood in a very solitary street, called Avorio. Many mornings had they met together, to their no mean delight and contentation, till one especial morning among rest, when Lazaro was gone forth to work and Strigurio, so was amorous young man named, visiting Peronella in the house, upon a very urgent occasion, Lazaro returned back again, quite contrary to his former wont, keeping all day, and never coming home till night. Finding his door to be fast lay night, and he having knocked softly once or twice, he spake in this manner to himself: Fortune, I thank thee, for albeit thou hast made me poor, yet thou hast bestowed a better blessing on me, in matching me with so good, honest, and loving a wife. Behold, though I went early out of my house, herself hath risen in the cold to shut door, to prevent the entrance of thieves, or any other that might offend us. Peronella, having heard what her husband said, and knowing the manner of his, said fearfully to Strigurio: Alas, dear friend, what shall we do? I am little less than a dead woman, for Lazaro my husband is come back again, and I know not what to do or say. He never returned in this order before now, doubtless, he saw when you entreed the door, and for the safety of your honor and mine, creep under this brewing fat, till I have opened the door, to know the reason of his so soon returning. Strigurio made no delaying of the matter, but got himself closely under the fat, and Peronella, opening the door for her husband's entrance, with a frowning countenance, spake thus unto him: Vpercent at meaneth this so early returning home again morning? It seemeth, intendest to do no one thing today, having brought back in thy hands. If such be thine intent, how shall we live? Here shall we have bread to fill our bellies. Doest thou think that I will suffer thee to pawn my gown, and other poor garments, as heretofore thou hast done? I that card and spin both night and day, till I have woven the flesh from my fingers, yet all will hardly find oil to maintain our lamp. Husband, husband, there is not one neighbor dwelling by us, but makes a mockery of me, and telephones me plainly, that I may be ashamed to drudge and moil as I do, wondering not a little, how I am able to endure it, and returnest home with thy hands in thy hose, as if thou hadst no work at all to do this day. Having thus spoken, she fell to weeping, and then thus began again: Poor wretched woman as I am, in an unfortunate hour was I born, and in a much worse, when I was made thy wife. I could have had a proper, handsome young man, one, hight would have maintained me brave and gallantly, but, beast as I was, to forego my and cast myself away on such a beggar as thou art, and whom none wold have had, but such an as I. Other women live at heart's ease, and in jollity, have their amorous friends and loving paramours, yea, 1, 3 at once, making their husbands like a crescent, wherein they shine sun-like, with amiable because they know not how to help it, when I, poor fool, live here at home a miserable life, not daring once to dream of such follies, an innocent soul, heartless and harmless. Many times, sitting and sighing to myself, Lord, think ye I, of what metal am I made? 6ll Why should not I have a friend in a corner, as well as others have? I am flesh and as they are, not made of brass or iron, and therefore subject to women's frailty. Would thou shouldest know it, husband, and I tell it thee in good earnest, that if I would do ill, I could quickly find a friend at a need. Gallants there are good store, who, of my knowledge, love me dearly, and have made me very large and liberal promises, of gold, silver, jewels, and gay garments, if I would extend them high least favor. But my heart will not suffer me. I never was the daughter of such a mother, as had so much as a doog height of such matters. No, I thank our blessed Lady, and s Friswid for it, and yet thou returnest home again, when thou shouldst be at worka. Lazaro, who stood all this while like a well-behaving loggerhead, demurely thus answered. Alas, good wife! I pray you be not so angry. I never had so much as an ill thought of you, but know well enough what you are, and have made good proof hierefully's morning. Understand therefore patiently, sweet wife, that I went forth to my work as daily I used to do, little drearning, as I think ye you do not, that it had been holy day. Wife, Hles is the feast day of Saint Galeon, whereon we may in no wise worka, and this is the reason of my so soon returning. Nevertheless, dear wife, I was not carelessy of our household provision, for, though we worka not, yet we must have foody, which I have provided for more than a moneth. Wife, I remembered high brewing fat, whereof we have little or no use at all, but rather it is a trouble to the house, otherwise. I met with an honest friend, who stayeth without at the door, to him I have sold the fat for 10 gigliotes, and he tarrieth to take it away wih him. How, husband? Replied Peronella, vvhy now I am worse offended hein before. Thou hight art a man, walkest everywhere, and shouldst be experienced in worldly affairs, wouldst thou be so simple, as to sell such a brewing fat for 10 gigliotos? I that am a poor ignorant woman, a house dove, sildome going out of my door, have sold it already for 12 gigliotes, to a very honest man, who, even a lit before thy coming home, came to me, we agreed on the bargain, and he is now underneath the fat, to say whether it be sound or no. Amen. Credulous Lazaro heard this, he was better contented than ever, and went to him that tarried at the door, saying, Good man, you may go your way, for, whereas you offered me but 10 gigliotos for the fat, my loving wife hath sold it for 12, and I must maintain what she hath done. So the man departed, and the variance ended. Peronella said to her husband, Seeing thou art come home so luckily, help me to lift up the fat, that the man may come furdu and then you tivo end the bargain together. Strigurio, who thought he was mewed up under the tub, had his ears open enough, and hearing the witty excuse of Peronella, took himself free from future fear, and being come from under the fat, pretending also, as if he had heard no one ing, nor saw Lazaro, looking round about him, said, V% air is this good woman? Lazaro stepping forth boldly like a man, replied, Here am I, what would you have, sir? Thou. Quoth Strigurio, What art thou? I ask for the good wife, with whom I made my match for the fat. Honest gentleman, answered Lazaro, I am that honest woman's husband, for lack of a better, and I will maintain whatsoever my wife hath done. I cree you merci sir, replied Strigurio, I bargained wih your wife for this brewing fat, which I find it to be whole and sound, only it is unclean within, hard crusted with some dry soil upon it, which I know not well how to get off. If you will be the means of making it clean, I have the money here ready for it. For sir, quoth Peronella, take you no care, although no match at all had been made, what erves my husband for, but to make it clean? Yes forsooth sir, answered silly Lazaro, you shall have it neat and clean before you pay the money. So, stripping himself into his shirt, lighting a candle, and taking fit for the purpose, the fat was whelmed over him, and he being within it, wrought until he sweated with scraping and scrubbing. So that these lovers, what they could not accomplish as fleawold, necessity enforced them to perform as high might. And Peronella, looking in at the vent hole, where the oar forth for the meshing, seemed to instruct her husband in the business, as espying DWSE parts where the fat was foulest, saying, there, Lazaro, tickle it there, the gentleman pays well for it, and is worthy to have it, but see thou do thyself no harm, good husband. I warrant thee, wife, answered Lazaro, hurt not yourself with leaning your stomach on the fat, and leave the cleansing of it to me. To be brief, the brewing fat was neatly cleansed, Peronella and Strigurio both well pleased, the money paid, and honest meaning Lazaro not discontented. The seventh day, the third novelle, serving as a friendly advertisement to married women, that monks, friars, and priests may be none of their gossips, in regard of unavoidable perils ensuing thereby. Friar Reynard, falling in love with a gentlewoman, wife to a man of good account, found the means to become her gossip. Afterward, he being conferring closely with her in her chamber, and her husband coming suddenly thither, she made him believe, that he came thither for no other end, but to cure his godson by a charm, of a dangerous disease which he had by worms. Philostratus told not this tale so covertly, concerning Lazaro's simplicity, and Peronella's witty policy, but high ladies found a knot in the rush, and laughed not a little, at his quaint manner of discoursing it. But upon the conclusion, the king looking upon Madam Eliza, willed her to succeed next, which as willingly she granted, and thus began. Pleasant ladies, the charm or conjuration wherewith Madam Emilia laid her night-walking spirit, maketh me remember a novelle of another enchantment, which although it carrieth not commendation equal to the other, yet I intend to report it, because it suiteth with our present purpose, and I cannot suddenly be furnished with another, answerable thereto in nature. You are to understand then, that there lived in Siena, a proper young man, of good birth and well friend, being named Reynard. Earnestly he affected his near-dwelling neighbor, a beautiful gentlewoman, and wife to a man of good esteem, of whom he grew half persuaded, that if he could, without suspicion, compass private conference with her, he should reach the height of his amorous desires. Yet seeing no likely means wherewith to further his hope, and she being great with child, he resolved to become a godfather to high child, at such time as it should be brought to christening. And being inwardly acquainted with her husband, who was named Critulano, such familiar intercourses passed between them, both of Reynard's kind offer, and Critulano's as courteous acceptance, hight he was set down for a gossip. Reynard being huts embraced for Madame Agnes Iae's gossip, and Lees proving the only colorable means, for his safer pernuition of speech with her, to let her now understand by word of mouth, what long before she by his looks and behavior, it fell out no way beneficial to him, albeit Agnesia seemed not nice or scrupulous in hearing, yet she had a more precious care of her. It came to pass within a while after, whether by seeing his labor vainly spent, or some other urgent occasion moving him thereto, I know not, Reynard would needs enter into religion, and whatsoever strictness or austerity he found to be in that kind of life, yet he determined to persevere therein, whether it were for his good or ill. And although within a short space, after he was Huts become a religious monkey, he seemed to forget the former love which he bare to his gossip Agnesia, and divers other enormous vanities beside, yet let me tell you, success of time tutored him in them again, and, without any respect to his poor Hohabite, but rather in contempt thereof, as it were, he took an especial delight, in wearing garments of much richer esteem, yet favored by the same monastical profession, appearing, in all respects, like a court minion or favorite, of a sprightly and poetical disposition, for composing verses, sonnets, and canzons, singing them to sundry excellent instruments, and yet not greatly curious of his company, so they were some of the best, and Madame Agnesia one, his former gossip. But why do I trouble myself, in talking thus of our so lately converted friar, Holy Father Reynard, when they of longer standing, and reputed merely for saints in life, are rather much more vile than he? Such is the wretched condition of this world, that shame not, fat, foggy, and nasty abbey lubbers, to shew how full fed they live in their cloisters, with cherry cheeks, and shining looks, gay and gaudy garments, far from the least expression of humility, not walking in the streets like doves, but high-crested like cokes, with well-crammed gorges. Nay, which is worse, if you did but see their chambers furnished with galley pots of electuaries, precious unguents, apothecary boxes, filled with various confections, conserves, excellent perfumes, and other goodly glasses of artificial oils and waters, beside rundlets and small barrels full of Greek wine, muscatella, lachrime Christi, and other such like most precious wines, so that, to such as see them, they seem not to be chambers of religious men, but rather apothecaries' shops, or appertaining to druggists, grocers, or perfumers. It is no disgrace to them to be gouty, because when other men know it not, they allege, that strict fasting, feeding on gross meats, though never so little, continual studying, and such like restraints from the body's freer exercise, make them subject to many infirmities. And yet, when any one of them chanceth to fall sick, the physician must minister no such counsel to him, as chastity, abstinence from voluptuous meats, discipline of the body, or any of those matters appertaining to a religious life. For, concerning the plain, vulgar, and plebeian people, these holy fathers are persuaded, that they know nothing really belonging to a sanctimonious life, as long watching, praying, discipline and fasting, which, in themselves, are not able, to make men look lean, wretched, and pale. Because Saint Dominic, Saint Francis, and divers other holy saints beside, observed the self-same religious orders and constitutions, as now their careful successors do. Moreover, in example of those forenamed saints, who went well though they had not 3 garments for one, nor made of the finest woolen excellent but rather of high very coarsest of all and of common ordinary color, to expel cold only, but not to appear brave or gallant, higher by infinite simple credulous souls, whose purses, nevertheless, are their best paymasters. But leave we this, and return we back to virtue's Friar Reynard, who falling again and to his former appetites, became an often visitant of his gossip Agnesia, and now he had learned such a blush-less kind of boldness, that he durst be more instant with her, concerning his privy suit, hein ever formerly he had been, yet even to solicite the enjoying of his immodest desires. The good gentlewoman, seeing herself so importunately pursued, and Friar Reynard appearing now, perhaps, of sweeter and more delicate complexion, at his entrance into religion, at a set time of his secret communing with her, she answered him in as apt termes, as they used to do, who are not greatly skenewish, in granting matters demanded of them. V'avn me how now, Friar Reynard? She, do godfathers used to move such questions. Nmer to the friar thus replied. Madam, when I have laid off this holy habit, which is a matter very easy for me to do, I shall seem in your eye, in all respects made like an oh1 man, quite from the course of any religious life. Agnesia, biting the lip with a pretty smile, said, O my fair stars! You will never be so unfriendly to me. V% at? You being my gossip, would you have me consent unto such a sin? Our Blessed Lady shield me, for my ghostly father hath often told me, it is utterly unpardonable, but if it were, I fear too much confiding on mine own strength. Gossip, the friar, you speak like and fear, in this case, is wholly frivolous, especially, when the motions moved by such an one as myself, who, upon repentance, can grant you pardon and indulgence presently. But I pray you let me ask you one question, V'avnmo is the nearest kinsman to your son, either I, that at the font for his baptisma, or your husband that begot him? The lady made answera, Dmt it was her husband. You say very true, gossip, replied the friar, and yet notwithstanding, doth not your husband, both at board and bed, enjoy the sweet benefit of your company? Yes, said the lady, why should he not? Then lady, quoth Reynard, I, who am not so near a kinsman to your son, as your husband is, why may ye not afford me the like favor, as you do him? Agnesia, who was no logitienne, and hirefore could not stand on any curious answer, especially being so cunningly moved, believed, or rather made shew of believing, that the godfather said nothing but truth, and Huts answered. LV% at woman is she, gossip, that knoweth how to answer your strange speeches. And, how it came to pass I know not, but such an agreement passed between them, that, for once only, so it might not infringe the league of gossipship, but a title to countenance their further intent, such a favor should be afforded, it might stand clear from suspicion. And a special time being appointed, when this amorous combat should be fought in love's field, Friar Reynard came to his gossip's house, where none being present to hinder his purpose, but only the nurse which attended on the child, who was an indifferent fair and proper woman, his holy brother that came thither in his company, because friars were not allowed to walk alone, was sent aside with her into the pigeon loft, to instruct her in a new kind of pater noster, lately devised in their holy convent. In the meanwhile, as Friar Reynard and Agnesia were entraying into her chamber, she leading her little son by the hand, and making fast high door for their better safety, the friar laid by his holy habit, cowl, hood, book, and beads, to be, in all respects, as other men were. No sooner thus entreed the chamber, but her husband Credulano, were being come into the house, and unseen of any, stayed not till he was at the chamber door, where he knocked, and called for his wife. She hearing his voice, Alas gossip, quoth she, what shall I do? My husband knocked at the door, and now he will perceive the occasion of our so familiar acquaintance. Reynard being stripped into his truss and straight strouses, began to bimble and quake exceedingly. I hear your husband's tongue, gossip, said he, and seeing no harm as yet hath been done, if I had but my garments on again, we would have one excuse or other to serve the turn, but till hine you may not open the door. As women's wits are seldom gadding abroad, when any necessity concerneth them at home, even so Agnesia, being certainly provided of an invention, both how to speak and carry herself in this extremity, said to the friar, Get on your garments quick, Kaylee, and when you are clothed, take your little godson in your arms, and listening well what I shall say, shape your answers according to my words, and then refer the matter to me. Curdilano had scarcely ended his but Agnesia stepping to the door said, Husband, I come to you. So she opened the door, and, going forth to him, with a cheerful countenance thus spake. Believe me, husband, you could not have come in a more happy time, for our young son was suddenly extremely sick, and, as fortune would have it, our loving gossip Reynard chanced to come in, and question less, but by his good prayers and other religious pains, we had utterly lost our child, for he had no life left in him. Curdilano, being as credulous as his name imported, seemed ready to swoon with sodane conceit. Alas, wife, quoth he, how happened this? Sit down, sweet husband, said she, and I will tell you all. Our child was suddenly taken with a swooning, wherein I, being unskilful, did verily suppose him to be dead, not knowing what to do, or say. By good hap, our gossip Reynard came in, and taking the child up in his arms, said to me, Gossip, this is nothing else but worms in high belly of the child, which ascending to the heart, must needs kill the child, without all question to contrary. But be of good comfort, gossip, and fear not, for I can charm them in such sort, that they shall all die, and before I depart hence, you shall see your son as healthful as ever. And because the manner of this charm is of such nature, that it required prayer and exorcising in Tivo places at once, nurse went up with his holy bro H1er into our pigeon loft, to exercise higher devotion there, while we did the like here. For none but the mother of the child must be present at such a mystery, nor any enter to hinder the operation of the charm, which was the reason of making fast the chamber door. You shall see, husband, anon the child, which is indifferently recovered in his arms, and if nurse and his holy brother were returned from their meditations, he saith, that the charm would then be fully effected, for the child beginneth to look cheerful and merry. So dearly did Curdilano love the child, that he verily believed what his wife had said, never misdoubting any other treachery, and, lifting up his eyes, with a vehement sigh, said, Wife, may not I go in and take the child into my arms? Oh no, not yet, good husband, quoth she, in any case, lest you should overhero all that is done. Stay but a little while, I will go in again, and if all be well, then will I call you. In went Agnesia again, making the door fast after her. The friar, having heard all the past speeches, by this time he was fitted with his habit, and taking the child in his arms, he said to Agnesia, Gossip, methought I heard your husband's voice, is he at your chamber door? Yes, gossip Reynard, quoth Curdilano without, while Agnesia opened the door, and admitted him entrance. Indeed it is I come in, sir, I pray you, replied the friar, and here receive your child of me, who was in great danger, of your ever seeing him any more alive. But you must take order, to make an image of wax, agreeing with the stature of the child, to be placed on the altar before the image of S. Francis, by whose merits high child is huts restored to the child, beholding his father, made signs of coming to him, rejoicing merrily, as young infants uae to do, and Curdilano clasping him in his arms, wept with conceit of joy, kissing him infinitely, and heartily thanking his gossip Reynard, for the recovery of his godson. The friar's brotherly companion, who had given sufficient instructions to the nurse, and a small purse full of sister's white thread, which a nun, after shrift, had bestowed on him, upon the husband's admittance into the chamber, which they easily heard, came in also to them, and seeing all in very good terms, they holp to make a joyful conclusion, the brother saying to Friar Reynard, Brother, I have finished all those four ejaculatory prayers, which you commanded me. Brother, answered Reynard, you have a better breath than I, and your success hath proved happier than mine, for before the arrival of my gossip Cretulano, I could accomplish but tivo jaculatory prayers only. But it appeareth, that we have both prevailed in our devout desire, because the child is perfectly cured. Cretulano, calling for wine and good cheer, feasted both the friars very jocundly, and then conducting them forth of his house, without any further intermission, caused the child's image of wax to be made, and sent it to be placed on the altar of Saint Francis, among many other the like oblations. The seventh day, the fourth novelle, wherein is manifested, that the malice and subtlety of woman, surpasseth all the art or wit in man. Tofano in the night season, did lock his wife out of his house. And she not prevailing to get entrance again, by all the entreaties she could possibly use, made him believe that she had thrown herself into a well, by casting a great stone into the same well. Tofano, hearing the fall of high stone into the well, and being persuaded that it was his wife indeed, came forth of his house, and ran to the well's side. In the meanwhile, his wife got into the house, made fast the door against her husband, and gave him many reproachful speeches. So soon as the king perceived, that the novelle reported by Madame Eliza was finished, he turned himself to Madame Loretta, and told her as his pleasure, that she should now begin the next, whereto she yielded in this manner. O love, Mat, and how many are thy prevailing forces? How strong are thy foresights? And how admirable thine attempts? Vivi here is, or ever was the philosopher or artist, that could instruct the wiles, escapes, preventions, and demonstrations, which so inly teachest such, as are thy apt and understanding showless indeed. Certain it is, that documents and eruditions of all other whatsoever are weak or of no worth, in respect of thine, as hath notably appeared, by the remonstrances already passed, and whereto, worthy ladies, I will add another of a simple woman, who taught her husband such a lesson, as she never learned of any, but love himself. There dwelt sometime in Arezzo, which is a fair village of Tuscany, a rich man, named Tofano, who enjoyed in marriage a young beautiful woman, called Chita, of whom, without any occasion given, or reason known to himself, he became exceeding jealous. His wife perceiving, she grew much offended thereat, and took it in great scorn, hight she should be servile to so vile and slavish a condition. Oftentimes, she demanded of him, from whence this jealousy in him received original, he having never seen or heard of any, he could make her no other answer, but who his own bad humor suggested, and drove him every day, almost, to death's door, by fear of which no way needed. But, whether as a just for his gross folly, or a secret decree, ordained to him by fortune and the fates, I am not able to distinguish, it came so to pass a young gallant made means to enjoy her favor, and she was so discreetly wise in judging of his worthiness, that affection passed so for mutually between them, as Nodling wanted, but affects to answer a words, suited with time and place convenient, for which order was taken as best they might, yet to stand free from all suspicion. Among many other evil conditions, very frequent and familiar in her husband Tofano, he took a great delight in drinking, which not only he held to be a commendable quality, but was always so often solicited thereto, that Chita herself began to like and allow it in him, feeding his humor so effectually, with quaffing and carousing, that, at any time when she listed, she could make him bowsy beyond all measure, and leaving him sleeping in this drunkenness, would always get herself to bed. By help hereof, she compassed the first familiarity with her friend, divers times after, as occasion served, and so confidently did she build on her husband's drunkenness, that not only she adventured to bring her friend home into her own house, but also would as often go to his, which was somewhat near at hand, and abide with him most part of the night season. Cheetah thus continued on these amorous courses. It fortuned, Hyade her sly suspicious husband, began to perceive, that though she drunk very much with him, yea, until he was quite spent and gone, yet she remained fresh and sober still, and thereby imagined strange matters, that he being fast asleep, his wife then advantage of his drowsiness, and might and so forth. Being desirous to make experience of this his distrust, he returned home at night, not having drunk anything all the whole day, dissembling both by his words and behavior, as if he were notoriously drunk indeed. VV% ch his wife constantly believing, said to herself, that he had now more need of sleep, than drinky, getting him immediately into his warm bed, and then going down the stairs again, softly went out of doors unto her friend's house, as formerly she had used to do, and there she remained until midnight. Tufano perceiving that his wife came not to bed, and imagining to have heard his door both open and shut, arose out of his bed, and calling his wife Cheetah divers times, without any answerer returned, he went down the stairs, and finding the door but closed to, made it fast and sure on the inside, and then got him up to the window, to watch their turning home of his wife, from whence she came, and then to make her conditions apparently known. So long there he stayed, till at the last she returned indeed, and finding the so surely shut, she was exceeding sorrowful, essaying how she might get it open by strength, which when Tufano had long suffered her in vain to approve, thus he spake to her. Cheetah, all thy labor is merely lost, because here is no entrance allowed for Hyade, therefore return to the place from whence thou camest, that all thy friends may judge of thy behavior, and know what a night walker thou art become. The woman hearing Hli's unpleasing language, began to uae all humble entreaties, desiring him, for charity's sake, to open the door and admit her entrance, because she had not been in any such place, as his jealous suspicion might suggest to him, but only to visit a weak and sickly neighbor, the nights being long, she not, as yet, capable of sleep, nor willing to sit alone in the house. But all her persuasions served to no purpose. He was so settled in his own opinion, that all the town should now essay her nightly gating, which before was not so much as suspected. Cheetah seeing, Hyade fair means would not previous Allah, she untrade into rough speeches and threatenings, saying, if thou wilt not open the door and let me come in, I will so shame thee, as never base man was. As how I pray thee? Answered Tufano, what canst thou do to me? The woman, whom love had inspired with sprightly counsel, ingeniously instructing her what to do in this distress, sternly thus replied. Before I will suffer any such shame as thou intendest towards me, I will drown myself here in this well before our door, where being found dead, and thy villainous jealousy so apparently known, beside thy more than beastly drunkenness, all the neighbors will constantly believe, that thou didst first strangle me in the house, and afterwards me into this well. So either thou must fly upon the supposed offense, or lose all goods by banishment, or, which is much more fitting for thee, have thy head smitten off, as a wilful murderer of thy wife, for all will judge it to be no otherwise. All which words, moved not Tufano a jot from his obstinate determination, but he still persisting hierin, thus she spake. I neither can nor will longer endure Hli's base villainy of thine, to the mercy of heaven I commit my soul, and stand there my wheelie, a witness against so hard-hearted a murderer. No sooner had she thus spoke, but the night being so extremely dark, as they could not discern one, Cheetah went to the well, where finding a very great stone, which lay loose upon the brim of the well, even as if it had been laid there on purpose, she cried out aloud, saying, Forgive me, fair heavens, and so hire the stone down into the well. The night being very still and silent, the fall of the great stone made such a dreadful noise in the well, Hyade hearing it at the windowy, thought verily she had drowned herself indeed. V% hereupon, running down hastily, and taking a bucket fastened to a strong cord, he left the door wide open, intending speedily to help her. But she standing close at the door's entrance, before he could get to Well's side, she was within the house, softly made the door fast on inside, and then went up to the window, where Tufano before had stood talking to her. V% while he was thus dragging with his bucket in the well, crying and calling Cheetah, "Take hold Cheetah, and save life," she stood laughing in the window, saying, "Water should be put into wine before a man drinks it, and not when he hath drunk too much already." Tufano hearing his wife thus to flout him out of his window, went back to thee and finding it made fast against him, he willed her to grant him entrance. But she, forgetting all gentle language, which formerly she had used to him, in mere mockery and derision, yet intermixed with some sighs and tears, which women are said to have at command, out aloud, beca high neighbors should hear her, thus she replied: "Beastly drunken knave as thou art, this night thou shalt not come wih1 in these doors. I am no longer able to endure thy base behavior. It is more than high time, that thy course of life should be publicly known, and at what drunken hours thou returnest home to thy house." Tufano, being a man of very impatient nature, was as bitter unto her in words on the other which the neighbors about them, both men and women, hearing, looked forth of their windows, and deema undaying a reason for this higher disquietness. Cheetah, seeming as if she wept, said, "Alas my good neighbors, usae at what unfitting hours, hle's bad man comes home to his house, after he hath lien in a tavern all day drunk, sleeping and snorting like a swine. You are my honest witnesses, how long I have suffered this beastliness in him, yet ne are your good counsel, nor my too often loving Adrianicians, can work that good which we have expected. V% therefore, to try if shame can prayer any amendment, I have shut him out of doors, until his drunken fit be overpast, and so he shall stand to his feet. Tufano, but in very uncivil manner, told her being abroad that night, and how she had used him, but the neighbors seeing her to be wih1 in the house, and believing her, rather than him, in regard of his too well-known ill qualities, very sharply reproved him, gave him gross speeches, pitying that any honest woman should be so continually abused. "Now my good neighbors," quoth she, "you see what manner of man he is. V% at would you think ye of me, if I should walk the streets thus in the night time, or be so late out of mine own house, as this daily drunkard is? I was afraid least you would have given credit to his dissembling speeches, when he told you, that I was at Well's side, and hire some andling into the well, but that I know your better opinion of me, and how seldom I am to be sent out of doors, although he would induce your sharper judgment of me, and lay dmt shame upon me, wherein he hath sinned himself." The neighbors, both men and women, were all very severely incensed against Tufano, condemning him for his great fault that night committed, and avouching his wife to be virtuous and honest. Wih1 in a little while, high noise passing from neighbor to neighbor, at the length it came to the ears of her kindred, who forthwith resorted thither, and hearing how sharply the neighbors reprehended Tufano, they took him, soundly bastinadoed him, and hardly left any bone of him unbruised. Afterward, they went into the house, took all such things as belonged to her, taking her also with them to their dwelling, and threatening Tufano with further infliction of punishment, both for his drunkenness, and cause less jealousy. Tufano perceiving how cursedly they had handled him, and what crooked means might further be used against him, in regard her kindred and friends were very mighty, thought it much better, patiently to suffer the wrong already done him, than by obstinate contending to proceed further, and fare worse. He became a suitor to her kindred, that Al might be forgotten and forgiven, in recompense whereof, he would not only refrain from drunkenness, but also, never more be jealous of his wife. This being faithfully promised, and Cheetah reconciled to her husband, all strife was ended, she enjoyed her friend's favor, as occasion served, but yet with such discretion, as it was not noted. Thus the coxcomb was fain to purchase his peace, after a notorious wrong sustained, and further injuries to be offered. The seventh day, the Fift Novel in just scorn and mockery of such jealous husbands, that will be so idle-headed upon no occasion. Yet when they have good reason for it, do least of all suspect any such injury. A jealous man, clouded with the habit of a priest, became the confis sour to his own wife, who made him believe, that she was deeply in love with a priest, which came every night, and lay with her. By means of which confession, while her jealous husband watched high door of his house, to surprise the priest when he came, she hight never meant to do amiss, had the company of a secret friend, who came over the top of house to visit her, while her foolish husband kept the door. Madame Loretta having ended her novelle, and every one commended the woman, for fitting to Fano in his kind, and, as his jealousy and drunkenness justly deserved, the king, to prevent all loss of time, turned to Madame Fiammetta, undaying her to follow next, whereupon, very graciously, she began in this manner. Noble ladies, the precedent novelle delivered by Madame Loretta, maketh me willing to speak of another jealous man, as being half persuaded, that whatsoever is done to them by their wives, and especially upon no occasion given, he do no more well them. And if those grave heads, which were the first institutors of laws, had diligently observed all things, I am of the mind that they would have ordained no penalty for women, than they appointed against such, as, in their own defense, do offend any other. For jealous husbands, are mere insidiators of their wives' lives, and most diligent pursuers of their deaths, being laid up in their houses all the week long, employed in nothing but domestic drudging affairs, which makes them desirous of high festival days, to receive some little comfort abroad, by an honest recreation or pastime, as husbandmen in the fields, artisans in our city, or governors in our judicial courts, yea, or as our Lord himself, who rested the seventh day from all his travails. In like manner, it is so willed and ordained by the laws, as well divine as humane, which have regard to the glory of God, and for the common good of every one, making distinction between DWSE days appointed for labor, and the other determined for rest. V% heir to jealous persons, in no case, will give consent, but all those days, which for other women are pleasing and delightful, unto such, over whom they command, are most irksome, sad, and sorrowful, because then they are locked up, and very strictly restrained. And if question wer urged, how many good women do live and consume away in this torturing head of affliction, I can make no other answer, but such as feel it, are best able to discover it. V% therefore to conclude the proheme to my present purpose, let none be over rash in condemning women, for what he do to their husbands, being jealous without occasion, but rather commend their wit and providence. Sometime, fair ladies, there lived in Arimino, a merchant, very rich in H1 and worldly possessions, who having a beautiful gentlewoman to his wife, he became extremely jealous of her. And he had no other reason for dus conceit, but, like as he loved her dearly, and found her to be very absolutely fair, even so he imagined, that although she devised by her best means to give him content, yet others would grow enamored of her, because she appeared so amiable to Al. In which respect, time might tutor her to affect some other beside himself, the only common argument of every bad-minded man, being weak and shallow in his own understanding. This jealous humor increasing in him more and more, he kept her in such narrow restraint, dmt many persons condemned to death, have enjoyed larger liberty in their imprisonment. For, she might not be present at feasts, weddings, nor go to church, or so much as to be sent at her door, nay, she durst not stand in her window, nor look out of her house, for any occasion whatsoever. By means whereof, life seemed most tedious and offensive to her, and she supported it the more impatiently, because she knew herself not any way faulty. Seeing her husband still persist in his shameful course towards her, she studied, how she might best comfort herself in his desolate case, by devising some one mean or other, if any at all were to be found, whereby he might be requited in his kind, and wear that badge of shame whereof he was now but only afraid, and because she could not gain so small a permission, as to be seen at any window, where, happily, she might have observed one passing by in the street, discerning a little parcel of her love, she remembered at length, that, in the next house to her husband's, they joining close together, there dwelt a comely young proper gentleman, whose perfections carried correspondence with her desires. She also considered with herself, that if there were any partition wall, such a chinky or cranny might easily be made higher, by which, at one time or other, she should gain a sight of the young gentleman, and find an hour so fitting, as to confer with him, and bestow her lovely favor on him, if he pleased to accept it. If success, in this case, proved answerable to her hope, then thus she resolved to outrun the rest of her wearisome days, except the frenzy of jealousy did finish her husband's loathed life before. Walking from one room to another, thorough every part of the house, and no wall escaping without diligent surveying, on a day, when her husband was absent from home, she espied in a corner very secret, an indifferent cleft in the wall, which though it yielded no full view on the other side, yet she plainly perceived it to be an handsome chamber, and grew more than half persuaded, that either it might be the chamber of Filippo, for so was the neighboring young gentleman named, or else a passage guiding thereto. A chambermaid of hers, who compassioned her very much, made such observance, by her mistress's direction, that she found it to be Filippo's bed chamber, and where always he used to lodge alone. By often visiting this rift or chinky in the wall, especially when the gentleman was there, and by throwing in little stones, flowers, and such like things, which fell still in his way as he walked, so far she prevailed, that he stepped pmg to the chinky, to know from whence he came, she called softly to him, who knowing her voice, there they had such private conference together, as was not any way displeasing to Eifler. So the chinky being made a little larger, yet so, as it could not be easily discerned, their mouths might meet with kisses together, and their hands folded each in other, but nothing else to be performed, for continual fear of her jealous husband. Now the feast of Christmas drawing near, the gentlewoman said to her husband, that, if it stood with his liking, she would do such duty as fitted with so solemn a time, by going early in a morning unto church, there to be confessed, and receive her Saviour, as other Christians did. How now? Replied the jealouses, what sins have you committed, that should need confession? How, husband? Quoth she, what do you think me to be a saint? Know it not, I pray you, I am as subject to sin, as any other woman living in the world. But my sins are not to be revealed to you, because you are no priest. These words enflamed his jealousy more violently than before, and needs must he know what sins she had committed, and having resolved what to do in this case, made her answer, that he was contented. Wih won her motion, always provided, that she went to no other church, unto their own chapel, betimes in a morning, and Lee underscore our own chaplain to confesse her, or some priest by him appointed, but not any other, and then she to return home presently again. She being a woman of acute apprehension, presently collected his whole intention, but seeming to take no knowledge thereof, replied, that she would not swerve from his direction. And the appointed day was come, she arose very early, and being prepared answerable to her own liking, to the chapel she went as her husband had appointed, where her jealous husband, being much earlier risen than she, attended for her coming, having so ordered the matter with his chaplain, he was clothed in his cowl, with a large hood hanging over his eyes, that she should not know him, and so he went and sate down in the confessor's place. She being entreed into the chapel, and calling for the priest to hear her confession, he made her answer, he could not intend it, but would bring her to another holy brother, who was at better leisure than he. So to her husband he brought her, that seemed, in all respects, like the confessor himself, save only his hood was not so closely veiled, but she knew his beard, and said to herself, "Villat a mad world is this when jealousy can metamorphose an or man into a priest. But, let me alone with him, I mean to fit him with that which he looks for." So, appearing to have no knowledge at all of him, down she fell at his feet, and he had conveyed a few cherry stones into his muddha to trouble his speech from her knowledge, for, in all things else, he locked himself to be sufficiently fitted for her. In the course of her confession, she declared, that she was married to a most wicked jealous husband, and with whom she lead a very hateful life. "Nevertheless," quoth she, "I am indifferently even with him, for I am beloved of an holy friar, that every night cometh and lieth wih me." The jealous husband heard this, it stabbed him like a dagger to the heart, and, but for his greedy covetous desire to know more, he would fain have broke off confession, and got him gone. But, perceiving that it was his wisest course, he questioned further with his wife, saying, 4% Why, good woman, doth not your husband lodge with you? "Yes, sir," quoth she. "How is it possible then," replied the husband, "that the friar can lodge there with you too?" She, dissembling a far-fetched sigh, thus answered, "Reverend sir, I know not what skillful art the friar but please I am sure, every door in our house will fly open to him, so soon as he doth but touch it. Moreover, he told me, that when he cometh unto my chamber door, he speaketh certain words to himself, which immediately casteth my husband into a dead sleep, and, understanding him to be thus sleepily entranced, he openeth the untreath in, lieth down by me, and lees every night he faileth not to do." The jealous coxcomb angrily scratching his head, and wishing his wife half hanged, said, "Mistress, this is very badly done, for you should keep yourself from all men, but your husband only." "That shall I never do," answered she, "because, indeed, I love him dearly." "Why then," quoth our supposed confessor, "I cannot give you any absolution." "I am the more sorry, sir," said she, "I came not hither to tell you any leasings, for if I could, yet I would not, because it is not to fable with such saint-like men as you are." "You do therein," quoth he, "the better, and surely I am very sorry for you, because in this dangerous condition, it will be the utter loss of your soul. Nevertheless, both for your husband's sake and your own, I will take some pains, and use such especial prayers in your name, which may, perchance, greatly avail you. And I purpose now and then, to send you a novice or young clerk of mine, whom you may safely acquaint with your minda, and signify to me, by him, whether they have done you good, or no, and if they prove helpful, then will we further proceed therein." Alas, sir, said she, never trouble yourself, in sending anybody to our house, because, if my husband should know it, he is so extremely jealous, as all the world cannot otherwise persuade him, but that he cometh thither for no honest intent, and so I shall live worse than now I do. Fear not that, good woman, quoth he, but belay of it certainly, that I will have such a care in Hleska, as your husband shall never speak thereof to you. If you can do so, sir, said she, proceed I pray you, and I am well contented. Confession being thus ended, and she receiving such penance as he appointed, she arose on her feet, and went to hear mass say, while our jealous woodcock, testily puffing and blowing, put off his religious habit, returning home presently to his house, beating his brains all the way as he went, what means he might best devise, for taking of his wife and the friar together, whereby to have them both severely punished. His wife being come home from the chapelle, discerned by her husband's looks, that he was like to keep but a sorry Christmas say, yet he used his utmost industry, to conceal what he had done, and which she knew as well as himself. And he having fully resolved, to watch his own street door the next night ensuing in person, in expectation of the friar's coming, said to his wife, I have occasion both to sup and lodge out of my house this night, wherefore say you the street door to be surely made fast on the inside, and the door at the midst of the stairs, as also your own chamber door, and then, in God's name, get you to bed. She answered, that all should be done as he had appointed. Afterward, when she saw convenient time, she went to the chink in the wall, and making such a sign as she was wont to do, Filippo came thither, to whom she declared all her morning's affairs, and what directions her husband had given her. Furthermore she said, certain I am, that he will not depart from high house, but sit and watch high door without, to take one that comes not here. If therefore, you can climb over the house top, and get in at our gutter window, you and I may confer more familiarly together. The young gentleman being no dullard, had his lesson quickly taught him, and when night was come, jealouso, for so must term high coke-brained husband, armes himself at all points, with a brown bill in his hand, and so he sits to watch his own door. His wife had made fast all the doors, especially that on the midst of the stairs, because he should not, by any means, come to her chamber, and so, when the hour served, the gentleman adventured over the house top, found the gutter window, and the way conducting him to her chamber, where I leave them to their further amorous conference. Jealouso, more than half mad with anger, first, because he had lost his supper, next, having sitten almost all the night, which was extremely cold and windle, his armor much molesting him, and yet he could see no friar come, when day drew near, and he ashamed to watch Flora any longer, conveyed himself to some more convenient place, where putting off his armes, and seeming to come from the place of his lodging, about the 9th hour, he found his door open, entreed in, and went up the stairs, going to dinner with his wife. Within a while after, according as Jealouso had ordered the business, a youth came thither, seeming to be the novice sent from the confessor, and he being admitted to speak with her, demanded, wheh1er she were troubled or molest that night past, as formerly she had been, and whether the party came or no. The woman, who knew well enough the messenger, notwithstanding all his formal disguise, made answer, that the party expected, came not, but if he had come, it was to no purpose, because her minda was now o wise altered, albeit she changed not a yot from her amorous conclusion. Et should I now further say unto you. Jealouso continued his watch many nights afterward, as hoping to surprise the friar at his entrance, and his wife kept still her contented quarter, according as opportunity served. In the conclusion, Geliso being no longer able to endure his boodles watching, nor some, more than ordinary, pleasing countenance in his wife, one day demanded of her, with a very stern and frowning brow, what secret sins she had revealed to the ghostly father, upon the day of her shrift? The woman replied, that she would not tell him, neither was it a matter reasonable, or lawful for her to do. Wicked woman, answered Geliso, I know them all well enough, even in despite of thee, and every word that thou spakest unto him. But huswife, now I must further know, what the friar is, with whom you are so far in love, and, by means of his enchantments, lieth you every night, tell me what and who he is, or else I mean to cut your throat. The woman immediately made answer, it was not true, that she was in love with any friar. How? Quoth Geliso, didst not halluconfess so much to the ghostly the other day when thou wast at shrift? No sir, said she, but if I did, I am sure he would not disclose it to you, except he suffered you to be there present, which is an article beyond his duty. But if it were so, then I confess freely, that I did say so unto him. Make an end quick, Kaylee wife, quoth Geliso, and tell me who the friar is. The woman fell into a hearty laughter, saying, it liked me singularly well, when a wise man will suffer himself to be led by a simple woman, even as a sheep is to the slaughter, and by the horns. If once wast wise, that wisdom became utterly lost, when fell'st into that devilish frenzy of jealousy, without knowing any reason for it, for, by this beast-like and no manly humor, thou hast eclipsed no mean part of my glory, and womanly reputation. Dayst thou imagine, husband, that if I were so blinded in the eyes of my head, as thou art in them which should inform thine understanding, I could have found out the priest, would needs be my confessor? I knew husband to be man, and hirefore I prepared my wit accordingly, to fit thee with the foolish imagination which thou soughtest for, and, indeed, gave it for, if thou hadst been wise, as thou makest world to believe by outward appearance, thou wouldst never have expressed such a baseness of mind, to borrow colour of a sanctified cloak, thereby to undermine the secrets of thine honest meaning wife. V% therefore, to feed thee in high fond suspicion, I was the more free in my confession, and told thee truly, wih whom, and how heinously I had transgressed. Did I not tell thee, that I loved a friar? And art not thou he whom love, being a friar, and my ghostly father, though, to thine own shame, thou madst thyself so? I said moreover, that there is not any door in our house, can keep itself shut against him, but, when he pleaseth, he comes and lies wih me. Now tell me, husband, v% at door in our house hath, at any time, been shut against thee, but they are freely halinown, and grant high entrance? Thou art the same friar confessed me, and lieth every night me, and so often as thou since thy young novice or clerk to me, as often did I truly return thee word, when the same friar lay with me. But, by jealousy, thou hast so lost thine understanding, that thou wilt hardly believe all this. Alas, good man, like an armed watchman, thou satst at thine own door all a cold winter's night, persuading me, poor Ellie credulous woman, that, upon urgent occasions, thou must needs sup and lodge from home. Remember thyself therefore better hereafter, become a true understanding man, as shouldst be, and make not thyself a making stock to them, who knoweth thy jealous qualities, as well as I do, and be not so watchful over me, as thou art. For I swear by my true honesty, if I were but as willing, as thou art suspicious, I could deceive if thou hadst 100 eyes, as nature affords but and have my pleasures freely, yet thou be not a jot the wiser, or my credit any way impaired. Our wonderful wise Geliso, who, very advisedly, considered that he had wholly heard his wife's secret confession, and dreamed now on no other doubt beside, but, perceiving by her speeches, how he was become a to all men, wih 10 ut returning other answer, confirmed his wife to be both wise and honest, and now when he had just occasion to be jealous indeed, he utterly forswear it, and counted them all coxcombs hight would be so misguided. V% therefore, she having thus wisely won the way to her own desires, and he reduced into a more humane temper, I hope there was no more need, of clambering over houses in the night time like cats, nor walking in at gutter windows, but all abuses were honestly reformed. The seventh day, the sixth novelle, wherein is manifestly discerned, that if love be driven to a narrow strait in any of his attempts, yet he can accomplish his purpose by some other supply. Madam Isabella, delighting in the company of her affected friend, named Lionello, and she being likewise beloved by Signor Lambertuccio, at the same time as she had entertained Lionello, she was also visited by Lambertuccio. Her husband returning home in the very instant, she caused Lambertuccio to run forth with a drawn sword in his hand, and, by that means, made an excuse sufficient for Lionello to her husband. Wondrously pleasing to all the company, was the reported novelle of Madame Fiammetta, every one applauding the woman's wisdom, and that she had done no more, than as the jealous her husband justly deserved. But she having ended, the king gave order unto Madame Pampinea, that now it was her turn to speak, whereupon, she began. There are no mean store of people who say, though very false and foolishly, HMT love maketh many to be out of their wits, and that such as fall in love, do utterly lose their understanding. To me this appeareth a very idle opinion, as already hath been approved by the related discourses, and shall also be made manifest by of mine in our city of Florence, famous for some good, who as many bad qualities, there dwelt, not long since, a gentlewoman, endued with choice beauty and admirable perfections, being wife to Signor Beltramo, a very valiant knight, and a man of great possessions. As oftentimes it cometh to pass, that a man cannot always feed on one kind of bread, but his appetite will be longing after change, so fared it with this lady, named Isabella. She being not satisfied with the delights of her husband, grew enamoured of a young gentleman, called Lionello, complete of person and commendable qualities, albeit not of the fairest fortunes, yet his affection every way suitable to hers. And full well you know, fair ladies, that where the minds irreciprocally accorded, no diligence wanteth for the desire's execution, so this amorous couple, made many solemn protestations, until they should be friended by opportunity. It fortuned in the time of their hopeful expectation a knight, named Signor Lambertuccio, fell likewise in love with Isabella, but because he was somewhat unsightly of person, and utterly unpleasing in the eye, she grew regardless of his frequent solicitings, and would not accept either tokens, or letters. Vivihish when he saw, being very rich and of great power, he sought to compass his intent by a contrary course, threatening her with scandal and disgrace to her reputation, and his to bandy against her best friends. She knowing what manner of man he was, and how able to abuse any infamous imputations, wisely returned him hopeful promises, though never meaning to perform any, but only, ladylike, to flatter and full him higher with. Some few miles distant from Florence, Beltramo had a castle of pleasure, and there his lady Isabella used to live all summer, as all other do the like, being so possessed. On a day, Beltramo being ridden from home, and she having sent for Lionello, to take the advantage of her husband's absence, accordingly he went, not doubting but to win what he had long expected. Signor Lambertuccio on the other side, meeting Beltramo riding from his castle, and Isabella, now fit to enjoy his company, gallops thither with all possible speed, because he would be no longer delayed. Scarcely was Lionello entreed the castle, and receiving directions by high waiting woman, to her lady's chamber, but Lambertuccio galloped in at the gate, which high woman perceiving, ran presently and acquainted her lady with the communing of Lambertuccio. Now was she the only sorrowful woman of the world, for no one was now to be feared, but storms and tempests, because Lambertuccio spake no other than lightning and thunder, and Lionello, being no less afraid than she, by her persuasion crept behind the bed, where he hid himself very contentedly. By least time Lambertuccio was dismounted from his courser, which he fastened, by the bridle, to a ring in high wall, and then the waiting woman came to him, to guide him to her lady and mistress, who stood ready at the stairs head, graced him with a very acceptable welcome, yet marvelling much at his so sudden coming. "Lady," quoth he, "I met your husband upon the way, which granting mine access to see you, I come to claim your long-delayed promise, the time being now so favorable for it." Before he had uttered half these words, Beltramo, having forgot a special evidence in his study, which was the only occasion of his journey, came galloping back again into the Castel court, and seeing such a goodly gelding stand fastened higher, could not readily imagine who was the owner thereof. The waiting woman, upon the sight of her master's entreing into the court, came to her lady, saying, "My master Beltramo is returned back, newly alighted, and, questionless, coming up the stairs." Now was our lady Isabella 10 times worse affrighted than before, having tivo several amorous suitors in her house, both hoping, neither speeding, yet her credite lying at the stake for by this unexpected return of her husband. Moreover, there was no possible means, for the concealing of Signor Lambertuccio, because his gelding stood in the open court, and therefore made a shrewd presumption against her, upon high least doubtful question urged. Nevertheless, as women's wits are always best upon sudden constraints, looking forth of her window, and espying her husband preparing to come up, she threw herself on her day couch, speaking thus, earnestly, to Lambertuccio: "Sir, if ever you loved me, and would have me faithfully to belay of it, by the instant safety both of your own honor, and my life, do but as I advise you. Forth draw your sword, and, with a stern countenance, and laureating death and destruction, run down the stairs, and when you are beneath, say, I swear by my best fortunes, although I missay of now here, yet I will be sure to find thee somewhere else. And if my husband offer to stay you, or move any question to you, make no other answer, but what you formerly spake in fury. Beside, so soon as you are mounted on horseback, have no further conference him, upon any whatsoever, to prevent all suspicion in him, of our future intendments." Lambertuccio sware many terrible oaths, to observe her directions in every part, and having drawn forth his sword, grasping it naked in his hand, and setting worse looks on the business, than ever nature gave him, because he had spent so much labor in vain, he failed not in a jot of high lady's injunction. Having commanded his horse to safe custody, and meeting Lambertuccio descending down the stairs, so armed, swearing, and most extremely storming, wandering extraordinarily at his high-reasoning words, made offer to embrace him and understand the reason of his distemper. Lambertuccio repulsing him rudely, and setting foot in the stirrup, mounted on his gelding, and spake nothing else but this: "I swear by the fairest of all my fortunes, although I missay of high here, yet I will be sure to find thee somewhere else," and so he galloped mainly away. N was come up into his wife's chamber, he found her cast down upon her couch, weeping, full of fear, and greatly discomforted, wherefore he said unto her, V% at is he that Signor Lambertuccio is so extremely offended withal, and threateneth in such implacable manner? The lady arising from her couch, and going near to the bed, because Lionello might the better hear her, returned her husband this answer. Husband, quoth she, never was I so dreadfully affrighted till now, for, a young gentleman, of whence, or what he is, I know not, came running into our castle for being pursued by Signor Lambertuccio, a weapon ready drawn in his hand. Ascending up our stairs, by what fortune, I know not, he found my chamber door standing open, finding me also working on my sampler, and in wonderful fear and trembling. Madam, quoth he, for God's sake help to save my life, or else I shall be slain here in your chamber. Hearing his piteous cry, and compassionating his desperate case, I arose from my worka, and in my dema undaying of whence, and what he was, that durst presume so boldly into my bedchamber, presently came up Signor Lambertuccio also, in the same uncivil sort, as before I told you, swaggering and swearing, where is this traitorous villain? Hereupon, I stepped, somewhat stoutly, to my chamber door, and as he offered to enter, with a woman's courage I resisted him, which made him so much enraged against me, when he saw me to debarry his entrance, after many terrible and vile oaths and vows, he ran downstairs again, in such like manner as you chanced to meet him. Now trust me, dear wife, said you behaved yourself very well and worthily, for, it would have been a most notorious scandal to us, if a man should be slain in your bedchamber, and Signor Lambertuccio carried himself most dishonestly, to pursue any man so outrageously, having taken my castle as his sanctuary. But alas, wife, what is become of the poor affrighted gentleman? In troth, sir, quoth she, I know not, but, somewhere or other, hereabout he is hidden. Art you honest friend, said plain meaning Beltramo, come forth and fear not, for thine enemy is gone. Lionello, who had heard all the forepast discourse, which she had delivered to her husband Beltramo, came creeping forth amazedly, as one now very fearfully affrighted indeed, from under the further side of high bed, and Beltramo said to him, V% at a quarrel was this, between thee and furious Lambertuccio? Not any at all, sir, replied Lionello, to my knowledge, which verily persuadeth me, that either he is not well in his wits, or else he mistaked me for some because, so as he saw me on the way, somewhat near to this your castle, he drew forth high sword, and swearing an horrible oath, said, Traitor, thou art a dead man. Upon rough words, I stayed not to question the occasion of mine offending him, but fied from him so fast as possibly I could, but confesse myself, indeed, overbold, by presuming into your lady's bed chamber, which yet, equalled with her mercy, hath been the only means at time, of saving my life. She hath done like a good lady, answered Beltramo, and I do very much commend her for it. But, recollect thy dismayed spirits together, for I will see thee safely secured thence. Afterward, look to thyself so well as thou canst. Dinner being immediately made ready, and they having merrily feasted Tichfler, he bestowed a good gelding on Lionello, and rode along with him to Florence, where he left him quietly in his own lodging. The self-same evening, according as Isabella had given instruction, Lionello conferred with Lambertuccio, and such an agreement passed between them, that though some rough speeches were noised abroad, to set the better colour on the business, yet all matters were so cleanly carried, that Beltramo never knew his quaint deceitful policy of his wife. The seventh day, the seventh novelle, whereby is declared, that such as keep many honest seeming servants, may sometime find a knave among them, and one that proves to be over saucy with his master Lozovico discovered to his mistress Madame Beatrix, how amorously he was affected to her. She cunningly sent Egino her husband into his garden, in all respects disguised like herself, while, friendly, Lodovico conferred with her in the meanwhile. Afterward, Lodovico, pretending a lascivious allurement of his mistress, higher by to wrong his honest master, instead of her, beat Egino soundly in high garden. This so sodaine dexterity of wit in Isabella, related in very modest manner by Madame Pampinea, was not only admired by all the company, but likewise passed with as general approbation. But yet Madame Philomena, whom High King had commanded next to succeed, peremptorily said, "Worthy ladies, if I am not deceived, I intend to tell you another tale presently, as much to be commended as last. You are to understand then, that it is no long while since, when here dwelt in Paris a Florentine gentleman, who falling into decay of his estate, by overbountiful expenses, undertook the degree of a merchant, and thrived so well by his trading, that he grew to great weal to having one only son by his wife, named Lodovico. This son, partaking somewhat in his fag one ers former height of mind, and no way inclinable to deal in merchandise, had no meaning to be a shopman, and therefore accompanied the gentlemen of France, in services for the king, among whom, by his singular carriage and qualities, he happened to be not meanly esteemed. Valile thus he continued in the court. It chanced, that certain nights, returning from Jerusalem, having there visited the Holy Sepulchre, and coming into company where Lodovico was, much familiar discourse passed amongst them, concerning the fair women of France, England, and other parts of the world where he had been, and what delicate beauties they had seen. One in the company constantly avouched, that of all the women by him so generally observed, there was not any comparable to the wife of Egino de Galizia, dwelling in Bologna, and her name Madame Beatrix, reputed to be the only fair woman of the world. Many of the rest maintained as much, having been at Bologna, and likewise seen her. Lodovico, hearing the woman to be so highly commended, and never, as yet, feeling any thought of amorous inclination, became sodainely touched with an earnest desire of seeing her, and his mind could entertain no other matter, but only of travailing thither to see her, yea, and to continue there, if occasion so served. The reason for his journey urged to his was to visit Jerusalem, and the Holy Sepulchre, which with much difficulty, at length he obtained his leave. Being on his journey towards Bologna, by high name of Anachino, and not of Lodovico, and being there arrived, upon day following, and having understood the place of her abiding, it was his good hap, to see the lady at her window, she appearing in his eye for more fair, than all reports had made her to be. Hereupon, his affection became so enflamed to her, as he vowed, never to depart from Bologna, until he had obtained her love. And devising by what means he might effect his hopes, he grew persuaded, setting all other attempts aside, that if he could be entertained into her husband's service, and undergo some business in the house, time might tutor him to obtain his desire. Having given his attendants sufficient allowance, to spare his company, and take no knowledge of him, selling his horses also, and other notices which might discover him, he grew into acquaintance with the hosta of high house where he lay, revealing an earnest desire in himself, to erve some lord or worthy gentleman, if any were willing to give him entertainment. Now believe me, sir, answered the hosta, you worthy to have a good service indeed, and I know a noble gentleman of Lee city, who is named Egino, he will, without all question, accept your offer, for he keepeth many men of very good deserving, and you shall have my furtherance therein so much as may be. As he promised, so he performed, and taking Anachino with him unto Egino, so far he prevailed by his friendly protestations, and good opinion of the young gentleman, that Anachino was, without more ado, accepted in Egino's service, in which, nothing could be more pleasing to him. Now had he high benefit of daily beholding his heart's mistress, and so acceptable proved his service to Egino, that he grew very for in love with him, not undertaking any affairs whatsoever, without advice and direction of Anachino, so that he reposed his most especial trust in him, as a man altogether governed by him. It fortuned upon a day, that Egino being ridden to fly his hawk at the river, and Anachino remaining behind at home, Madame Beatrix, who, as yet, had taken no notice of Anachino's love to her, albeit herself, observing his fair carriage and commendable qualities, was highly pleased to have so seeming a servant, called him to play at the chess with her, and Anachino, coveting nothing more than to content her, carried himself so dexterously in the game, that he permitted her still to win, which was no little joy to her. Vivien all the gentlewomen, and other friends there present, as spectators to behold their play, had taken their farewell, and were departed, leaving them all alone, yet gaming still, Anachino breathing forth an entire sigh. Madame Beatrix looking merrily on him, said, "Tell me, Anachino, art not thou angry, to see me win? It should appear so by that solemn sigh." "No, truly, madam," answered Anachino, "a matter of far greater moment, than loss of infinite games at the chess, was the t'occasion why I sighed." "I pray thee," replied the lady, "by the love thou bearest me, as being my servant, if any love at all remain in thee towards me, give me a reason for that heart why sigh." And he heard himself so severely conjured, by the love he bare to her, and loved none else in the world beside, he gave a far more heartsick sigh, than before. Then his lady and mistress entreated him seriously, to let her know the cause of those tyro deep sighs, whereto Anachino Huts replied, "Madam, if I should tell you, I stand greatly in fear of offending you, and when I have told you, I doubt your discovery hieref to some other." "Believe me, Anachino," quoth she, "therein neither canst, or shalt offend me. Moreover, assure thyself, that I will never disclose it to any other, except I may do it with consent." "Madam," said he, "seeing you have protested such a solemn promise to me, I will reveal no mean secret unto you." So, with tears standing in his eyes, he told her what he was, where he heard high first report of her singular perfections, and instantly became enamored of her, as the main motive of his entreating into her service. Then, most humbly he entreated her, that if it might agree wih her good liking, she would be pleased to commiserate his cat, and grace him with her private favors. Or, if she might not be so merciful to him, that yet she would vouchsafe, to let him live in the lowly condition as he did, and think he it a thankful duty in him, only to love her. O singular sweetness, naturally living in fair feminine blood! How justly art thou worthy of praise in the like occasions! Thou couldst never be won by sighs and tears, but here 5 imprecations have always prevailed with thee, making high eapt and easy to amorous desires. If I had praises answerable to thy great and glorious deservings, my voice should never faint, nor my pen wax weary, in high due and obsequious performance of them. Madame Beatrix, well observing Anachino when he spake, and giving credit to his so solemn protestations, they were so powerful in prevailing wih her, that her senses, in the same manner, were enchanted, and sighs flew as violently from her, as before he had vented them, which stormy tempest being a little overblown, thus she spake. "Anachino, my heart's dear affected friend, live in hope, for I tell thee truly, never could gifts, promises, nor any courtings used to me by lords, knights, gentlemen, or other, although I have been solicited by many, win the least grace or favor at my hand, no, nor move me to any affection. But thou, in a minute of time, compared with their long and tedious suing, hast expressed such a sovereign potency in thy sweet words, that thou hast made me more thine, than mine own, and beloved unfeignedly, I hold thee to be worthy of my love. V% Therefore, with this kiss I freely give it thee, and make high a further promise, that before this night shall be fully past, thou shalt in better manner perceive it. Adventure into my chamber about the hour of midnight, I will leave the door open, thou knowest on which side of the bed I use to rest, come thither and fear not, if I sleep, the least gentle touch of thy hand will wake me, and hein thou shalt see how much I love thee. So, wih1 a kind kissa or hvo, the bargain was concluded, she licensing his departure for that rhyme, and he stameg in hope of his heart's happiness, till when, he thought every hour a year. In the meanwhile, Egino returned home from hawking, and so soon as he had supped, being very weary, he went to bed, and his lady likewise with him, leaving her chamber door open, according as she had promised. At the hour appointed, Anachino came, finding the door but easily put to, which, being untrayed softly he closed again, in the same manner as he found it. Going to high bedside where the lady lay, and gently touching her breast with his hand, he found her to be awake, and perceiving he was come according unto promise, she caught his hand fast with hers, and held him very strongly. Then, turning, as she could, towards Egino, she made such means, as he awaked, whereupon she spake unto him as followeth. Sir, yesternight I would have had a few speeches wih1 you, but, in regard of your weariness and early going to bed, I could not have any opportunity. Now, this time and place being most convenient, I desire to be resolved by you, among all the men retained into your service, which of them do you think ye to be the best, most loyal, and worthiest to enjoy your love? Egino answered thus, Wife, why should you move such a question to me? Do not you know, that I never had any servant heretofore, or ever shall have hereafter, in whom I reposed the like trust as I have done, and do in Anachino? But to what end is this motion of yours? I will tell you, sir, quoth she, and then be judge yourself, whether I have reason to move this question, or no. Mine opinion every way equaled yours, concerning Anachino, and that he was more just and faih1 full to you, than any could be amongst all the rest, but husband, like as where the water runneth stillest, the ford is deepest, even so, his smooth looks have beguiled both you and me. For, no longer ago, than this very day, no sooner were you ridden forth on hawking, but he, belike purposely, tarrying at home, watching such a leisure as best fitted his intent, was not ashamed to so licite me, both to abuse your bed, and mine own spottles honor. Moreover, he prosecuted his impious purpose with such alluring persuasions, Hyate being a weak woman, and not willing to endure over many amorous, only to acquaint you with his most saucy immodesty, and to revenge yourself upon him as best you may, yourself being best able to pronounce him guilty, I made him promise, to meet him in our garden, presently after midnight, and to find a me sitting under the pine tree, never meaning, as I am virtuous, to be there. But, you may know the deceit and falsity of your servant, I would have you to put on my nightgown, my head attire and chinacloth, and sitting but a short while there underneath the pine tree, such is his insatiate desire, as he will not fail to come, and then you may proceed, as you find occasion. V% N Egino heard these words, so dainly he started out of bed, saying, Day I foster such a snake in mine own bosom. Gramercy wife for this politic promise of thine, and belay of me, I mean to follow it effectually. So, on he put his lady's nightgown, her formal head attire and chin cloth, going presently down into the garden, to expect Anakino's coming to the pine tree. But before the matter grew to this issue, let me demand of you fair ladies, in what a lamentable condition, as you may imagine, was poor Anakino, to be so strongly detained by her, here all his amorous suite discovered, and likely to draw very heavy afflictions on him? Undoubtedly, he looked for immediate apprehension by Egino, imprisonment and public punishment for his so malapert presumption, and had it proved so, she had much renowned herself, and dealt won him but as he had justly deserved. But frailty in our feminine sex is much prevalent, and makes us wander from virtues cures, when we are onward in the way to them. Madam, whatsoever passed between her and Anakino, I know not, but, either to continue flis new begun league for further time, or, to be revenged on her husband's implicity, in over rashly giving credit to so smooth a lee, this was her advice to him. Anakino, quoth she, take a good cudgel in thy hand, then go into the garden so far as the pine, and there, as if formerly thou hadst solicited me unto the secret meeting, only but by way of approving my honesty, in my name, revile thy master so bitterly as thou canst, bestowing many sound blows on him with thy cudgel, yet urge shame still, as it were, to me, and never leave him, till thou hast beaten him out of the garden, to teach him keep his bed another time such an apt choler as. Anakino was in this kind, needs no tutoring, but a word is enough to a ready wit. To the garden goes he, with a willow cudgel in his hand, and coming near to the pine tree, there he found Egino disguised like to his lady, who arising from the place where he sate, went with cheerful gesture to welcome him, but Anakino, rough and stern manner, thus spake unto him. Wicked Shamal Essie, and most immodest woman, art thou come, according to thine unchanged ast and lascivious promise? Couldst thou so easily credite, though I tempted thee, to tree the virtue of thy continence, yea, I would offer such a damnable wrong to my worthy master, that so dearly loves me, and reposeth his especial confidence in me? Thou art much deceived in me, and shalt find that I hate to be false to him. So lifting up the cudgel, he gave him therewith 50 good bastinadoes, laying them on soundly, both on his arms and shoulders, and Egino feeling the smart of them, durst not speak one wordy, but fled away from him so fast as he could, Anakino still following, and multiplying many other injurious speeches against him, with the epithites of strumpet, lustful, and insatiate woman. Go thou lewd beast, quoth he, most unworthy the title of a lady, or to be wife unto so good a natured man, as my master is, to whom I will reveal thy most ungracious incivility tomorrow, that he may punish thee a little better than I have done. Egino being thus well beaten for his garden walk, got within the door, and so went up to his chamber again, his lady there demanding of him, whether Anakino came according to his promise, or no. Come. Quoth Egino, yes wife, he came, but dearly to my cost, for he verily taking me for thee, hath beaten me most extremely, calling me 100% oars and strumpets, reputing thee to be the witched woman living. In good sadness Beatrix, I wondered not a little at him, that he would give thee any such vile speeches, with intent to wrong me in mine honor. Questionless, because he saw thee to be jovial-spirited, gracious, and affable towards all men, therefore he intended to make trial of thine honest carriage. Well sir, said she, T vas happy that he tempted me wih words, and let you taste the proof of them by deeds, and let him think ye, that I brook those words as distastably, as you do or can, his ill deeds. But seeing he is so just, faithful, and loyal to you, you may love him the better, and respect him as you find occasion. V% heir to Egino thus replied. Now trust me thou hast said very well, and me wi drawing hence the argument of his settled persuasion, that he had the chastest woman living to his wife, and so just a servant, as could not be fellowed, there never was any further discovery of this garden night accident. Perhaps, Madame Beatrix and Anachino might subtly smile thereat in secret, in regard hight they knew more than any other else beside did. But, as for honest meaning Egino, he never had so much as the very least mistrust of ill-dealing, either in his lady, or Anachino, whom he loved and esteemed for more respectively upon this proof of his honesty towards him, than he would or could possibly have done, without a trial so plain and pregnant. The seventh day, the 8th Novell, whereby appeareth, that an husband ought to be very well advised, when he meaneth to discover any wrong offered his wife, except he himself do rashly run into all the shame and reproach. Urugucho Berlinghieri became immeasurably jealous of his wife Simonita, who fastened a thread about her great toe, for to serve as a small, when her amorous friend should come to visit her. Urugucho findeth the fallacy, and while he pursueth the amorous friend, she causeth her maid to lie in her bed against his return, whom he beateth extremely, cutting away the locks of her hair, thinking he had all this violence to his wife Simonita, and afterward fetcheth her mother and brethren, to shame her before him, and so be rid of her. But they, finding all his speeches to be utterly false, and reputing him to be a drunken jealous fool, all high blame and disgrace falleth on himself. It seemed to the whole assembly, that Madame Beatrix dealt somewhat strangely, in the manner of beguiling her husband, and affirmed also, hight Anachino had great cause of fear, when she held him so strongly by her bed's side, and related all his amorous temptation. But when the king perceived, that Madame Philomena sate silent, he turned to Madame Nephila, willing her to supply the next place, who modestly smiling, thus began. Fair ladies, it were an heavy burthen imposed on me, and a matter much surmounting my capacity, if I should vainly imagine, to content you with so pleasing a novelle, as those have already done, by you so singularly reported. Nevertheless, I must discharge my duty, and take my fortune as it falls, albeit I hope to find a you merciful. You are to know, Hein, that sometime there lived in our city, a very wealthy merchant, named Urugucho Berlinghieri, who, as many merchants have done, fondly imagined, to make himself a gentleman by marriage. One percentage that he might the more assuredly do, he took to wife a gentlewoman, one much above his degree or element, she being named Simonita. Now, in regard that he delighted, as it is the usual life of a merchant, to be often abroad, and little at home, whereby she had small benefit of his company, she grew very forward in affection with a young gentleman, called Signor Roberto, who had solicited her by many amorous means, and, at length, prevailed to win her favor. 6% ch favor being once obtained, affection gaddies so far beyond all discretion, and makes lovers so heedless of private conversations, that either they are taken tardy in their folly, or else subjected to scandalous suspicion. It came to pass, that Urugucho, either by rumor, or some other more sensible apprehension, had received such intelligence concerning his wife Simonita, as he grew into extraordinary jealousy of her, refraining travail abroad, as formerly he was wont to do, and ceasing from his very ordinary affairs, addicting all his care and endeavor, only to be watchful of his wife, so that he never durst sleep, until she were by him in the bed, which was no mean molestation to her, being thus cured from her familiar meetings with Roberto. Nevertheless, having a long while consulted with her wits, to find some apt means for conversing with won him, being thereto also very earnestly still solicited by him, you shall hear what course she undertook. Her chamber being on the street side, and somewhat jutting over it, she observed the disposition of her husband, that every night it was long before he fell asleep, but being once fallen into it, none whatsoever could easily wake him. This his solemn and sound sleeping, emboldened her so far, as to meet with Roberto at the street which, while her husband slept, softly she would open to him, and therein private converse but, because she would know the certain hour of his coming, without the least suspicion of any, she hung a thread forth of her chamber window, descending down, within the compass of Roberto's reach in the street, and the other end thereof, guided from the window to the bed, being conveyed under the cloche, and she being in bed, she fastened it about her left great toe, wherewith Roberto was sufficiently acquainted, and Huts instructed withal, that at his coming, he should pluck the hewed, and if her husband was in his dead sleep, she would let go the thread, and come down to him, but if he slept not, she would hold it strongly, and then his tarrying would prove but in vain, hire could be no meeting high at night. This devise was highly pleasing both to Roberto and Simonetta, being the intelligencer of their often meeting, and many times also advising the contrary. But in end, as the quaintest cunning may fail at one time or other, so it fortuned one night, that Simonetta being in a sound sleep, and Aragucho waking, because his drowsy hour was not yet come, as he forth his leg in high bed, he found the thread, which feeling in his hand, and perceiving it was tied to his wife's great toe, it proved apt tinder to kindle for her jealousy, and now he suspected some treachery indeed, and so much the rather because the thread guided, under the clothes, from the bed to the window, and there hanging down into the street, as a warning to some further business. Now was Aragucho so furiously enflamed, that he must needs be further resolved in this apparent doubt, and because therein he would not be deceived, softly he cut the thread from his wife's toe, and made it fast about his own, to try what success would ensue therein. It was not long before Roberto came, and according as he used today, he plucked the thread, which Aragucho felt, but because he had not tied it fast, and Roberto pulling it over hardly, it fell down from the window into his hand, which he understood as his lesson, to attend her coming, and so he did. Aragucho stealing softly out of bed from his wife, and taking his sword under his arm, went down to the door, to say who it was, with full intent of further revenge. Now, albeit he was a merchant, yet he wanted not courage, and boldness of spirit, and opening the door without any noise, only as his wife was wont to do, Roberto, there waiting his entrance, perceived by the door's unfashionable opening, that it was not Simonetta, but her husband, whereupon he betook himself to flight and Aragucho fiercely followed him. At the length, Roberto perceiving high flight availed him not, because his enemy still pursued him, being armed also with a sword, as Aragucho was, he returned back upon him, the one offering to offend, as the other upon his defense, and so in the dark they fought together. Simonetta awaking, even when her husband went forth of the chamber, and finding the thread to be cut from her toe, conjectured immediately, that her subtle cunning was discovered, and supposing her husband in pursuit of Roberto, presently she arose, and, considering what was likely to ensue thereon, called her chambermaid, who was not ignorant of the business, and by persuasions prevailed so with her, that she lay down in her place in bed, upon solemn protestations and liberal promises, not to make herself known, but to suffer all patiently, either blows, or other ill usage of her husband, which she would recompense in such bountiful sort, as she should have no occasion to complain. So, putting out high watchlight, which every night burned in the chamber, she departed thence, and sate down in a close corner of high house, to see what would be the end of all this stir, after her husband's coming home. The fight, as you have formerly heard, continuing between Roberto and Aragucho, the neighbors hearing of the clashing of _our swords in the streets, arose out of their beds, and reproved them in very harsh manner. In which respect Aragucho, fearing to be known, and ignorant also what his adversary was, no harm being as yet done on either side, permitted him to depart, and extremely full of anger, returned back again to his house. Being come up into his bedchamber, thus he began, Vivi mir is lewd and wicked woman? What? Hast thou put out the light, because I should not find thee? That shall not avail thee, for I can well enough find a drab in the dark. So, cropping onto the bed's side, and thinking he had taken holda on his wife, he grasped the chambermaid, so beating her with his fists, and spurning her with his feet, that all her face was bloody and bruised. Next, with his knife he cut off a great deal of her hair, giving her the most villainous speeches as could be devised, swearing, that he would make her a shame to all the world. You need make no doubt, but the poor maid wept exceedingly, as she had good occasion to do, and albeit many times she desired mercy, and that he would not be so cruel to her, yet notwithstanding, her voice was so broken with crying, and his impatience so extreme, that rage hindered all power of distinguishing, or knowing his wife's tongue from a stranger's. Having thus madly beaten her, and cut locks off from her head, thus he spake to her. Wicked woman, and no wife of mine, be sure I have not done with thee yet, for, although I mean not now to beat thee any longer, I will go to thy brethren, and they shall understand thy dishonest behavior. Then will I bring them home with me, and they perceiving how much thou hast abused both their honor and thine own, let them deal with thee as they find occasion, for thou art no more a companion for me. No sooner had he uttered these angry words, but he went forth of high chamber, bolting it fast on the outward side, as meaning to keep her safely enclosed, and out of the house he went alone by himself. Simonita, who had heard all Di's tempestuous conflict, perceiving her husband had locked the street door after him, and was gone whither he pleased, unbolted high chamber door, lighted a wax candle, and went in to see her poor maid, whom she found to be most pitifully misused. She comforted her as well as she could, brought her into her own lodging chamber, where washing her face and hurts in very sovereign waters, and rewarding her liberally with the Raguchi's own gold, she held herself to be sufficiently satisfied. So, leaving the maid in her lodging, and returning again to her own chamber, she made up the bed in such former manner, as if no body had lodged therein that night. Then hanging up her lamp fresh filled with oil, and clearly lighted, she decked herself in so sort, as if she had been in no bed all that night. Then taking sewing work in her hand, either shirts or bands of her husband's, hanging the lamp by her, and sitting down at the stairs head, she fell to work in very serious manner, as if she had undertaken some imposed task. On other side, Aragucho had travelled so far from his house, till he came at last to the dwelling of Simonita's brethren, where he knocked so soundly, that he was quickly heard, and, almost as speedily, let in. Simonita's brethren, and her mother also, hearing of Aragucho's coming thither so late, rose from their beds, and each of them having a wax candle lighted, came presently to him, to understand cause of this his so unseasonable visitation. Aragucho, beginning at the original of the matter, the thread found tied about his wife's great toe, the fight and household conflict after following, related every circumstance to them. And for the better proof of his words, he shewed them the thread itself, the locks supposed of his wife's hair, and adding withal, that they might dispose of Simonita as themselves pleased, because she should remain no longer in his house. The brethren to Simonita were exceedingly offended at this relation, in regard they believed it for truth, and in his fury, commanded torches to be lighted, preparing to part thence with Aragucho home to his house, for the more sharp reprehension of Lee_our sister. Vivihish when their mother saw, she followed them weeping, first entreating one, and then high ear, not to be over rash in crediting such a slander, but rather to consider the truth thereof advisedly, because the husband might be angry with his wife upon some other occasion, and having outraged her, made Hlees the means in excuse of himself. Moreover she said, that she could not choose but wonder greatly, how this matter should huts come to passe. She had good knowledge of her daughter during the whole course of her education, faultless and blameless in every degree, with many other good words of her beside, as proceeding from natural affection of a mother. Being come to the house of Aragucho, entreing in, and ascending up the stairs, they heard Simonita sweetly singing at her working, but pausing, upon hearing their rude trampling, she demanded, who was one of the angry brethren presently answered, Lud woman as art, thou shalt know enough who is here, our blessed Lady be with us Simonita, and sweet Saint Francis help to defend me, who dare use such unseemly speeches. Starting up and meeting them on the stair-head, kind brethren, said she, is it you? Mad, and my loving mother too? For sweet Saint Charity's sake, what may be the reason of your coming hither in manner? She being set down again to her worka, so neatly apparelled, wih 10 ut any sign of outrage offered her, her face unblemished, her hair comely ordered, and differing wholly from the former speeches of her husband, the brethren marvelled thereat not a little, and assuaging somewhat the impetuous torrent of their rage, began to demand in blood, as it were, from what ground her husband's complaints proceeded, and threatening her roughly, if she would not confess the truth entirely to them. Ave Maria, quoth Simonita, crossing herself, alas dear brethren, I know not what you say, or mean, nor wherein my husband should be offended, or make any complaint at all of me. Aragucho hearing this looked on her like a man that had lost his senses, for well he remembered, how many cruel blows he had given her on the face, besides scratches of his nails, and spurns of his feet, as also the cutting of her hair, the least chew of all which misusage, was not now to be any. Her brethren likewise briefly told her, the whole effect of her husband's speeches, shewing her high thread, and in what cruel manner he sware he did beat her. Simonita, turning then to her husband, and seeming as confounded with amazement, said, How is Hlees' husband? What do I hear? Would you have me supposed, to your own shame and disgrace, to be a bad woman, and yourself a cruel cursed man, when, on either side, there is no such matter? 6 men were you this night here in the house me? Or when should you beat me, and I not feel nor know it? Believe me, sweetheart, all these are merely miracles to me. Now was Aragucho 10 times more mad in his mind than before, same Devel, and no woman, did we not this night gie both together to bed? Did not I cut this thread from thy great toe, tied it to mine, and found the crafty compact between thee and thy minion? Did not I follow and fight with him in the streets? Came I not back again, and beat thee as a strumpet should be? And are not these the locks of hair, which I myself did cut from thy bead? Alas sir, quoth she, where have you been? Clee, you know what you say? You did not lodge in this house dus night, neither did I see you all high whole day and night, till now. But leaving this, and come to the matter now in question, because I have no testimony mine own words. You say, that you did beat me, and cut those locks of hair from my head. Alas sir, why should you slander yourself? In all your lifetime you did never strike me. And to approve the truth of my speeches, do you yourself, and all else here present, look on me advisedly, if any sign of blow or beating is to be seen on me. Nor were it an easy matter for you today either to smite, or so much as lay your hand, anger, on me, it would cost dearer than you think ye for. And whereas you say, that you did cut those locks of hair from my head, it is more than either I know or felt, nor are color like to mine, but, because my mother and brethren shall be my witnesses therein, and whether you did it without my knowledge, you shall all see, if they be cut, or no. So, taking off her head attire, she displayed her hairy over her shoulders, which had suffered no violence, neither seemed to be so much as uncivilly or rudely handled. V% and the mother and brethren saw this, they began to murmur against Aragucho, saying, Vn. Mat you of this, sir? You tell us of strange matters which you have done, and all proving false, we wonder how you can make good the rest. Aragucho looked wild, and confusedly, striving still to maintain his accusation, but seeing everything to be flatly against him, he durst not attempt to speak one word. Simonita took advantage of this distraction in him, and turning to her brethren, said, I see now the mark whereat he I meth, to make me do what I never meant, namely, I should acquaint you with his vile qualities, and what a wretched life I led with him, which seeing he will needs have me to reveal, bear with me if I do it upon compulsy. Mother and brethren, I am verily persuaded, that those accidents which he disclosed to you, hath doubtless, in the same manner, happened to him, and you shall hear how. Very true it is, that he seeming honest man, to whom, in a luckless hour, you married me, stilleth himself by the name of a merchant, coveting to be so accounted and credited, as holy in outward appearance, as a religious monkey, and as demure in looks, as the modestest maid, like a notorious common drunkard, is a tavern hunter, where making his luxurious matches, one while with one wv whore, then again another, he me every night to sit tarrying for him, even in the same sort as you found me, sometimes till midnight, and till broad daylight in the morning. And questionless, being in his wonted drunken humor, he hath lien with one of his sweet consorts, about whose toe he found the thread, and finding her as false to him, as he hath always been to me, did not only beat her, but also cut the hair from her head. And having not yet recovered his senses, is verily persuaded, and cannot be altered from it, but that he performed all this villainy to me. And if you do but advisedly observe his countenance, he appeareth yet to be more than half drunk. But whatsoever he hath said concerning me, I make no account at all thereof, because he spake it in his drunkenness, and as freely as I forgive him, even so, good mother and kind brethren, let me entreat you to do the like. V% and the mother had heard these words, and confidently believed her daughter, she began to torment herself with anger, saying, By high faith of my body, daughter, this unkindness is not to be endured, but rather let the dogga be hanged, that his qualities may be known, he being utterly unworthy, to have so good a woman to his wife, as thou art. What could he have done if he had taken high in the open moor, and in company of some wanton gallants? In an unfortunate hour wast thou married to him, base jealous coxcomb as he is, and it is quite against sine, or reason, shouldest be subject to his fooleries. That was he, but a merchant of eelskins or oranges, bred in some paltry country village, taken from hog rubbing, clothed in sheep's satin, with clownish star-tops, leather stockings, and caddies' garters, his whole habit not 3 shillings, and yet he must have a fair gentlewoman to his wife, of honest fame, riches, and reputation, when, comparing his pedigree with hers, he is for unfit to wipe her showy s. Oh my dear sons, I would you had followed my counsel, and permitted her to mate in high honorable family of Count Guido, which was much moved, and seriously pursued. But you would needs bestow her on Jewel, who, although she is one of the choicest beauties in Florence, chaste, honest and truly virtuous, is not ashamed at midnight, to proclaim her for a common whore, as if we had no better knowledge of her. But by high blessed Mother of Saint John, if you would be ruled by mine advice, our law should make him dearly smart for it. Alas my sons, did I not tell you at home in our own house, that his words were no way likely to prove true? Have not your eyes observed his unmannerly behavior to your sister? If I were as you are, hearing what he hath said, and noting his drunken carriage beside, I should never give over, as long as he had any life left in him. And were I a man, as I am a woman, none other than myself should revenge her wrongs, making him a public spectacle to all drabbing drunkards. V% and the brethren had heard and observed all these in most bitter manner. He railed on Aragucho, bestowing some good bastinadoes on him beside, concluding thus: "Wih won him in the end. Quo h1 one of them, we will pardon this shameful abusing of our sister, because thou art a notorious drunkard, but look to it, on peril of thy life, we have no more such news hereafter, for, believe it unfeignedly, if any such impudent rumors happen to our ears, or so much as a flying fame hieref, thou shalt surely be paid for both faults together." So home again went they, and Aragucho stood like one that had neither life or motion, not knowing, whether what he had done, was true, or no, or if he dreamed all this while, and so, without uttering any word, he left his wife, and went quietly to bed. Thus by her wisdom, she did not only prevent an imminent peril, but also made a free and open passage, to further contentment with her amorous friend, yet dreadless of any distaste or suspicion in her husband. The seventh day, the 9th novelle, wherein is declared, that great lords may sometime be deceived by their wives, as well as men of meaner condition. Lydia, a lady of great beauty, birth, and honor, being wife to Nicostratus, governor of Argos, falling in love with a gentleman, named Pyrrhus, was requested by him, as a true testimony of her unfeigned affection, to perform 3 several actions of herself. She did accomplish them all, and embraced and kissed Pyrrhus in the presence of Nicostratus, by persuading him, that whatsoever he saw, was merely false. The novelle delivered, by Madame Nephila, seemed so pleasing to all high ladies, as they could not refrain from hearty laughter, beside much liberality of speech. Albeit the king did oftentimes urge silence, and commanded Pamphilus to follow next. So, when attention was admitted, Pamphilus began in this order: "I am of opinion, fair ladies, that there is not any matter, how uneasy or doubtful soever it may seem to be, but the man or woman that affecteth fervently, dare boldly attempt, and effectually accomplish. And this persuasion of mine, although it ha one been sufficiently approved, by many of our past novels, yet notwithstanding, I shall make it much apparent to you, by present discourse of mine own. I have took occasion to speak of a lady, to whom fortune was more favorable, than either reason or judgment, could give direction. In which regard, I would not advise any of you, to entertain so high an imagination of mind, as to track a her of whom I am now to speak, because fortune containeth not always one and the same disposition, neither can all men's eyes be blinded after one manner. And so we to our tale. In Argos, a most ancient city of Achaia, much more renowned by her precedent kings than wealth or any other great matter of worth, there lived as lieutenant or governor thereof, a noble lord, named Nicostratus, on whom, albeit he was well stepped into years, fortune bestowed in marriage a great lady, no less bold of spirit, than choicely beautiful. Nicostratus, abounding in treasure and wealthy possessions, kept a goodly train of servants, horses, hounds, hawks, and what else not, as having an extraordinary felicity in all kinds of game, as singular exercises to maintain his health. Among his other servants and followers, there was a young gentleman, graceful of person, excellent in speech, and every way as active as no man could be more, his name Pyrrhus, highly affected of Nicostratus, and more intimately trusted all the rest. Such seemed the perfections of this Pyrrhus, that Lydia, for so was the lady named, began to affect him very earnestly, and in such sort, as day or night she could take no rest, but devised all means to compass her heart's desire. Now, whether he observed Hle's inclination of her towards him, or else would take no notice thereof, it could not be discerned by any outward apprehension, which moved the more impatiency in her, and drove her hopes to wing passions. Vw1 arraigned to find a some comfort and ease, she called an ancient gentlewoman of her chamber, in whom she reposed a special confidence, and thus she spake to her. Lyxa, the good turns and favors thou hast received from me, should make thee faithful and obedient to me, and therefore set a lock upon thy lips, for revealing to any one whatsoever, such matters as now I shall impart to thee, except it be to him that I command thee. Thou perceivest, Lyxa, how youthful I am, apt to all sprightly recreations, rich, and abounding in all that a woman can wish to have, in regard of fortune's common and ordinary favors, yet I have one especial cause of complaint, namely, the inequality of my marriage, my husband being overancient for me, in which regard, my youth finds itself too highly wronged, being defeated of those duties and delights, which women, for inferior to me, are continually cloyed withal, and I am utterly deprived of. I am subject to the same desires they are, and deserve to taste the benefit of them, in as ample manner, as Hle do or can. Hih1 ergo I have lived with the loss of time, which yet, in some measure, may be relieved and recompensed, for, dwug fortune were mine enemy in marriage, by such a disproportion of our conditions, yet she may befriend in nature, and kindly redeem the injury done me. V% therefore Lyxa, to be as complete in this case, as I am in all the rest beside, I have resolved upon a private friend, and one more worthy than any other, namely, my servant Pyrrhus, whose youth carrieth some correspondency with mine, and so constantly have I settled my love to him, as I am not well, but when I thinke on him, or see him, and, indeed, shall die, except thee I may enjoy him. And hirefore, if my life and welfare be respected by thee, let him understand the integrity of mine affection, by such good means as findest it most expedient to be done, and reading him from me, hiate I may have some conference him, when he shall thereto be solicited by me. The chamber gentlewoman Lyxa, willingly undertook the lady's embassy, and so as opportunity did favor her, having withdrawn Pyrrhus into an apt and commodious place, she delivered the message to him, in the best manner she could devise. Ch Pyrrhus hearing, did not a little wonder thereat, never having noted any such matter, and therefore sodainly conceived, that the lady did this only to try him, whereupon, somewhat roundly and roughly, he returned this answer. Lyxa, I am not so simple, as to credite any such message to be sent from my lady, and therefore be better advised of thy words. But adnuit hiate it should come from her, yet I cannot be persuaded, that her soul consented to such harsh language, far differing from a for me so full of beauty. And yet admit again, that her heart and tongue herein were relatives, my lord and master hath so far honored me, and so much beyond the least part of merit in me, as I will rather die, than any way offer to disgrace him, and hirefore I charge thee, never more to move me in Hle's matter. Lyxa, not a jot daunted at his stern words, presently she said, Pyrrhus, both in this and all other messages my lady shall command me, I will speak to thee whensoever she pleaseth, receive what discontent thou canst hire by, or make presumption of what doubts thou mayest devise. But as I found thee a senseless fellow, dull, and not shaped to any understanding, so I leave thee, and in that anger parted from him, carrying back the same answer to her lady. She no sooner heard it, but instantly she wished herself to be dead, and which in some few days after, she conferred again with her chamberwoman, saying, Lisksa, thou knowest well enough, that the ox not at high first blow of the axle neither is the victory won, upon a silly and shallow adventure, merefore, it convenient, that once more thou shouldst make another trial of him, who, in prejudice to me, standeth so strictly on his loyalty, and choosing such an hour as seemeth one most soundly possessi him with my tormenting passions. Bestir thy wits, and tip thy tongue with a woman's eance, to effect what I so earnestly desire, because, by languishing in this lovesick affliction, it will be the danger of my death, and some severe detriment to him, to be the occasion of so great a loss. Lisksa comforted her lady, so much as lay in her power to do, and having sought for Pyrrhus, whom she found at good Leisure, and, in a pleasing humor, thus she began. Pyrrhus, some few days since I told thee, in what extreme agonies thy lady and mine was, only in regard of her love to thee, and now again I come once more, to give thee further assurance hieref, v% airfor, believe it unfeignedly, that if thy obstinacy continue still, in like manner as the other day it did, expect very shortly to hear the tidings of her death. It is my part therefore, to entreat thee, to comfort her long languishing desires, but if thou persist in thy harsh opinion, instead of reputing thee a wise and fortunate young man, I shall confess thee to be an ignorantus. Mata glory is it to be affected of so fair and worthy a lady, beyond all men else whatsoever? Next to this, tell me, how highly mayest thou confess thyself beholding to fortune, if thou but duly consider, how she hath elected thee as sole sovereign of her hopes, which is a crown of honor to thy and a sufficient refuge against all wants and necessities. V% heir is any to thy knowledge like thyself, that can make such advantage of his time, as thou mayest do, if thou wert wise? V% heir canst thou find any one to go beyond thee in armes, horses, sumptuous garments, and gold, as will be heaped on high, if Lydia may be the lady of love? Open then thine understanding to my words, return into thine own sui, and be wise for thyself. Remember, Pyrrhus, that fortune presents herself but once before any one, with cheerful looks, and her lap wide open of richest favors, where if choice be not quickly made, before she fold it up, not quick and turn her back, let no complaint afterward be made of her, if the fellow that had so fair an offer, proved to be miserable, wretched, and a beggar, only thorough his own negligence. Beside, what else hath formerly been said, there is now no such need of loyalty in servants to their ladies, as should be among dear friends and kindred, but servants ought rather, as best they may, be such to masters, as they are to Hyam. Doest imagine, that if thou hadst a fair wife, mother, daughter, or sister, pleasing in the eye of our Nicostratus, he would stand on such nice terms of duty or loyalty, as now doest to his lady? Thou wert a very fool to rest so persuaded. Assure high self, that if entreaties and fair means might not previous alla, force, and compulsion, whatsoever ensued thereon, would a win mastery. Let us then use and the commodities unto them belonging, as they would us and ours. Use high benefit of fortune, and beware of abusing her favor. She yet smiles on thee, but take heed lest she turn her back, it will then be over late to repent thy folly. And if my lady die through disdain, be assured, that thou canst not escape with life, beside open shame and disgrace forever. Pyrrhus, who had often considered on Liska's first message, concluded with himself, that if any more she moved the same matter, he would return her anoh1 kind of answera, wholly yielding to content his lady, provided, that he might remain assured, concerning the entire truth of the motion, and that it was not urged only to tree him, wherefore, thus he replied. Do not imagine me so ignorant, as not to know the certainty of all thy former allegations, confessing as freely as thou doest, or canst. But yet let me tell thee withal, that I know my Lord to be wise and judicious, and having committed all his affairs to my care and trust, never blame me to misdoubt, lest my lady, by his counsel and advice, make thee the messenger of this motion, higher by to call my fidelity in question. To clear which doubt, and for my further assurance of her well-meaning toward me, if she will undertake the performance of such handlings as I must needs require in this case, I am afterward her own, in any service she can command me. The first of them, is, that in the preence of my lord and master, she kill his fair falcon, which so dearly he affecteth. The second, to send me a lock or tuft of his beard, being pulled away with her own hand. The third and last, with the same hand also, to pluck out one of his best and soundest teeth, and send it me as her love's true token. V% I find all these three effectually performed, I am wholly hers, and not before. These strict impositions, seemed to Liska, and her lady likewise, almost beyond the compass of all possibility. Nevertheless love, being a powerful orator in persuading, as also adventurous even on the most difficult dangers, gave her courage to undertake them all, sending Liska back again to him, with full assurance, of these more than Herculean labors. Moreover, herself did intend to add a fourth task, in regard of his strong opinion concerning the great wisdom of his lord and master. After she had effected all the other three, she would not permit him to kiss her, but before his lord's face, which yet should be accomplished in such sort, as Nicostratus himself should not believe it, although apparently he saw it. Well, quoth Pyrrhus, when all his wonders are performed, assure my lady that I am truly hers. Within a short while after, Nicostratus made a solemn festival, according as yearly he used to do, in honor of his one day, inviting many lords and ladies thereto. On which rejoicing day, so soon as dinner was ended, and the tables withdrawn, Lydia came into the great hall, where the feast was solemnly kept, very rich and costly apparelled, and there, in presence of Pyrrhus, and the whole assembly, going to the perch whereon the falcon sate, wherein her husband took no little delight, and having untied her, as if she meant to bear her on her fist, took her by the jesses, and beating her against the wall, killed her. Nicostratus beholding this, called out aloud unto her, saying, Alas madam! What have you done? She making him no answera, but turning to the innards and ladies, which had dined there, spake in these manner. Ill should I take revenge on a king, that had offended me, if I had not so much heart, as to wreak my spleen on a paltry hawk. Understand then, worthy lords and ladies, that this falcon hath long time robbed me of those delights, which men, in mere equity, ought to have with their wives, because continually, so as break of day hath appeared, my husband, starting out of bed, makes himself ready, presently to horse, and with this falcon on his fist, rides abroad to his recreation in the fields. And I, in such forsaken sort as you am left all alone in my bed, discontented and despised, often vowing to myself, to be huts as now I am, being withheld from it by no other revan occasion, but only want of a fit and apt time, to do it in the presence of such persons, as might be just judges of my wrongs, and as I conceive you all to be. The lords and ladies hearing these words, and believing this deed of hers to be done no wise, but out of her entire affection to Nicostratus, according as her speeches sounded, compassionately turning towards him, who was exceedingly displeased, and all smiling, said, "Now in good sadness, sir, Madam Lydia ha one done well in acting her just revenge upon the hawk, that bereft her of her husband's kind company, than which nothing is more precious to a loving wife, and a hell it is to live without it." And Lydia, being sodomly with into her chamber, with much other friendly and familiar talk, they converted the anger of Nicostratus into mirth and smiling. Pyrrhus, who had diligently observed high whole carriage of this business, said to himself, "My lady hath begun well, and proceeding on with no worse success, will, no doubt, bring her love to an happy conclusion." As for the lady herself, she having thus killed the hawk, it was no long while after, but being in the chamber with her husband, and they conversing familiarly together, she began to jest with him, and he in the like manner with her, tickling and toying each the other, till at the length she played with his beard, and now she found t'occasion aptly serving, to effect the second task imposed by Pyrrhus. So, taking fast hold on a small tuft of his beard, she gave a sudden snatch, and plucked it away quite from his chin. Erat Nicostratus being angrily moved, she, to appease his distaste, pleasantly thus spake: "How now, my lord? Vn.my do you look so frowningly? Lv% Are you angry for a few loose hairs of your beard? How then should I take it, when you pluck me by the hair of my head, and yet I am not a jot discontented, because I know you do it but in jesting manner?" These friendly speeches cut off all further contention, and she kept charily the tuft of her husband's beard, which, high very self same day, she sent to Pyrrhus her heart's chosen friend. But now concerning third matter to be adventured, it drove her to a much more serious consideration, than those two which she had already so well and exactly performed. Notwithstanding, like a lady of unconquerable spirit, and, in whom, love enlarged his power more and more, she suddenly conceded, what course was best to be kept in this forming her attempt in this manner. Upon Nicostratus wait two young gentlemen, as pages of his chamber, whose fathers had given them to his service, to learn high manners of honorable courtship, and those qualities necessarily required in gentlemen. One of them, when Nicostratus sate down to dinner or supper, stood in office of his carver, delivering him all the meats whereon he fed. The other, as taster, attended on his cup, and he drank no other drinky, but what he brought him, and they both were highly pleasing unto him. On a day, Lydia called these hvo youths aside, and, among some other speeches, which served but as an induction to her intended policy, she persuaded them, that their mouths yielded an unsavory and ill-pleasing smell, whereof their lord seemed to take dislike. Therefore she advised them, that at such times as they attended on him in their several places, they should, so much as possibly they could, withdraw their heads aside from him, because our breath might not be noyeuse unto him. But withal, to have an especial care, of not disclosing to any one, what she had told them, because, out of mere love, she had acquainted him therewith, which very constantly they believed, and followed high same direction as she had advised, being loath to displease, where service bound them to obey. A time fitting for her purpose, when Nicostratus was in private conference with her, thus she began: "Sir, you observe not the behavior of your TiVo pages, when they wait on you at the table." "Yes, but I do, wife," quoth he, "how squeamishly high turn their heads aside from me, and it hath often been in my mind to understand a reason why high do so." Seating herself by him, as if she had some weighty matter to tell him, she proceeded in this manner. Alas, my lord, you shall not need to question them, because I can sufficiently resolve you high reign, which, nevertheless, I have long concealed, because I would not be offensive to you. But in regard, it is now manifestly apparent, that others have tasted, what, I imagined, none but myself did, I will no longer hide it from you. Assuredly, sir, there is a most strange and unwonted ill savour, continually issuing from your mouth, smelling most noisomely, and I wonder what should be the in former times, I never felt any such foul breathing to come from you, and you, who do daily converse with so many worthy persons, should seek means to be rid of so great an annoyance. You say very true, wife, answered Nicostratus, and I protest to you on my credite, I feel no such ill smell, no what should cause it, except I have some corrupted tooth in my mouth. Perhaps, sir, it may be so, and yet you feel not savour which others do, yea, very offensively. So, walking with her to a window, he opened wide his mouth, the which nicely she surveyed on either side, and, turning her head from him, as seeming unable to endure the savour, starting, and shrieking out aloud, she said, Santa Maria! Vivi had a sight is this? Alas, my good lord, how could you abide this, and for so long a while? Here is a tooth on this side, which, so far as I can perceive, is not only hollow and corrupted, but also wholly putrefied and rotten, and if it continues still in your head, believe it for a truth, that it will infect and spoil all the rest near it. I would hierefore counsel you, to let it be plucked out, before it breed your further danger. I like your counsel well, Lydia, replied Nicostratus, and presently intend to follow it. Let therefore my barber be sent for, and, without any longer delay, he shall pluck it forth instantly. How, sir? Quoth she, your barber? Upon mine honour, there shall come no barber here. 6 My sir, it is such a rotten tooth, and standeth so fairly for my hand, that, without help or advice of any barber, let me alone for plucking it forth without putting you to any pain at all. Moreover, let me tell you, sir, those tooth drawers are so rude and cruel, in performing such offices, as my heart cannot endure. You should come within compass of higher courtesy, neither shall you, sir, if you will be ruled by me. If I should fail in the manner of their facility, yet love and duty hath instructed me, to forbear your least paining, which no unmannerly barber will do. Having thus spoken, and he well contented with her kind offer, the instruments were brought, which are used in such occasions, all being commanded forth of the chamber, but only Lisksa, who evermore kept still in her company. So, locking fast the door, and Nicostratus being seated, as she looked fittest for her purpose, she put Tonocles into his mouth, catching fast hold on one of his soundest teeth, which, notwithstanding his loud crying, Lisksa held him so strongly, forth she plucked it, and hid it, having another tooth ready made hot, and bloody, very much corrupted and rotten, which she held in the Tonocles, and shewed to him, who was well near half dead with anguish. See, sir, quoth she, was this to be suffered in your head, and to yield so foul a smell as it did? He verily believing what she said, albeit he had endured extreme pain, and still complained on her harsh and violent pulling it out, rejoiced yet, that he was now rid of it, and she comforting him on FLLE one side, and the anguish assuaging him on the he departed forth of the chamber. In the meanwhile, by Lisksa she sent Sound Tooth to Pyrrhus, who, wondering not a little at her so many strange attempts, which he urged so much the rather, as end linking their performance impossible, and in merloyal duty to his lord, seeing them all three to be notably affected, he made no further doubt of her entire love towards him, but sent her assurance likewise, of his readiness and serviceable diligence, whensoever she would command him. Now, after the passage of all these adventures, hardly to be undertaken by any other woman, yet she held them insufficient for his security, in the grounded persuasion of her love to him, except she performed another of her own, and according as she had boldly promised. Hours do now seem days, and days multiplicity of years, till high kissa may be given, and received in high preence of Nicostratus, yet he himself to avouch the contrary. Madam Lydia, upon a pretended sickness, keepeth her chamber, and as women can hardly be exceeded in dissimulation, so, she wanted no wit, to seem exquisitely cunning, in all the outward apparences of sickness. One day after dinner, she being visited by Nicostratus, and none attending on him but Pyrrhus only, she earnestly entreated, that as a mitigation, to some inward afflictions which she felt, they would help to guide her into the garden. Most gladly was her motion granted, and Nicostratus gently taking her by one arm, and Pyrrhus by other, so they conducted her into the garden, seating her in a fair flowery grass plot, with her back leaning to a pear tree. Having sitten there an indifferent while, and Pyrrhus, being formerly instructed, in the directions which she had given him, thus she spake, somewhat faintly. Pyrrhus, I have a kind of longing desire upon a sodane, to taste of these pears, v% airfore, climb up into the tree, and cast me down one ortivo, which instantly he did. Being aloft in high tree, and throwing down some of the best and ripest pears, at length, according to his premeditated lesson, looking down, he said, Forbear, my lord, do you not say, in how weak and feeble condition my lady is, being shaken with so violent a sickness? And you, madam, how kind and loving sever you are to my lord, are you so little careful of your health, being but now come of your sick chamber, to be ruffled and tumbled in such rough manner? Though such dalliances are not amiss in you body, being fitter for the private chamber, than an open garden, and in high presence of a servant, yet time and place should always be respectively considered, for the avoiding of ill example, and better testimony of your own wisdoms, whichever should be like yourselves. But if so, and even in the heat of a yet turbulent sickness, your equal love can admit these kisses and embraces, your private lodgings were much more convenient, where no servants I can see such wantonness, nor you be reproved of indiscretion, for being too public in your familiarity. Madam Lydia, sodanely starting, and turning unto her husband, said he, v% at doth Pyrrhus prate? Is he well in his wits? Or is he frantic? No, madam, replied Pyrrhus, I am not frantic. Are you so fond as to think ye that I do not see your folly? Nicostratus, wondering at his words, presently answered, Now trust me, Pyrrhus, I think thou dreamest. No, my inard, replied Pyrrhus, I dream not a jot, neither do you, or my lady, but if this tree could afford the like kindness to me, as you do to her, there would not a pear be left upon it. How now, Pyrrhus? Quoth Lydia, this language goeth beyond our understanding, it seemeth one thou knowest not what seist. Believe me, husband, if I were as well as ever I have been, I would climb this tree, to see those idle wonders which he talketh of, for, while he continueth thus above, it appeareth he can find no other prattle, albeit he taketh his mark amiss. Hereupon, he commanded Pyrrhus to come down, and being on high ground, Now Pyrrhus, quoth he, tell me what thou saidst. Pyrrhus, pretending an alteration into much amazement, strangely looking about him, said, I know not very well, my lord, what answer I should make you, fearing least my sight hath been abused by error, for when I was aloft in that tree, it seemed manifestly to me, you embraced my lady, though somewhat rudely, in regard of her perilous sickness, yet lovingly, and as youthfully as in your yonder dales, with infinite kisses, and wanton dalliances, such as, indeed, deserved a far more private place in my poor opinion. But in my descending down, methought you gave over that amorous familiarity, and I found you seated as I left you. Now trust me, Pyrrhus, answered Nicostratus, thy tongue and wit have very strangely wandered, both from reason and all real apprehension, because we never stirred from hence, since thou didst climb up into the tree, neither moved otherwise, than as now thou seest us. Alas, my lord, said Pyrrhus, I humbly crave pardon for my presumption, in you for meddling with your own, which shall make me hereafter better advised, in anything whatsoever I hear or say. Merveil and amazement, increased in Nicostratus far greater before, hearing him to avouch still so constantly what he had seen, no contradiction being able to alter him, which made him rashly swear and say, I will see myself, whether this pear tree be enchanted, or no, and such wonders to be any when a man I sup in it, as Flo wouldst have us to believe. And being mounted up so high, that they were safe from his sodaine coming on them, Lydia had soon forgotten her sickness, and the promised kiss cost her above 20 more, beside very kind and hearty embraces, as lovingly respected and entertained by Pyr Russ. VV% ch Nicus Andidus beholding aloft in the tree, cried out to her, saying, Wicked woman, vn. Mat doest thou mean? And thou villain Pyrrhus, darst thou abuse high lord, who hath reposed so much trust in thee? So, descending in haste down again, yet crying so to them still, Lydia replied, Alas, my lord, 4% why do you rail and rave in such sort? So, he found her seated as before, and Pyrrhus waiting with dutiful reverence, even as when he climbed up the tree, but yet he thought his sight not deceived, for all their demure and formal behavior, which made him walk up and down, extremely fuming and fretting unto himself, and which in some milder manner to qualify, Pyrrhus spake thus to him. I deny not, my good lord, but freely confess, that even as yourself, so I, being above in the tree, had my sight most falsely deluded, which is so apparently confirmed by you, and in the same sort, as needeth no doubt of both are beguiling, in one and the same suspicious nature. In which case to be the more assuredly resolved, nothing can be questioned, but whether your belief do so far misled you, as to think ye, that my lady, who hath always been most wise, loyal, and virtuous, would so shamefully wrong you, yea, and to perform it before your face, wherein I dare gage my life to the contrary. Concerning myself, it is not fit for me, to argue or contest in mine own commendation, you have ever known the sincerity of my service, are best able to speak in my behalf, and rather wold I be drawn in pieces with 4 wild horses, than be such an injurious slave to my lord and master. Now then, it can be no otherwise, but we must needs rest certainly persuaded, that the guile and offence of this false appearance, was occasioned by thee only. For all the world could not make me otherwise believe, but that I saw you kiss and most kindly embrace my lady, if your own eyes had not credited the like behavior in me to her, of which sin, I never conceived so much as a thought. The lady, on the other side, seeming to be very angrily incensed, starting faintly up on her feet, yet supporting herself by the tree, said, It appeareth, sir, that you have entertained a goodly opinion of me, as, if I were lewd and lasciviously disposed, or addicted to the very least desire of wantonness, hmt I would be so forgetful of mine own honor, as to adventure it in your sight, and with a servant of my house. O sir, such women as are so familiarly affected, need learn no wit of men in amorous matters, their private chambers shall be better trusted, than an open blabbing and tell-tale garden. Nicostratus, who verily believed what they had both said, and that neither of them would adventure such familiarity before his face, would talk no more of the matter, but rather studied of the rarity of such a miracle, not sene, but in the height of the tree, and changing again up on high descent. But Lydia, containing still her choleraable kind of impatience, and angrily frowning upon Nicostratus, sternly said, "If I may have my will, this villainous and deceiving tree, shall never more shame me, or any other woman, and therefore Pyrrhus, run for an axe, and by felling it to high ground, in an instant, revenge both thy wrong and mine. Dayst not thou serve a worthy lord? And have not I a wise husband, who, wih 10 ut any consideration, will suffer high eye of his understanding to be so dazzled, with a foolish imagination beyond all possibility? For, although his eyes did apprehend such a folly, and it seemed to be a truth indeed, yet, in the depth of settled judgment, all the world should not persuade him, that it was so. Pyrrhus had quickly brought the axe, and hewing down the tree, so as the lady saw it fall, turning herself to Nicostratus, she said, "Now that I have seen mine honor and honesty's enemy laid along, mine anger is past, and husband, I freely pardon you, and are eating you heartily henceforward, not to presume or imagine, that my love one is, or can be altered from you." Thus the derided Nicostratus, returned in again with his lady and Pyrrhus, where perhaps, although the pear tree was cut down, they could find as cunning means to overreach him. The seventh day, the 10th novelle, wherein such men are covertly reprehended, who make no care or conscience at all of those things that should preserve them from sin. Two citizens of Siena, the one named Tingoxiomene, and the other Muscio Ditura, affected both one woman, called Monomita, to whom the one of them was a gossip. The gossip died, and appeared afterward to his companion, according as he had formerly promised him to do, and told to him what strange wonders he had seen in the other world. Now there remained none but the king himself, last of all to recount his novelle, who, after he heard the lady's complaints, indifferently pacified, for the rash felling down of such a precious pear tree, thus he began. "Fair ladies, it is more than manifest, that every king, who will be accounted just and upright, should first of all, and rather than any other, observe those laws which he himself hath made, otherwise he ought to be reputed as a servant, worthy of punishment, and no king. Into which fault and reprehension, I your king, shall well near be constrained to fall, for yesterday I enacted a law, upon high for me of our discoursing, with full intent, that this day I would not use any part of my privilege, but being subject, as you all are, to the same law, I should speak of that argument, which already you have done. V% Arain, you have not only performed more than I could wish, upon a subject so suitable to my mind, but in every novelle, such variety of excellent matter, such singular illustrations, and delicate flown from you all, as I am utterly unable to invent anything, notwithstanding the most curious search of my brain, apt or fit for the purpose, to paragon the meanest of them already related. And therefore, seeing I must needs sin in the law established by myself, I tender my submission, as worthy of punishment, or what amends else you please to enjoin me. Now, as return to my wonted privilege, I say, that the novelle recounted by Madame Eliza, of the friar and his gossip Agnesia, as also the sottishness of the Sienese her husband, hath wrought in me, worthy ladies, to such effect, as, forbearing to speak any more of these wily pranks, which witty wives exercise on their simple husbands, I am to tell you a pretty short tale, which, though there is matter enough in it, not worthy the crediting, yet partly it will be pleasing to hear. Sometime there lived in Siena 2 popular men, the one being named Mini, and the other Mushio Datura, men simple, and of no understanding, both of them dwelling in Porta Sala. These Hvo men lived in such familiar conversation together, and expressed such cordial affection each to other, as they seldom walked asunder, but, as honest men used to do, frequented churches and sermons, oftentimes hearing what miseries and beatitudes were in the world to come, according to the merits of our souls that were departed out of this life, and found their equal repayment in high other. The manifold repetition of these matters, made them very earnestly desirous to know, by what means they might have tidings from thence, for their further confirmation. And finding all their endeavors utterly frustrated, they made a solemn vow and promise, each to other under oath, that he which first died of them Kvo, should return back again, so soon as possibly he could, to the remaining alive, and tell him such tidings as he desired to hear. After the promise was thus faithfully made, and they still keeping company, as they were wont to do, it fortuned, that Tingaxio became gossip to one, named Ambrosio Anselmino, dwelling Campereglo, who by his wife, called Monamita, had a sweet and lovely son. Often resorting thither, and consorted with his companion Mushio, the she-gossip, being a woman worthy the loving, fair and comely of her person. Tingaxio, notwithstanding the gossipship befiveen had more than a moneth's minda to his godchild's mo one Mushio also fell sick of the same disease, because she seemed fleecing in his eye, and Tingaxio gave he no mean commendations, yet, carefully he concealed their love to themselves, but not for one and the same because Tingaxio kept it closely from Mushio, lest he should hold it disgraceful in him, to bear amorous affection to his gossip, and hold it unfitting to be known. But Mushio had no such meaning, for he knew well enough that Tingaxio loved her, and therefore conceived in his minda, that if he discovered any such matter to him, he will, quoth he, be jealous of me, and being her gossip, which admitteth his conference with her when himself please H1, he may easily make her to distaste me, and therefore I must rest contented as I their love continuing on still in this kind, Tingaxio so fortunate in the business, that having better means than his companion, and more prevarmed courses, when, where, and how to court his mistress, which seemed to forward him effectually. All which Mushio plainly perceived, and though it was tedious and wearisome to him, yet hoping to find some success at length, he would not take notice of anything, as fearing to infringe the amity between him and Tingaxio, and so his hope to be quite supplanted. Thus the one triumphing in his love's happiness, and the other hoping for his felicity to come, a lingering sickness seized on Tingaxio, which brought him to so low a condition, as at the he died. About some 3 or 4 nights after, Mushio being fast asleep in his bed, the ghost of Tingaxio appeared to him, and called so loud that Mushio awaking, demanded who called him. I am thy friend Tingaxio, replied the ghost, who according to my former promise made, am come again in vision to thee, to tell thee tidings out of high nether world. Mushio was a while somewhat amazed, but, recollecting his more manly spirits together, boldly he said, my brother and friend, thou art heartily welcome, but I thought hadst been utterly lost. Those flings, quoth Tingaxio, are lost, which cannot be recovered again, and if I were lost, how could I then be here with thee 7 alas Tingaxio, replied Mushio, my meaning is not so, but I would be resolved, whether art among damned souls, in the painful fire of hell torments, or no. No, quoth Tingaxio, I am not sent thither, but for divers sins by me communicated I am to suffer very great and grievous pains. Then Mushio demanded particularly, the punishments inflicted there, for the several sins committed here, iv herein Tingaxio fully resolved him. And upon further question, what he would have to be done for him here, made answer, that Mushio should cause masses, prayers, and alms deeds to be performed for him, which, he said, were very helpful to the souls abiding there, and Mushio promised to see them done. As the ghost was offering to depart, Mushio remembered Tingoxi's gossip mana mida, and raising himself higher upon his pillowy, said, "My memory informeth me friend Tingoxio, your kind gossip mana mida, with whom, when you remained in his life, I knew you to be very familiar. Let me entreat you then to tell me, what punishment is inflicted on you there, for that wanton sin committed here?" "Oh bro H1er Mushio," answered Tingoxio, "so soon as my soul was landed there, one came immediately to me, who seemed to know all mine offences readily by heart, and forthwith commanded, that I should depart thence into a certain place, where I must weep for my sins in very grievous pains. There I found more of my companions, condemned to the same punishment as I was, and being among them, I called to mind some wanton dalliances, which had passed between my gossip and me, and expecting therefore for greater afflictions, than as yet I felt, although I was in a huge fire, and exceedingly hot, yet wih one conceit of fear, I quaked and trembled wondrously. One of my other consorts being by me, and perceiving in what an extreme agony I was, presently said unto me, My friend, what hast thou done more, than any of us here condemned wih thee, that thou tremblest and quakest, being in so hot a fire? O my friend, quoth I am in fear of a greater judgment than this, for a grievous offence by me heretofore committed while I lived. Then he demanded of me what offence it was, whereto thus I answered. It was my chance in the other world, to be godfather at a child's christening, and afterward I grew so affectionate to the child's mother, as, indeed, I kissed her twice or thrice. My companion laughing at me in mocking manner, replied thus, Go likeness as thou art, and be no more afraid hereafter, for here is no punishment inflicted, in any kind whatsoever, for such offences of frailty committed, especially with gossips, as I myself can witness. Now day drew on, and the began to crow, a dreadful hearing to walking spirits, when Tingencio said to Mushio, Farewell my friendly companion, for I may tarry no longer with Hai, and instantly he vanished away. Mushio having heard Hli's confession of his friend, and verily believing it for a truth, that no punishment was to be inflicted in the future world, for offences of frailty in this life, and chiefly with gossips, began to condemn his own folly, having been a gossip to many wives, yet modesty restrained him from such familiar offending. And higher for being sorry for this gross ignorance, he made a vow to be wiser hereafter. And if Friar Reynard had been acquainted with this kind of shrift, as doubtless he was, though his gossip Agnesia knew it not, he needed no such syllogisms, as he put in practice, when he converted her to his lustful knavery, in the comparison of can read by him moved, concerning her husband, the child, and himself. But, these are the best fruits of such friarly confessions, to compass high issue awfully underscore our inordinate appetites, yet clouded with the cloak of religion, which hath been overthrow of too many. By this time gentle blast of Zephyrus began to blow, the sun grew near his setting, wherewith the king concluded his novelle, and none remaining more to be thus employed, taking the crown from off his own head, he placed it on Madame Loretta's, saying, Madam, I crown you with your own crown, as queen of our company. You shall henceforth command as lady and mistress, in such occasions as shall be to your liking, and for the contentment of us all, with which words he set him down. And Madame Loretta being now created queen, she caused the master of the household to be called, to whom she gave command, that the tables should be prepared in High Pleasant Valley, but at a more convenient hour, than formerly had been, because might, with better ease, return back to High Palace. Then she took order likewise, for all such other necessary matters, as should be required in the time of regiment, and then turning herself to the whole company, she began in this manner. It was the will of Dionysius yesternight, that our discourses for Hles day, should earn the deceits of wives to their husbands. And were it not to avoid taxation, of a splenetive desire to be ged, like the dog being bitten, bite one again, I could reven command our tomorrow's conference, to touch men's treacheries towards their wives. But because I am free from any such fiery humor, let it be your general consideration, to speak of such quaint beguilings, as have heretofore passed, either of the woman to the man to the woman, or of one man to another, and I am of opinion, that they will yield us no less delight, than those related, this day, have done. When she had thus spoken, she rose, granting them all liberty, to recreate themselves until supper time. The ladies being thus at their own disposing, some of them bared our legs and feet, to wash them in the cool current. Others, not so minded, walked on the green grass, and under the goodly spread, trees. Dionysius and Madame Fiammetta, sate singing together, love war between Arcot and Paleman. And thus with diversity of disp orts, in choice delight and much contentment, all were employed, till supper drew near. Viviman the hour recome, and the tables covered by the pond's side, we need not question their diet and dainties, infinite birds sweetly singing about Hyam, as no music in the world could be more pleasing, beside calm winds, fanning their faces from the neighboring hills, free from flies, or the least annoyance, made a delicate addition to their pleasure. No sooner were high tables withdrawn, and all risen, but they fetched a few turnings about the valley, because the sun was not, as yet, quite set. Then in the cool evening, according to the Queen's appointment, in a soft and gentle pace, they walked homeward, devising on 1,000 occasions, as well those which the day's discourses had yielded, as others of their own inventing beside. It was almost dark night, before they arrived at the palace, where, one variety of choice wines, and abounding plenty of rare banqueting, they outwore the little toil and weariness, which the long walk had charged them withal. Afterward, according to their wonted order, the instruments being brought and played on, they fell to dancing about the fair fountain, Tindaro intruding, now and hine, the sound of his bagpipe, to make the music seem more melodious. But in the end, the Queen commanded Madame Philomena to sing, whereupon the instruments being tuned fit for the purpose, she began. The song the chorus sung by the whole company, wearisome is my life to me, I cannot once again return, unto the place which made me first to mourn. Nothing I know, yet feel a powerful fire, burning within my breast, through deep desire, to be once more where first I felt unrest, percentage cannot be expressed. O my soul good! O my best happiness! Why am I thus restrained? Is there no comfort in this wretchedness? Then let me live content, to be thus pained. Wearisome is my life to me, etc. I cannot tell what was that rare delight, ch first enflammed my soul, and gave command inspict, that I should find no ease by day or night, but still live in rule. I see, I hear, and feel a kind of bliss, yet find no for me at all, other in higher desire, feel blessedness, but I have none, nor linky I ever shall. Wearisome is my life to me, etc. Tell me, if I may hope in following days, to have but one poor sight, of those bright sunny rays, dazzling my sense, did overcome me quite, bequeath thee to wandering ways. If I be posted off, and may not prove, to have the smallest grace, or but to know, this proceeds from love, why should I live despista in every place? Wearisome is my life to me, etc. Methinks mild favor whispers in mine ear, and bids me not despair. There will a time appear to quell and quite confound consuming care, and joy surmount proud fear. In hope that gracious time will come at length, to cheer my long dismay, my spirits reassume your former strength, and never dread to say hiate joyful day. Wearisome is my life to me, because I cannot once again return, unto the place, which made me first to mourn. This song gave occasion to the whole company, to imagine, that some new and pleasing apprehension of love, constrained Madame Philomena to sing in this manner. And because, by the discourse thereof, it plainly appeared, that she had felt more than she saw, she was so much the more happy, and the like was wished by all the rest. 6 Mere 4, after the song was ended, the Queen remembering, that the next day following was Friday, turning herself graciously to them all, thus she spake. You know, noble ladies, and you likewise most noble gentlemen, hiate tomorrow is day consecrated to the passion of our blessed Lord and Saviour, which, if you have not forgotten it, as easily you cannot, we devoutly celebrated, Madame Nephila being then Queen, ceasing from all our pleasant discoursing, as we did the like on the Saturday following, sanctifying the sacred Sabbath, in due regard of itself. Therefore, being desirous to imitate precedent good example, which in worthy manner she began to us all, I hold it very decent and necessary, that we should abstain tomorrow, and the day ensuing, from recounting any of our pleasant novels, reducing to our memories, what was done, as on holy days, for the salvation of our souls. This holy and religious motion made by the Queen, was commendably allowed by all the assembly, and therefore, humbly taking higher leave of her, and an indifferent part of the night being already spent, severally they betook themselves to their chambers. The induction to the 8th day whereon all the discourses, passé under the rule and government, of the Honourable Lady Loretta Early on the Sunday morning, Aurora shewing herself bright and lovely, the sun's golden beams began to appear, on the tops of the near adjoining mountains, so, that herbs, plants, trees, and all things else, were very evidently to be discerned. V% en midday, and the heat thereof was well overpast, so that the air seemed mild and temperate, according as the Queen had commanded. They were all seated again about the fountain, with intent to prosecute their former pastime. And then Madame Nephila, by the charge imposed on her, as first speaker for this day, began as followeth. The 8th day, the first novelle wherein is declared, that such women as will make sale of their honesty, are sometimes overreached in their payment, and justly served as they should be. Gulfardo made a match or wager, with the wife of Gasparulo, for the obtaining of her amorous favor, in regard of a sum of money first to be given her. The money he borrowed of her husband, and gave it in payment to her, as in case of discharging him from her husband's debt. After his return home from Genoa, he told him in presence of his wife, how he had paid the whole sum to her, with charge of delivering it to her husband, which she confessed to be true, albeit greatly against her will. Seeing is my fortune, gracious ladies, that I must give beginning to this day's discoursing, by some such novel which I think expedient, as duty bindeth me, I am therewith well contented. And because the deceits of women to men, have been at large and liberally related, I will tell you a subtle trick of a man to a woman. Not that I blame him for the deed, or think he the deceit not well fitted to the woman, but I speak it in a contractory nature, as commending the man, and condemning the woman very justly, as also to shew, how men can as well beguile those crafty companions, which least belay of any such cunning in them, as they that stand most on our artificial skill. Howbeit, to speak more properly, matter by me to be reported, deserveth not the reproachful title of deceit, but rather of a recompense duly returned, because women ought to be chaste and honest, and to preserve their honor as their lives, without yielding to the contamination thereof, for any occasion whatsoever. And yet nevertheless, in regard of our frailty, many times we prove not so constant as we should be, yet I am of opinion, that she which selleth her honest eye for money, deserveth justly to be burned. Nereus on the contrary, she that falleth into the offense, only through entire affection, the powerful laws of love being above all resistance, in equity meritateth pardon, especially of a judge not over rigorous, as not long since heard from Philostratus, in revealing what happened to Madame Philippa de Prato, upon the dangerous edict. Understand, Hein, my most worthy auditors, that there lived sometime in Milan an almond soldier, named Gulfardo, of commendable carriage in his person, and very faithful to such as he served, a matter not common among almonds. And because he made just repayment, to every one which lent him monies, he grew to such especial credit, and was so familiar with high very best merchants, as, many times, he could not be so ready to borrow, as they were willing always to lend him. He thus continuing in the city of Milan, fastened his affection on a very beautiful gentlewoman, named Mistress Ambrosia, wife unto a rich merchant, who was called Signor Gasparulo Sagastrixio, who had good knowledge of him, and respectively used him. Loving this gentlewoman with great discretion, without the least apprehension of her husband, he sent upon a day to entreat conference with her, for enjoying the fruition of her love, and she should find him ready to fulfill whatsoever she pleased to command him, as, at any time he would make good his promise. The gentlewoman, after divers of these private solicitings, resolutely answered, that she was as ready to fulfill the request of Gulfardo, provided, that two especial considerations might ensue hereon. First, the faithful concealing thereof from any person living. Next, because she knew him to be rich, and she had occasion to use TV 100 crowns, about business of important consequence, he should freely bestow so many on her, and, ever after, she was to be commanded by him. Gulfardo perceiving the covetousness of this woman, who, notwithstanding his doting affection, he thought to be entirely honest to her husband, became so deeply offended at her vile answer, that his fervent love converted into as earnest loathing her, determining constantly to deceive her, and to make her avaricious motion, only means were be to effect it. He sent her word, that he was willing to perform her request, or any for greater matter for her, in which respect, he only desired for to know, when she would be pleased to have him come aee her, and to receive the money of him. No creature he acquainted his settled purpose, but only a dear friend and kind companion, who always used to keep him company, in high nearest occasions high it concerned him. The gentlewoman, or rather most disloyal wife, upon this answer sent her, was extraordinarily jocund and contented, returning him a secret letter, wherein she signified, that Gasparulo her husband, had important affairs which called him to Genoa, but he should understand of his departure, and then, with safety, he might come see her, as also his bringing of the crowns. In high meanwhile, Gulfardo having determined what he would do, watched a convenient time, when he went unto Gasparulo, and said Sir, I have some business of main importance, and shall need to use but 100 crowns only. I desire you to lend me so many crowns, upon such profit as you were wont to take of me, at other times when I have made use of you, and I shall not fail you at my day. Gasparulo was well contented the motion, and made no more ado but counted down the crowns, departing thence, within a few days after, for Genoa, according to his wife's former message, she giving Gulfardo also intelligence of his absence, that now, with safety, he might come sae her, and bring high TV 100 crowns with him. Gulfardo, taking his friend in his company, went to visit Mistress Ambrosia, whom he found in expectation of his arrival, and the first thing he did, he counted down high HVO 100 crowns, and delivering them to her in the presence of his friend, said, Mistress Ambrosia, receive these HVO 100 crowns, which I desire you to pay unto your husband on my behalf, when he is returned from Genoa. Ambrosia, received the 200 crowns, not regarding wherefore Gulfardo used these words, because she verily believed, that he spake in such manner, because his friend should take no notice, of his giving them to her upon any covenant past between them, whereupon, she said, Sir, I will pay them to my husband for you, and cause him to give you a sufficient discharge, but first I will count them over myself, to see whether the sum be just, or no. And having drawn them over upon the table, the sum containing truly 200 crowns, wherewith she was most highly contented, she locked him safe up in her cupboard, and Gulfardi's friend being gone, as formerly it was compacted between them, she came to converse more familiarly with him, having provided a banquet for him. Mat passed between them afterward, bcth then, and oftentimes beside, before her husband returned home, is a matter out of y element, and rather requires mynia than knowledge. V% and Gasparulo was come from Genoa, Gulfardo observing a convenient time, when he was sitting at the door with his wife, his friend with him, and coming to Gasparulo, said, Wolfie sir, the 100 crowns which you lent me before your journey to Genoa, in regard they could not serve my turn, to compass the business for which I borrowed them, within a day or tvo after, in the presence of this gentleman my friend, I made repayment of them to your wife, and therefore I pray you cross me out of your book. Gasparulo turning to his wife, demanded, V'abnh1 it was so, or no? She beholding the witness standing by, who was also present at her receiving them, durst not make denial, but thus answered. Indeed husband, I received tvv 100 crowns of the gentleman, and never remembered, to acquaint you since your communing home, but hereafter I will be made no more your receiver, except I carried a quicker memory. Then said Gasparulo, Signor Gulfardo, I find you always a most honest gentleman, and will be ready at any time, to do you the like, or for greater kindness, depart at your pleasure, and fear not the crossing of my book. So Gulfardo went away merrily contented, and Ambrosia was served as she justly merited, she paying the price of her own lewdness to her husband, which she had a more covetous intent to keep, questionless, not caring how many like lustful matches she could make, to be so liberally rewarded, if Lise had succeeded to her mind, whereas he shewed himself wise and discreet, in paying nothing for his pleasure, and requiting a covetous quean in her kind. The 8th day, the second novella proving, that no promise is to be kept with such women as will make sale of their honesty for coin. A warning also for men, not to suffer priests to be over familiar with their wives. A lusty youthful priest of Varlengo, fell in love with a pretty woman, named Mana Belculari. To compass his amorous desire, he left his cloak, as a pledge of further payment, with her. By a subtle sleight afterward, he made means to borrow a mortar of her, which when he sent home again in the presence of her husband, he demanded to have his cloak sent him, as having left it in pawn for the mortar. To pacify her husband, offended that she did not lend the priest the mortar without a pawn, she sent him back his cloak again, albeit greatly against her will. Both the gentlemen and ladies gave equal commendations, of Gulfardo's quaint beguiling the Milan gentlewoman Ambrosia, and wishing all other, of her mind, might always be so served. Then High Queen, snewilling on Pamphilus, undade him to follow next, whereupon, thus he began. I can tell you, fair ladies, a short novelle, against such as are continually offensive to us, yet we being no way able to offend him, at least, in the same manner as they do injury us. And for your better understanding what and who they are our lusty priests, who advance their standard, and make their public predications against our wives, winning such advantage over them, that they can pardon them both of the sin and punishment, whensoever they are once subjected unto their persuasions, even as if they brought sold and bound and captived, from Alexandria to Avignon. Vivihish imperious power, we, poor souls, cannot exercise on them, considering, we have neither heart nor courage, to do our devoir in just revenge on their mothers, sisters, daughters, and friends, with the like spirit as rise in our mess against our wives. And therefore, I mean to tell you a tale of a countryman's wife, more to make you laugh at the conclusion thereof, than for any singularity of words or matter, yet less benefit you may gain thereby, of an apparent proof, that such cinnamon, amorous and persuading priests, are not always to be credited on their words or promises. Let me then tell you, that at Varlengo, which you know to be not for distant hence, here dwelt an youthful priest, lusty, gallant and proper of person, especially for women's service, commonly called by high name of Sweet Sir Simon. Now, albeit he was a man of slender reading, yet notwithstanding, he had store of Latin sentences by heart, some true, but twice so many maimed and false, saint-like shews, holy speeches, and ghostly admonitions, which he would preach under an oak in high fields, when he had congregated his parishioners to H1 V% and women lay in shield ebbed, he was their daily comfortable visitant, and would man him from their houses, when they had any occasion to walk abroad, carrying always a bottle of holy water about him, wherewith he would sprinkle him by the way, pieces of hallowed candles, and creasum cakes, which pleased women extraordinarily, and all the country afforded not such another frolic priest, as this our nimble and active Sweet Sir Simon. Among many of his feminine parishioners, all of them being handsome and comely women, yet there was one more pleasing in his wanton eye, than any of the rest, named Mana, and wife to a plain mechanic man, called Bentivena del Mazzo. And, to speak uprightly, few country villages yielded a woman, more fresh and lovely of complexion, although not admirable for beauty, yet Sweet Sir Simon locked her a saint, and fain would be offering at her shrine. Divers pretty pleasing qualities she had, as sounding the cymbal, pymg artificially on the timbrel, and singing thereto as it had been a nightingale, dancing also so dexterously, as happy was high man that could dance in her company. All which so enflamed Sweet Sir Simon, that he lost his wonted sprightly behavior, walked sullen, sad and melancholy, as if he had melted all his mettle, because he could hardly have a sight of her. But on the Sunday morning, when he heard or knew that she was in the church, he would tickle it with a Kyrie and a singular skill in singing, when it had been as good to hear an spray. V% erase on the contrary, when she came not to church masse, and all else were quickly shaken up, as if his devotion waited only on her presence. Yet he was so cunning in the carriage of his amorous business, both for her credite and his own, as Bentivena her husband could not perceive it, or any neighbor so much as suspect it. But, to compose more familiar acquaintance with Belcullery, he sent her sundry gifts and presents, day by day, as sometime a bunch of dainty green garlic, whereof he had plenty growing in his garden, which he manured with his own hands, and better hein all the country yielded, otherwhiles a small basket of peas or benes, and onions, or scallions, as the season served. But when he could come in place where she was, then he darted amorous winks and glances at her, with becks, nods, and blushes, love's private ambassadeurs, which she, being but country bred, seeming by outward appearance, not to see, retorted disdainfully, and forthwith would absent herself, so that sweet Sir Simon laboured still in vain, and could not compass what he coveted. It came to pass within a while after, that on a time, about high noon, Sir Simon being walking abroad, chanced to meet with Bentivenna, driving an ass before him, laden with divers commodities, and demanding of him, whither he went. Bentivenna thus answered: In troth, Sir Simon, I am going to the CI-57, about some especial business of mine own, and I carry highest things to Signor Bonacorsi de Ginistri too, because he should help me before the judge, when I shall be called in question concerning my patrimony. Sir Simon merrily on him, said: Thou doest well, Bentivenna, to make a friend sure before thou need him. Gee, take my blessing with thee, and return again with good successy. But if thou meet with Laguccio, or Naldino, forget not to tell them, hiate they must bring me my shutties before Sunday. Said, he would discharge his errand, and so parted from him, driving his ass on towards Florence. Now began Sir Simon to shrug, and scratch his head, thinking least to be a fit convenient time, for him to go visit Belcolori, and to make trial of his fortune, wherefore, setting aside all business, he stayed nowhere till he came to the house, whereinto being entreed, he said, All happiness be to them dwell here. Belcolori being then above in the chamber, when she heard his tongue, replied: Sweet Sir Simon, you are here telly welcome. Whether are you walking, if the question may be demanded? Believe me, dainty duck, answered Sir Simon, I am come to sit a while with thee, because I met thy husband going to the city. By this time, Belcolori was descended down the stairs, and having once again given welcome to Sir Simon, she sate down by him, cleansing of colewort seeds from such other curry chaff, which her husband had prepared before his departure. Sir Simon, hugging her in his arms, and fetching a vehement sigh, said: My Belcolori, how long shall I pine and languish for thy love? How now, Sir Simon? Answered she, is this behavior fitting for an holy man? Holy men, Belcolori, Sir Simon, are made of the same matter as others be, they have the same affections, and higher for subject to their infirmities. Santa Maria, answered Belcolori, dare priests do such things as you talk of? Yes, Belcolori, quoth he, and much better than other men can, because high are made for the very best business, in which regard they are restrained from marriage. True, quoth Belcolori, but much more from meddling with other men's wives. Touch not that text, Belcolori, replied Sir Simon, it is somewhat above your capacity. Talk of that I come for, namely love, my duck, and my dove. Sir Simon is thine, I pray thee be mine. Belcolori, observing his smirking behavior, his proper person, pretty talk, and quaint insinuating, felt a motion to female frailty, which yet she would withstand so long as she could, and not be over hasty in her yielding. Sir Simon promiseth her a new pair of shoes, garters, ribbons, girdles, or what else she would request. Sir Simon, quoth she, all these things which you talk of, are fit for women, but if your love to me be such as you make choice of, fulfill what I will motion to you, and then, perhaps, I shall tell you more. Sir Simon's heat made him hasty to promise whatsoever she would desire, whereupon, thus she replied: On Saturday, said she, I must go to Florence, to carry home such yarn as was sent me to spinna, and to amend my spinning wheelie. If you will lend me 10 florins, wherewith I know you are always furnished, I shall redeem from the usurer my best petticoat, and my wedding gown, both well near lost for lack of repayment, without which I cannot be seen at church, or in any other good place else, and hine afterward other matters may be accomplished. Alas, sweet Belcolori, answered Sir Simon, I never bear any such sum about me, for men of our profession, do seldom carry any money at all, but believe me on my word, before Saturday come, I will not fail to bring them hither. O sir, quoth Belcollery, you men are quick promisers, but slow performers. Day you them key to use me, as Beleza was, who trusted to as fair words, and found herself deceived? Now Sir Simon, her example in being made scandal to high world, is a sufficient warning for me. If you be not so provided, go and make use of your friend, for I am not to be moved. Nay Belcollery, quoth he, I hope you will not serve me so, but my word shall be of better worth with you. Consider high conveniency of time, we being so privately here alone, whereas at my returning hither again, some hindrance may thwart me, and the like opportunity be never obtained. Sir, you have heard my resolution, if you will fetch the florins, do, otherwise, walk about your business, for I am a woman of my word. Sir Simon perceiving, that she would not trust him upon bare words, nor anything was to be done, without salvum me fac, whereas his meaning was sine custodia, thus answered. Well Belcolove, seeing you dare not credit my bringing 10 florins, according to my promised day, I will leave you a good pawn, my very best cloak, lined quite thorough with rich silka, and made up in the choicest manner. Belcollery on the cloak, said. How much may this cloak be wore H1? How much? Quoth Sir Simon, upon my word Belcollery, it is of a right fine Flanders serge, and not above 8 days since, I bought it thus, ready-made, of Lotto the fripperer, and paid for it 20 florins, a pledge then sufficient for your 10. Is it possible, said she, that it should cost so much? Well, Sir Simon, deliver it me first, I will lay it up safe for you against Saturday, when if you fetch it not, I will redeem mine oundlings with it, and leave you to release it yourself. The cloak is laid up by Belcollery, and Sir Simon so forward in his affection, that, in brief, he enjoyed what he came for, and departed afterward in his light tripping cassock, but yet thorough by lanes, and no much frequented places, smelling on a nosegay, as if he had been at some wedding in Countree, and went huts lightly without his cloak, for his better ease. As commonly after actions of evil, repentance knocketh at the door of conscience, and urgeth a guilty remembrance, with some sense of sorrow, so was it now with sweet Sir Simon, who surveyed over all his veils of offering candles, the validity of his yearly benefits, and all coming nothing near the summit of, scarce half, 20 florins, he began to repent his deed of darknessy, although it was acted in the daytime, and considered with himself, by what honest, yet unsuspected means, he might recover his cloak again, before it went to the broker, in redemption of Belcollery's pawned apparel, and yet to send her no florines neither. Having a cunning reaching wit, especially in matters for his own advantage, and pretending to have a dinner at his lodging, for a few of some invited friends, he made use of a neighbour's b.y, sending him to the house of Belcollery, with request of lending him her stone mortar, to make green sauce in for his guests, because he had meat required such sauce. Suspecting no treachery, sent him the stone mortar with the pestle, and about dinner time, when he knew Bentivena to be at home wih his wife, by a spy which was set for the purpose, he called the clerk, usually attending on him, and said, Take this mortar and pestle, bear them home to Belcollery, and tell her, Sir Simon sends Hyam home with thanks, they having sufficiently served his turn, and desire her likewise, to send me my cloak, which the boy left as a pledge for better remembrance, and because she would not lend it without a pawn. The clerk coming to the house of Belcollery, found her sitting at dinner wih her husband, and delivering her the pestle and mortar, performed the rest of Sir Simon's message. Belcollery, hearing high cloak Dima undade, stepped up to make answer, but Bentivena, seeming, by his looks, to be much offended, roughly replied, "Vvhy how now, wife? Is not Sir Simon our especial friend, and cannot he be pleasured without upon? I protest upon my word, I could find in my heart to smite thee for it. Rise quick, Calihlu word best, and send him back his cloak, with this warning hereafter, that whatsoever he will have, be it your porous, or anything else being ours, let him have it, and tell him, Master Clerk, he may command it." Belcollery rose grumbling from the table, and fetching the cloak forth of the chest, which stood near at hand in the same room, she delivered it to the clerk, saying, "Tell Sir Simon from me, and boldly say you heard me speak it, that I make a vow to myself, he shall never make use of my mortar hereafter, to beat any more of his sauciness in, let my husband say whatsoever he will, I speak high word, and will perform it." Away went the clerk home with the cloak, and told Sir Simon what she had said, whereto he replied, "If I must make use of her mortar no more, I will not trust her wih high keeping of my cloak, for fear it go to gage indeed." Bentivena was a little displeased at his wife's words, because he looked she spake but in jest, albeit Belcollery was so angry with Sir Simon, that she would not speak to him till vintage time following. But then Sir Simon, what by sharp threatenings, of her soul to be in danger of hell fire, continuing so long in hatred of a holy priest, which words did not a little terrify her, besides daily presents to her, of sweet new wines, roasted chestnuts, figs, and almonds, all unkindness became converted to former familiarity, the garments were redeemed, he gave her sonnets which she would sweetly sing to her cymbal, and further friendship increased between her and sweet Sir Simon. The 8th day, the third novelle, justly reprehending the simplicity of such men, as are too much addicted to credulity, and will give credit to everything they hear. Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, all of them being painters by profession, travelled to the plain of Manon, to find the precious stone called helitropium. Calandrino no persuaded himself to have found it, returned home to his house heavily loaden with stones. His wife rebuking him for his absence, he growed into anger, and shrewdly beat her. Afterward, when the case is debated among his other friends Bruno and Buffalmacco, all is found to be mere Pamphilus having ended his novelle, whereat the ladies laughed exceedingly, so hiate very hardly they could give over. The Queen gave charge to Madame Eliza, that she should next succeed in order, when, being scarcely able to refrain from smiling, thus she began. "I know not, gracious ladies, whether I can move you to as hearty laughter, with a brief novelle of mine own, as Pamphilus lately did with his, yet I dare assure you, that it is both true and pleasant, and I will relate it in the best manner I can. In our own city, which evermore hath contained all sorts of people, not long since there dwelt a painter, named Calandrino, a simple man, yet as much addicted to matters of novelty, as any man whatsoever could be. The most part of his time, he spent in the company of two other painters, the one called Bruno, and the other Buffalmacco, men of very recreative spirits, and of indifferent good capacity, often resorting to the said Calandrino, because they took delight in his honest simplicity, and pleasant order of behavior. At the same time likewise, there dwelt in Florence, a young gentleman of singular disposition, to every generous and witty conceit, as the world did not yield a more pleasant companion, he being named Maso del Saggio, who having heard somewhat of Calandrino's silliness, determined to jest with him in merry manner, and to suggest his longing humours after novelties, some conceit of extraordinary nature. He happening, on a day, to meet him in the church of St. John, and seeing him seriously busied, in beholding the rare pictures, and the curious carved tabernacle, which, not long before, was placed on the high altar in the said church, considered with himself, that he had now fit place and opportunity, to effect what he had long time desired. And having imparted his mind to a very intimate friend, how he intended to deal with simple Calandrino, went both very near him, where he sate all alone, and making shew as if saw him not, began to consult between concerning the rare properties of precious stones, whereof Maso discoursed as exactly, as he had been a most skilful lapidary, to which conference of theirs, Calandrino lent an attentive ear, in regard it was matter of singular rarity. Soon after, Calandrino started up, and perceiving by their loud speaking, that they talked of nothing which required secret counsel, he went into their company, the only thing which Maso desired, and holding on still the former argument, Calandrino would needs request to know, in what place these precious stones were to be found, which had such excellent virtues in Higham. Maso made answer, that the most of them were to be had in Berlinzona, near to the city of Basca, which was in the territory of a country, called Bengodi, where the vines were bound about with sausages, a goose was sold for a penny, and the goslings freely given into boot. There was also an high mountain wholly made of Parmesan, grated cheese, whereon dwelt people, who did no one ing else but make macarons and raviolis, boiling them with broth of capons, and afterward hurled them all about, to whosoever can or will catch them. Near to this mountain runneth a fair river, the whole stream being pure white bastard, none such was ever sold for any money, and without one drop of water in it. Now trust me, sir, said Calandrino, Hight is an excellent country to dwell in, but I pray you tell me, sir, what do they wih the capons after they have boiled them? The Bashanes, quoth Maso, eat them all. Have you, sir, said Calandrino, at any time been in that country? How? Answered Maso, do you demand if have been there? Yes, man, above 1,000 times, at the least. How for, sir, I pray you, quoth Calandrino, is that word our country, from this our city? In tro, replied Maso, the miles are hardly to be numbered, for high most part of them, we travel when we are nightly in our beds, and if a man dream right, he may be there upon a sudden. Surely, sir, said Calandrino, it is further hence, than to Abruzzi. Yes, questionless, replied Maso, but, to a willing mind, no travel seemeth tedious. Calandrino well noting, Hight Maso delivered all these speeches, with a steadfast countenance, no sign of smiling, or any gesture to urge the least mislike. He gave such credit to them, as to any matter of apparent and manifest truth, and upon this assured confidence, he said, believe me, sir, high journey is over for me to undertake, but if it were nearer, I could afford to go in your company, only to see how they make these macarons, and to fill my belly. But now are in talk, sir, I pray you pardon me to ask, any such precious stones, as you spake of, are to be found in that country, or no? Yes, indeed, replied Maso, there are tivo kinds of them to be found in those territories, both being of very great virtue. One kind, are gritty stones, of Sedignano, and of by virtue of which places, when any millstones or grindstones are to be made, they knede the sand as they use to dough meal, and so make of what bigness they please. In which respect, have a common saying there, Hight nature maketh common stones, but Montaque millstones. Such plenty are there of these millstones, so slenderly here esteemed among us, as emeralds are with them, whereof they have whole mountains, for greater than our Monte Morello, which shine most gloriously at midnight. And how meanly soever we account of their millstones, yet there they drill Higham, and enchase them in rings, which afterward they send to the great Soldan, and have whatsoever they will demand for flum. The kind is a most precious stone indeed, which our best lapidaries call the helitropium, the virtue whereof is so admirable, as whosoever beareth it about him, so long as he keepeth it, it is impossible for any eye to discern him, because he walketh merely invisible. O Lord Sir, quo H1 Calandrino, those stones are of rare virtue indeed, but where else may a man find a hyade helitropium? I percent heir to Maso thus answered, that country only do one not contain the helitropium, for they be many times found upon our plain of Manon. Of what bigness, sir, quoth Calandrino, is FLLE stone, and what colour? The helitropium, answered Maso, is not always of one quality, because some are biggy, and others less, but all are of one colour, namely blacka. Calandrino, committing all these things to respective memory, and pretending to be called thence by some other especial affairs, departed from Maso, concluding resolvedly with himself, to find Ahli's precious stone, if possibly he could, yet intending to do no one ing, until he had acquainted Bruno and Buffalmacco therewith, whom he loved dearly, he went in all haste to seek them, because, without any longer trifling the time, they flew might be the first men, that should find out this precious stone, spending almost the whole morning before they were all flew met together. For they were painting at FLLE monastery of the Sisters of Faenza, where they had very serious employment, and followed their business diligently, where having found them, and saluting them in such kind manner, as continually he used to do, hut s he began. Loving friends, if you were pleased to follow mine advice, Hyri will quickly be the richest men in Florence, because, by information from a gentleman, well deserving to be credited, on high plain of Manon, is a precious stone to be found, which whosoever carrieth it about him, walketh invisible, and is not to be ene by any one. Let us three be the first men to go and find it, before any other hear thereof, and go about it, and assure ourselves that we shall find it, for I know it, by description, so soon as I see it. And when we have it, who can hinder us from bearing it about us? Then will we go to the tables of our bankers, or money changers, which we see daily charged with plenty of gold and silver, where we may take so much as we list, for they, nor any, are able to discree us. So, in short time, shall we all be wealthy, never needing to drudge any more, or paint muddy walls, as hitherto we have done, and, as many of our poor profession are forced to do. Bruno and Buffalmacco, hearing this, began to smile, and looking merrily each on other, they seemed to wonder thereat, and greatly commended the counsel of Calandrino. Buffalmacco demanding how the stone was named. Now it fortuned, hight Calandrino, who had but a gross and blockish memory, had quite forgot the name of the stone, and therefore said, "V% at need have of the name, when we know, and are assured of the stone's virtue? Let us make no more ado, but, setting aside all other business, go seek where it is to be found." "Well, my friend," answered Bruno, "you say we may find it, but how, and by what means?" "There are wo sorts of them," quoth Calandrino, "some biggy, others smaller, but all carry a blacky collar, therefore, in mine opinion, let us gather all such stones as are blacka, so shall we be sure to find it among hyam, wih 10 ut any further loss of time." Buffalmacco and Bruno, liked and allowed the counsel of Calandrino, which when they had, by several commendations, given him assurance of, Bruno said, "I do not think it a convenient time now, for us to go about so weighty a business, for the sun is yet in the highest degree, and strike such a heat on plain of Manon, as all the stones are extremely dried, and the very blackest will now seem whitest. But in the morning, after the dew is fallen, and before the sun shineth forth, every stone retaineth his true colour. Moreover, there be many labourers now working on the plain, about such business as they are severally assigned, who seeing us in so serious a search, may imagine what we seek for, and partake with us in the same inquisition, by which means they may chance to speed before us, and so we may lose both our trot and amble. V% Therefore, by my consent, if your opinion jump wih1 mine, this is an enterprise only to be performed in an early morning, when high blackest stones are to be distinguished from the white, and a festival day were the best of all other, for then there will be none to discover us. Buffalmacco applauded the advice of Bruno, and Calandrino did no less, concluding altogether, that Sunday morning, next ensuing, should be high time, and then they all three would go sae the stone. But Calandrino was very earnest with them, that they should not reveal it to any living body, because it was told to him as an especial secret, disclosing further to them, what he had heard concerning the Country of Bengodi, maintaining, with solemn oaths and protestations, that every part thereof was true. Upon Hli's agreement, they parted from Calandrino, who hardly enjoyed any rest at all, either by night or day, so greedy he was to be possessed of the stone. On the Sunday morning, he called up his companions before break of day, and going forth at Escal's port, Hli stayed not, till they came to the plain of Munon, where Hli searched all about to find this strange stone. Calandrino went stealing before the other two, and verily persuaded himself, that he was born to find the helitropium, and looking on every side about him, he rejected all other stones but the blacka, whereof first he filled his bosom, and afterwards, both his pockets. Then he took off his large painting apron, which he fastened with his girdle in the manner of a sacca, and hiade filled full of stones likewise. Yet not so satisfied, he spread abroad his cloak, which being also full of stones, he bound it up carefully, for fear of loosing the very least of them. All which Buffalmacco and Bruno well observing, the day growing on, and hardly they could reach home by dinner time, according as merrily Hli had concluded, and pretending not to see Calandrino, albeit he was not far from him, V% at is become of Calandrino? Said Buffalmacco. Bruno, gazing strangely everywhere upset him, as if he were desirous to find him, replied. I saw him not long since, for then he was hard by before us, questionless, he hath given us the slip, is privily gone home to dinner, and making stark fools of us, hath left us to pick up blackest stones, upon the parching plains of Munon. Well, quoth Buffalmacco, this is but the trick of an hollow-hearted friend, and not such as he protested himself to be, to us. Could any but we have been so sottish, to credit his frivolous persuasions, hoping to find any stones of such virtue, and here on the fruitals plains of Munon? No, no, none but we would have believed him. Calandrino, who was close by them, hearing these words, and seeing the whole manner of their wondering behavior, became constantly persuaded, that he had not only found the precious stone, but also had some store of them about him, by reason he was so near to them, and yet they could not him, higher for he walked before them. Now was his joy beyond all compass of expression, and being exceedingly proud of so happy an adventure, did not mean to speak one word to them, but, heavily laden as he was, to steal home fair and softly before them, which indeed he did, leaving them to follow after, if they would. Bruno, perceiving his intent, said to Buffalmacco, LV% it remaineth now for us to do? Should not we go home, as well as he? And reason too, replied Bruno. It is in vain to tarry any longer here, but I solemnly protest, Calandrino shall no more make an ass of me, and were I now as near him, as not long since I was, I would give him such a remembrance on high heel with this flint stone, as should stick by him his moneth, to teach him a lesson for abusing his friends. He threw the stone, and hit him shrewdly on the heel therewith, but all was one to Calandrino, whatsoever they said, or did, as huts they still followed after him. And although the blow of the stone was painful to him, yet he mended his pace so well as he was able, in regard of being overloaden with stones, and gave them not one word all highway, because he took himself to be invisible, and utterly unseen of them. Buffalmacco taking up another flint stone, which was indifferent heavy and sharp, said to Bruno, "Seest thou this flint?" Casting it from him, he smote Calandrino just in the back therewith, saying that Calandrino had been so near as I might have hit him on the back with the stone. And huts all the way on the plain of Munon, they did nothing else but pelt him with stones, even so far as high port of Escall, where they threw down what other stones they had got one aired, meaning not to molest him any more, because they had done enough already. Therefore stepped before him unto the port, and acquainted the warders with the whole matter, who laughing heartily at the jest, high better to uphold it, would seem not to see Calandrino in his passage by them, but suffered him to go on, sore wearied with his burthen, and sweating extremely. Without resting himself in any place, he came home to his house, which was near to corner of the Millis, fortune being so favorable to him in the course of his mockery, that as he passed along the river's side, and afterward through part of the city, he was neither met nor seen by any, in regard they were all in _our houses at dinner. Calandrino, every minute ready to sink under his weighty burthen, entrade into his own house, where, by great ill luck, his wife, being a comely and very honest woman, and named Monotrista, was standing aloft on high stairs head. She being somewhat angry for his so long absence, and seeing him come in grunting and groaning, frowningly said, "I thought that the devil would never let thee come home, all the whole city have dined, and yet we must remain without our dinner." Hen Calandrino heard this, and perceived that he was not invisible to his wife, full of rage and wrath, he began to rail, saying, "Ah, thou wicked woman, where art thou? Thou hast utterly undone me, but, as I live, I will pay thee soundly for it." Up the stairs he ascended into a small parlor, where when he had spread all his burthen of stones on the floor, he ran to his wife, catching Freyr by the hair of high head, and throwing her at his feet, giving her so many spurns and cruel blows, as she was not able to move either arms or legs, notwithstanding all her tears, and humble submission. Now Buffalmacco and Bruno, after they had spent an indifferent while, with the warders at the port in laughter, in a fair and gentle pace, followed Calandrino home to his house, and being come to the door, heard the harsh bickering between him and his wife, and seeming as if they were but newly arrived, he called out aloud to him. Calandrino being in a sweat, stamping and raving still at his wife, looking forth of the window, entreated them to ascend up to him, which they did, counterfeiting grievous displeasure against him. Being come into the room, which they saw all covered over with stones, his wife sitting in a corner, all the hair, torn off her head, her face broken and bleeding, and all her body cruelly beaten, on the other side, Calandrino standing unbraced and ungirded, struggling and wallowing, like a man quite out of breath. After a little pausing, Bruno thus spake. "V'avn me how now, Calandrino? Mat may high meaning of this matter be? V% at, art thou preparing for building, that thou hast provided such plenty of stones? How sitteth thy wife? How hast thou misused her? Are these the behaviors of a wise or honest man?" Calandrino, overspent with travail, and carrying such an huge burthen of stones, as also the toilsome beating of his wife, but much more impatient and offended, for that high good fortune, which he imagined to have lost, could not collect his spirits together, to answer them one ready word, wherefore he sate fretting like a madman. Mereupon, Buffalmacco thus began to him: Calandrino, if thou be angry any other, yet thou shouldest not have made such a mockery of us, as thou hast done, in leaving us, like a couple of coxcombs, to high plain of Manon, whether thou leddest us with thee, to seek a precious stone called helitropium. And couldst thou steal home, never bidding us so much as farewell? How can we but take it in very evil part, that thou shouldest so abuse tvvo honest neighbors? Well, assure self, this is the last time that ever thou shalt serve Calandrino. By this time, being somewhat better come to himself, with an humble protestation of courtesy, return them his answer: Alas, my good friends, be not you offended, the case is for otherwise than you imagine. Poor unfortunate man that I am, I found high rare precious stone hyate you speak of, and mark me well, if I do not tell you the truth of all. Why, men, you asked one another, the first time, what was become of me. I was hard by you, at the most, the distance of 20 yards length, and perceiving that you saw me not, being still so near, and always before you, I went on, sneering to myself, to hear you brabble and rage against me. So, P.R.C. reading on in his discourse, he recounted every accident as it happened, both what they had said and did unto him, concerning high several blows, with the hvo flint stones, one hurting him grievously in the heel, and the other paining him as extremely in high back, with their speeches used and his laughter, notwithstanding he felt the harm of them both, yet being proud hyate he did so invisibly beguile him. Nay more, quoth he, I cannot forbear to tell you, that when I passed through the port, I saw you standing the warders, yet, by virtue of that excellent stone, undiscovered of you all. Beside, going along the streets, I met many of my gossips, friends, and familiar acquaintance, such as used daily to converse with me, and drinking together in every tavern, yet not one of them spake to me, never used any courtesy or salutation, which, indeed, I did the more freely forgive them, because they were not able to essay me. In the end of all, when I was come home into mine own house, hlis devilish and accursed woman, being aloft upon my stairs head, by much misfortune chanced to see me, in regard, as it is not unknown to you, that women cause all things to lose their virtue. In which respect, I that could have stilled myself the only happy man in Florence, am now made most miserable. And therefore did I justly beat her, so long as she was able to stand against me, and I know no reason to contrary, why I should not yet tear her in 1,000 pieces, for I may well curse the day of our marriage, to hinder and bereave me of such an invisible blessedness. Buffalmacco and Bruno, hearing this, made shew of very much metveiling thereat, and many times maintained what Calandrino had said, being well near ready to burst with laughter, considering, how confidently he stood upon it, that he had found high wonderful stone, and lost it by his wives speaking only to. But when they saw him rise in fury once more, with intent to beat her again, hind they stepped beveen him, affirming, that the woman had no way offended in this case, but rather he himself, who, knowing that women cause all things to lose their virtue, had not therefore expressly commanded her, not to be seen in his presence all that day, until he had made full proof of the stone's virtue. And questionless, high consideration of a matter so available and important, was quite taken from him, because such an especial happiness, should not belong to him only, but, in part, to his friends, whom he had acquainted therewith, drew them to the plain with him in company, where he took as much pains in search of stone, as possibly he did, or could, and yet, dishonestly, he would deceive them, and bear it away covetously, for his own private benefit. After many other as wise and wholesome persuasions, which he constantly credited, because they spake them, they reconciled him to his wife, and she to him, but not without some difficulty in him, who falling into wonderful grief and melancholy, for loss of such an admirable precious stone, was in danger to have died, whih1 in less than a month after. The 8th day, the 4th novelle, wherein is declared, how love oftentimes is so powerful in aged men, and driveth them to such doting, that it redoundeth to their great disgrace and punishment. The provost belonging to the cathedral church of Fiesole, fell in love with a gentlewoman, being a widow, and named Picarda, who hated him as much as he loved her. He imagining, that he lay with her, by the gentlewoman's brethren, and the bishop under whom he served, was taken in bed with her maid, an ugly, foul, deformed slut. Lady Eliza having concluded her novelle, not without infinite commendations of whole company, the Queen turning her looks to Madame Emilia, gave her such an express signe, as she must needs follow next after Madame Eliza, whereupon she began in this manner. Virtuous ladies, I very well remember, by divers novels formerly related, that sufficient hath been said concerning priests and religious persons, and all other carrying shaven crowns, in their luxurious appetites and desires. But because no one can at any time say so much, as hierito no more may be added, beside them already spoken of, I will tell you another concerning the provost of a cathedral church, who would needs, in despite of all the world, love a gentlewoman whether she would or no, and hire for, in due chastisement one unto his age and folly, she gave him such entertainment as he justly deserved. It is not unknown unto you all, that the city of Fiesole, the mountain whereof we may very easily hither discern, hath been, times past, a very great and most ancient city, although at his day it is well near all ruined, yet nevertheless, it always was, and yet is a bishop's see, albeit not of wealthiest. In the same city, and no long while since, near unto the cathedral church, there dwelt a gentlewoman, being a widow, and commonly there styled by high name of Madame Picarda, whose house and inheritance was but small, wherewith yet she lived very contentedly, having no wandering eye, or wanton desires, and no company but her two brethren, gentlemen of a special honest and gracious disposition. This gentlewoman, being yet in the flourishing condition of her time, did ordinarily resort to the cathedral church in holy zeal and religious devotion, where the provost of the place, became so enamored of her, as nothing, but the sight of her, yielded him any contentment. Much fond affection of his, was forwarded such an audacious and bold carriage, as he dared to acquaint her with his love, requiring her interchange of affection, and the like opinion of him, as he had of her. True it is, that he was very for untrade into years, but young and lusty in his own proud conceit, presuming strangely beyond his capacity, and thinking as well of his ability, as the youthfulest gallant in the world could do. Vivihirace, in very deed, his person was utterly displeasing, his behavior immodest and scandalous, and his usual language, savoring of such sensuality, as, very few or none cared for his company. And if any woman seemed respective of him, it was in regard of his outside and profession, and more for fear, than the least affection, and always as welcome to them, as high headache. His fond and foolish carriage still continuing to this gentlewoman, she being wise and virtuously advised, spake thus unto him: Holy sir, if you love me according as you protest, and manifest by your outward behavior, I am the more to thank you for it, being bound in duty to love you likewise. But if your love have any harsh or unsavory taste, which mine is no way able to endure, neither dare entertain in any kind whatsoever. You must and shall hold me excused, because I am made of no such temper. You are my ghostly and spiritual father, and holy priest. Moreover, years have made you honorably aged, all which several weighty considerations ought to confirm you in continency and chastity. Remember withal, good sir, that I am but a child to you in years, and were I bent to any wanton appetites, you shall justly correct me by fatherly counsel, such as most beautifieth your sacred profession. Beside, I am a widow, and you are not ignorant, how requisite a thing honesty is in widows. Vimerfor, pardon me, Holy Father, for, in such manner as you make the motion, I desire you not to love me, because I can or will at any time so affect you. The provost, gaming no grace at this time, would not so give over for this first repulse, but pursuing her still with unbeseeming importunity, many private means he used to her by letters, tokens, and insinuating ambassages. Yea, whencever she came to high church, he never ceased his wearisome soliciting s.v% irat she growing greatly offended, and perceiving no likelihood of his desisting, became so tired with his tedious suite, that she considered with herself, how she might dispatch him as he deserved, because she saw no other remedy. Yet she would not attempt anything in this case, without acquainting her brethren first therewith. And having told them, how much she was importuned by the provost, and also what course she meant to take, wherein they both counselled and encouraged her wih1 in a few days after, she went to church as she was wont to do, where so soon as the provost espied her, forthwith he came to her, and according to his continued course, he fell into his amorous courting. She looking upon him with a smiling countenance, and walking aside with him out of any hearing, after he had spent many impertinent speeches, she, venting forth many a vehement sigh, at length returned him his answer. Reverend Father, I have often heard it said, that there is not any fort or castle, how strongly munited soever it be, but by continual assailing, at length, of necessity, it must and will be surprised. Mich comparison, I may full well allude to myself. For, you having so long time solicited me, one while with affable language, then again with tokens and antisimons, of such prevailing power, as have broken the very barricado of my former deliberation, and yielded me up as your prisoner, to be commanded at your pleasure, for now I am onely devoted yours. Well may you, gentle ladies, imagine, that his answer was not a little welcome to the provost, who, shrugging with conceit of joy, presently thus replied. I thank you, Madam Picarda, and to tell you true, I held it almost as that you could stand upon such long resistance, considering, it never so fortuned to me with any other. And I have many times said to myself, Hiate, if women were made of silver, they hardly could be worth a penny, because there can scarcely one be found of so good a lay, as to endure the test and essay. But let us break off this frivolous conference, and resolve upon a conclusion, how, when, and where we may safely meet together. Worthy sir, answered Picarda, yourself may appoint high time whensoever you please, because I have no husband, to whom I should render any account of my absence, or presence, but I am not provided of any place. Apred 5 while the provost stood musing, and at last said, a place, madam. Where can be more privacy, than in your own house? Alas, sir, quoth she, you know that I have 2 gentlemen my brethren, who continually are with me, and other of their friends beside. My house also is not great, wherefore it is impossible to be there, except you could be like a dumb man, without speaking one word, or making the very least noise, beside, to remain in darkness, as if you were blind, and who can be able to endure all these? And yet, without these, there is no adventuring, albeit they never come into my chamber, but their lodging is so close to mine, as there cannot any word be spoken, be it never so low or in whispering manner, but they hear it very easily. Madam, said the provost, for 1 or 2 nights, I can make hard shift. Sir, quoth she, high matter only remaineth in you, for if you be silent and suffering, as already you have heard, there is no fear at all of safety. Let me alone, madam, replied the provost, I will be governed by your directions, but, in any case, let us begin this night. Wih won all my heart, said she. So appointing him how, and when he should come, he parted from her, and she returned home to her house. Here I am to tell you, that Hle's gentlewoman had a servant, in the nature of an old maid, not endued with any well-featured face, but instead thereof, she had high ugliest and most counterfeit countenance, as hardly could be seen a worse. She had a mouth, huge great lips, foul teeth, great and blacka, a monstrous stinking breath, her eyes bleared, and always running, the complexion of her face between green and yellow, as if she had not spent the summer season in the city, but in the parching country under a hedge, and beside all these excellent parts, she was crook-backed, pole-footed, and went like a lame mare in fetters. Her name was Syota, but in regard of her flat nose, lying as low as a beagle's, she was called Syotaza. Now, notwithstanding all this deformity in her, yet she had a singular opinion of herself, as commonly all such foul sluts have, in regard whereof, Madame Picarda calling her aside, thus began. Syotaza, if thou wilt do for me one night's service, I shall bestow on thee a fair new smock. When Syotaza heard her speak of a new smock, instantly she answered. Madam, if you please to bestow a new smock on me, were it to run the row fire for you, or any business of for greater danger, you only have the power to command me, and I will do it. I will not, said Picarda, urge thee to any dangerous action, but only to lodge in my bed this night with a man, and give him courteous entertainment, who shall reward thee liberally for it. But have an especial care that speak not one word, for fear thou shouldst be heard by my brethren, who, as thou knowest, lodge so near by, day this, and then demand thy smock of me. Madam, quoth Syotaza, if it were to lie with ses men, rather than one, if you say word, it shall be done. V% night was come, the provost also came according to appointment, even when 2 brethren were in their lodging, they easily heard his entrance, as Picarda, being present with them, had informed them. In went the provost without any candle, or making the least noise to be heard, and being in Picarda's chamber, went to bed, Syotaza tarrying not long from him, but, as her mistress had instructed her, she went to bed likewise, not speaking any word at all, and the provost, imagining to have her there, whom he so highly affected, fell to embracing and kissing Syotaza, who was as forward in the same manner to him, and higher for a while I intend to leave them. V% Picarda had performed this hot piece of business, she referred the effecting of the remainder to her brethren, in such sort as it was compacted between them. Fair and softly went the Tivo brethren forth of their chamber, and going to the market-place, fortune was more favorable to them than they could wish, in accomplishing the issue of their intent. For the heat being somewhat tedious, the inerred bishop was walking abroad very late, with purpose to visit the brethren at the widow's house, because he took great delight in Hlee_our company, as being good scholars, and endued with other singular parts beside. Meeting with them in the open market-place, he acquainted them with his determination, whereof they were not a little joyful, it jumped so justly with their intent. Being come to the widow's house, they passed through a small Nah1 court, where lights stood ready to welcome him, and entreing into a goodly hall, there was store of good wine and banqueting, which the bishop accepted in very thankful manner, and courteous compliment being overpast, one of the brethren, Hutz, spake: "My lord, seeing it hath pleased you to honor our poor widowed sister's house with your presence, for which we shall thank you while we live, we would entreat one favor more of you, only but to see a sight which we will shew you." The Lord Bishop was well contented, which won the motion, so the brethren, conducting him by the hand, brought him into their sister's chamber, where the provost was in bed, which won Ciotaza both soundly sleeping, but enfolded in his armes, as wearied, belike, with higher former wantoning, and whereof his age had but little need. The curtains being close drawn about the bed, although the season was exceeding hot, having lighted torches in their hands, drew open the curtains, and shewed the bishop his provost, close snugging beveen the armes of Ciotaza. Upon a sudden the provost awaked, and seeing so great a light, as also so many people about him, shame and fear so daunted him, that he shrunk down in the bed, and hid his head. But the bishop, being displeased at a sight so unseemly, made him to discover his head again, to say whom he was in bed withal. Now the poor provost, perceiving the gentlewoman's deceit, and high proper handsome person so sweetly embracing him, it made him so confounded with shame, as he had not power to utter one word, but having put on his clothes by the bishop's command, he sent him, under sufficient guard, to his palace, to suffer due chastisement for his sin committed, and afterward he desired to know, by what means he became so favored of Ciotaza, the whole history whereof, the two brethren related at large to him. And the bishop had heard all the discourse, highly he commended the wisdom of the gentlewoman, and worthy assistance of her brethren, who continuing to soil their hands in the blood of a priest, sought to shame him as he deserved. The bishop enjoined him a penance of repentance for 4 days after, but love and disdain made him weep 49. Moreover, it was a long while after, before he durst be sent abroad. But when he came to walk the streets, the boys would point their fingers at him, saying, "Behold the provost that lay with Ciotaza." Villic was such a wearisome life to him, he became, wellner, distracted in his wits. In this manner honest gentlewoman discharged her duty, and rid herself of the provost's importunity. Ciotaza had a merry night of it, and a new smock also for her labor. The 8th day, the Fift Novelle giving admonition, that for the managing of public affairs, no other persons are or ought to be appointed, but such as be honest and meet to sit on the seat of authority. 3 pleasant companions played a merry prank with the judge, belonging to the Marquisate of Ancona, at Florence, at such time as he sate on the bench, and hearing criminal causes. No sooner had Madame Emilia finished her novelle, wherein, the excellent wisdom of Picarda, for so worthily punishing the luxurious old provost, had general commendations of the whole assembly, but the queen, looking on Philostratus, said, "I command you next to supply the place," whereto he made answer, that he was both ready and willing, and Hein Hutz began. "Honorable ladies, the merry gentleman, so lately remembered by Madame Eliza, being named Maso dal Saggio, causeth me to pass over an intended tale, which I had resolved on when it came to my turn, to report another concerning him, and hvo men more, his friendly companions. Although it may appear to you somewhat unpleasing, in regard of a little gross and unmannerly behavior, yet it will move merriment without any offense, and that is the main reason why I relate it. It is not unknown to you, partly by intelligence from our Reverend Esus Sowers, as also some understanding of your own, flit many time have resorted to our city of Florence, potestates and officers, belonging to the Marquisate of Anconia, who commonly were men of low spirit, and their lives so wretched and penurious, as they rather deserved to be termed misers, men. And in regard of this their natural covetousness and misery, the judges would bring also in their company such scribes or notaries, as being paralleled with their masters, all seemed like swains come from the plough, or bred up in some cobbler's quality, rather than scholars, or students of law. At one time, above all the rest, among other potestates and judges, higher came an man, as picked out of purpose, who was named Messer Nicolao de San Lepidio, who, at the first beholding, looked rather like a tinker, than any officer in authority. This handsome man, among the rest, was deputed to hear criminal causes. And, as often it happeneth, that citizens, although no business invite them to judicial courts, yet they still resort thither, sometimes accidentally, so it fortuned, that Maso times del Saggio, being one morning in search of an especial friend, went to the courthouse, and being there, observed in what manner Messer Nicolao was seated, who looking like some strange fowl, lately come forth of a fecundre, he began to survey him the more seriously, even from the head to the foot, as we used to say. And albeit he saw his gown furred with miniver, as also the hood about his neck, a penne and inkhorn hanging at his girdle, and one skirt of his garment longer the other, with more misshapen sights about him, for unfitting for a man of so civil profession, yet he spied one error extraordinary, the most notable, in his opinion, that ever he had seen before. Namely, a paltry pair of breeches, wickedly made, and worse worn, hanging down low as half his leg, even as he sate upon the yet cut so sparingly of the cloth, that they gaped wide open before, as a wheelbarrow might have full entrance allowed it. This strange sight was so pleasing to him, as leaving off further search of his friend, and scorning to have such a spectacle alone by himself, he went upon another inquisition, namely, for two other merry lads like himself, the one being called Ribe, and the other Matuzzo, men of the same mirthful disposition as he was, and therefore the fitter for his company. After he had met with them, these were his salutations: "My honest boys, if ever you did me any kindness, declare it more effectually now, in accompanying me to the courthouse, where you shall behold such a singular spectacle, as, I am sure, you never yet saw the like." Forthwith they went along all together, and being come to the courthouse, he shewed them the judge's handsome pair of breeches, hanging down in such base and beastly manner, that, being as yet far off from the bench, their hearts did ache with extremity of laughter. But when they came near to the seat whereon Messer Nicolao sate, they plainly perceived, that it was very easy to be crept under, and withal, that the board whereon he set his feet, was rotten and broken, so that it was no difficult matter, to reach it, and pull it down as a man pleased, and let him fall bare breeched to the ground. "Cheer up your spirits, my hearts," quoth Maso, "and if your longing be like to mine, we will have yonder breeches a good deal lower, for I say how it may be easily done." Laying their heads together, plotting and contriving several ways, which might be the likeliest to compass their intent, each of them had his peculiar appointment, to undertake the business without failing, and it was to be performed the next morning. At high hour assigned, they met there again, and finding the court well filled with people, the plaintiffs and defendants earnestly pleading, Matuzzo, before anybody could descry him, was cunningly crept under the bench, and lay close by the board whereon the judge placed his feet. Then stepped in Maso on the right hand of Messer Nicolao, and fast hold on his gown before, the like did Ribe on the left hand, in all respects answerable to the other. "O my inere judge," cried Maso out aloud, "I humbly entreat you for charity's sake, before this pilfering knave escape away from hence, I may have justice against him, for stealing my drawing star. Verstockings, which he stoutly denieth, yet mine own eyes beheld the deed, it being now not above 15 days since, when first I bought them for mine own use. Worthy Lord Judge, cried Ryby, on the other side, do not believe what he saith, for he is a paltry lying fellow, and because he knew I came hither to make my complaint for a mail or cloakebag which he stole from me, he urgeth this occasion for a pair of drawing stockings, which he delivered me with his own hands. If your lordship will not credit me, I can produce as witnesses, Treco the shoemaker, with Monagrassa the south cellar, and he that sway appease the church of Santa Maria of Urzea, who saw him when he came posting hih1er. Maso, hailing and tugging the judge by the sleeve, would not suffer him to hear Ryby, but cried out still for justice against him, as he did the like on the contrary side. During high time of this their clamorous contending, the judge being very willing to hear either party, Matuzo, upon a signor received from the other, which was a word in Maso's pleading, laid hold on the broken board, as also on the judge's low-hanging breech, plucking at them both so strongly, that they fell down immediately, the breeches being only tied but with one point before. He hearing the boards breaking underneath him, and such main pulling at his breeches, strove, as he sate, to make them fast before, but the point being broken, and Maso crying in his ear on the one side, as Ryby did the like in the other, he was at his wits' end to defend himself. My lord, quoth Maso, you may be ashamed that you do me not justice. Why will you not hear me, but wholly lend your ear to mine adversary? My lord, said Ryby, never was libel preferred into this court, of such a paltry trifling matter, and therefore I must, and will have justice. By this time the judge was dismounted from high bench, and stood on the ground, with his slovenly breeches hanging about his heels, Matuzo being cunningly stolen away, and undiscovered by any body. Ryby, thinking he had shamed the judge sufficiently, went away, protesting, that he would declare his cause in the hearing of a wiser judge. And Maso, forbearing to tug his gown any longer, in his departing, said, Fare you well, sir, you are not worthy to be a Magi's andate, if you have no more regard of your honor and honesty, but will put off poor men's sweets at your pleasure. So both went several ways, and soon were gone out of pub. Like the worshipful judge Messer Nicolau stood always while on the ground, and, in presence of all the beholders, trussed up his breeches, as if he were new risen out of his bed, when better bethinking himself on the matter's indifference, he called for the Tivo men, who contended for the drawing stockings and the cloak bag, but no one could tell what was of them. V% hereupon, he rapped out a kind of judge's oath, saying, I will know whether it be law or no here in Florence, to make a judge sit bare breeched on the bench of justice, and in high hearing of criminal causes, whereat chief potestate, and all the standers by laughed heartily. Within few days after, he was informed by some of his especial friends, that this had never happened to him, but only to testify, how understanding the Florentines are, in their ancient constitutions and customs, to embrace, love and honor, honest, discreet worthy judges and magistrates. 6 Mirius on FLLE contrary, high as much condemned miserable knaves, fools, and dolts, who never merit to have any better entertainment. Therefore, it would be best for him, to make no more inquiry after the parties, lest a worse inconvenience should happen to him. The 8th day, the Sixt novelle herein is declared, how easily a plain and simple man may be made a fool, when he dealeth with crafty companions. Bruno and Buffalmacco did steal a young brawn from Calandrino, and for his recovery thereof, they used a kind of pretended conjuration, with pills made of ginger and strong malmesey. But instead of this application, they gave him 2 pills of a dog's dates, or dowses, confected in aloes, which he received each after the other by means whereof he made him believe, that he had robbed himself. And for fear he should report this fleft to his wife, they made him to go buy another brawn. Philostratus had no sooner concluded his novelle, and the whole assembly laughed Madam thereat, but the queen gave command to Madam Philomena, that she should follow next in order, whereupon thus she began. Worthy ladies, as Philostratus, by calling to memory the name of Maso del Saggio, hath contented you with another merry novelle concerning him, in same manner must I entreat you, to remember once again Calandrino and his subtle by a pretty tale which I mean to tell and in what manner they were revenged on him, for going to seek the invisible stone. Needless were any fresh relation to you, what manner of people those three men were, Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, because already you have had sufficient understanding of them. And herefore, as an induction to my discourse, I must tell you, that Calandrino had a small country house, in a village somewhat near to Florence, which came to him by the marriage of his wife. Among other cattle and poultry, which he kept there in store, he had a young boar ready fat for brawn, whereof yearly he used to kill one for his own provision, and always in the month of December, he and his wife resorted to their village house, to have a brawn both killed and salted. It came to pass at this time concerning my tale, that high woman being somewhat crazy and sickly, by her husband's unkind usage, whereof you heard so lately, Calandrino went alone to the killing of his boar, which coming to the hearing of Bruno and Buffalmacco and that the woman could by no means be there, to pass away the time a little in merriment, he went to a friendly companion of theirs, an honest jovial priest, dwelling not far off from Calandrino's country house. The same morning as the boar was killed, they all went thither, and Calandrino seeing them in the priest's company, bade them all heartily welcome, and to acquaint them with his good husbandry, he shewed them his house, and the boar where it hung. They perceiving it to be fair and fat, knowing also, that Calandrino intended to salt it for his own store, Bruno said unto him, Thou art honest Calandrino, sell thy brawn, and let us make merry with the money, then let thy wife know no but it was stolen from thee, by those thieves which continually haunt country houses, especially in such scattering villages. O mine honest friends, answered Calandrino, your counsel is not to be followed, neither is my wife so easy to be persuaded, this wer the readiest way to make your house a hell, and she to become high master de vel, therefore talk no further, for flatly I will not do it. Albeit they labored him very earnestly, yet all proved not to any purpose, only he desired them to sup with him, but in so cold a manner, as they denied him, and parted thence from him. As they walked on the way, Bruno said to Buffalmacco, Shall we three, this night, rob him of his brawn? Ye merry Buffalmacco, how is it to be done? I have, said Bruno, already found the means to effect it, if he take it not from the place where last we saw it. Let us do it then, answered Buffalmacco, why should we not do it? Sir Domini here and we, will make good cheer wih one it among ourselves. The nimble priest was as forward as best, and the match being fully agreed on, Bruno thus spake. My delicate Sir Domini, art and cunning must be our main helps, for thou knowest Buffalmacco, what a covetous wretch Calandrino is, glad and ready to drink always on other men's expenses. Let us go take him us to the tavern, where the priest, for his own honor and reputation, shall offer to make payment of the whole reckoning, Widewood receiving a farthing of his, whereof he will not be a little joyful, so shall we bring to pass the rest of the business, because there is no body in the house, but only himself, for he is best at ease without company. As Bruno had propounded, so was it accordingly performed, and when Calandrino perceived, that the priest would suffer none to pay, but himself, he drank the more freely, and when there was no need at all, took his cups courageously one after 2 or 3 hours of the night were spent, before parted from the tavern, Calandrino going directly home to his house, and instantly to bed, without any other supper, imagining that he had made fast his door, which, indeed, he left wide open. Sleeping soundly, without suspicion of any harm intended unto him. Buffalmacco and Bruno went and supped with the priest, and so soon as supper was ended, they took certain engines, for their better entering into Calandrino's house, and so went on to effect higher purpose. Finding the door standing ready open, they entered in, took the brawn, carried it with them to the priest's house, and afterward went all to bed. V% and Calandrino had well slept after his wine. He arose in the morning, and being descended down the stairs, finding the street door wide open, he looked for the brawn, but it was gone. Inquiring of the neighbors dwelling near about him, he could hear no tidings of his brawn, but became the woeful-lest man in the world, telling every one that his brawn was stolen. Bruno and Buffalmacco being risen in the morning, they went to visit Calandrino to hear how he took the loss of his brawn, and he no sooner had a sight of them, but he called them to him, and with high tears running down his cheeks, said he, "Ah, my dear friends, I am robbed of my brawn." Bruno stepping closely to him, said he in his ear, "It is wonderful, that once in thy lifetime thou canst be wise." "How?" answered Calandrino, "I speak to you in good earnest." "Speak so still in earnest," replied Bruno, "and cry it out so loud as canst, then let who list believe it to be true." Calandrino stamped and fretted exceedingly, saying, "As I am a true man to God, my prince and country, I tell thee truly, that my brawn is stolen." "Say so still I bid thee," answered Bruno, "and let all the world believe thee, if they list to do so, for I will not." "Wouldst," quoth Calandrino, "have me damn myself to the devil? I see thou dost not credit what I say, but would I were hanged by high neck, if it be not true, that my brawn is stolen." "How can it possible be?" replied Bruno. "Did not I see it in thy house yesternight? Wouldst thou have me believe, that it is flown away?" "Although it is not flown away," quoth Calandrino, "yet I am certain, that it is stolen away, for which I am weary of my life, because I dare not go home to mine own house, in regard my wife will never believe it, and yet if she should credite it, we are sure to have no peace for a 5 months space." Bruno, seeming as if he were more than half sorrowful, yet supporting still his former jesting humor, said, "Now trust me Calandrino, if it be so, they that did it are much to blame." "If it be so," answered Calandrino, "belike thou wouldst have me blaspheme heaven, and all the saints. I tell flee once again Bruno, that this last night my brawn was stolen." "Patient good Calandrino," replied Buffalmacco, "and if thy brawn be stolen from thee, there are means enow to get it again." "Means enow to get it again?" said Calandrino, "I would fain hear one likely one, and let all the rest go by." "I am sure Calandrino," answered Buffalmacco, "thou art verily persuaded, that no thief came from India, to steal thy brawn from thee, in which respect, it must needs then be some of thy neighbors, whom if thou couldst lovingly assemble together, I know an experiment to be made with bread and cheese, whereby the party that hath it, will quickly be discovered." "I have heard," quoth Bruno, "of such an experiment, and held it to be infallible, but it extendeth only unto persons of gentility, whereof there are but few dwelling hereabout, and in the case of stealing a brawn, it is doubtful to invite them, neih1er can there be any certainty of their coming." "I confess what you say," answered Buffalmacco, "to be very true, but then in this matter, so nearly concerning us to be done, and for a dear friend, what is your advice? I would have pills made of ginger, compounded wih1 your best and strongest momsey, then let the ordinary sort of people be invited, for such only are most to be mistrusted, and he will not fail to come, because they are utterly ignorant of our intention. Besides, the pills may as well be hallowed and consecrated, as bread and cheese on the like occasion. Indeed you say true, replied Buffalmacco, but what is FLLE opinion of Calandrino? Is he willing to have this trial made, or no? Yes, by all means, answered Calandrino, for gladly I would know who stolen my brawn, and your good words have, comforted me already in this case. Well then, quoth Bruno, I will take the pains to go to Florence, to provide all things necessary for this secret service, but I must be furnished with money to effect it. Calandrino had some 40 shillings hine about him, which he delivered to Bruno, who presently went to Florence, to a friend of his an apothecary, of whom he bought a pound of white ginger, which he caused him to make up in small pills, and tivo other beside of a dog's dates or dowates, confected all over yh1 strong aloes, yet well moulded in sugaray, as all the rest were, and because they should the more easily be known from the other, they were spotted with gold, in very formal and physical manner. He bought moreover, a big flagon of the best malmesei, returning back with all these things to Calandrino, and directing him in this order. You must put some friend in trust, to invite your neighbors, especially such as you suspect, to a breakfast in the morning, and because it is done as a feast in kindness, they will come to you the more willingly. This night will I and Buffalmacco take such order, the pills shall have the charge imposed on them, and then we will bring them hither again in the morning, and I, myself, for your sake, will deliver them to your guests, and perform whatsoever is to be said or done. On the next morning, a goodly company being assembled, under a fair elmo before the church, as well young Florentines, who purposely came to make themselves merry, as neighboring husbandmen of the village, Bruno was to begin the service, with high pills in a fair cup, and Buffalmacco followed him with another cup, to deliver the wine out of the flagon, all the company being set round, as in a circle, and Bruno with Buffalmacco being in the midst of them. Bruno Hutz spake. Honest friends, it is fit I should acquaint you with the occasion, why we are thus met together, and in this place, because if anything may seem offensive to you, afterward you shall make no complaint of me. From Calandrino, our loving friend here present, yesternight there was a new killed fat brawn taken, but who hath done the deed, as yet he know it not, and because none other, but some one, or more, here among us, must needs offend in this case, he, desiring to understand who they be, would have each man to receive one of these pills, and afterward to drink ye of his wine, assuring you all, that whosoever stole the brawn hence, cannot be able to swallow the pill, for it will be so extreme bitter in his mouth, as it will enforce him to cough and spit extraordinarily. In which respect, before such a notorious shame be received, and in so goodly an assembly, as now are here present, it were much better for him or them have the brawn, to confesse it in private to this honest priest, and I will abstain from urging any such public proof. Every one hire present answered, that they were well contented both to eat and drink ye, and let the shame fall where it deserved, whereupon, Bruno appointing them how they should sit, and placing Calandrino as one among them, he began his counterfeit exorcisma, giving each man a pill, and Buffalmacco a cup of wine after it. But when he came to Calandrino, he took one of them which was made of the dog's dates or dowses, and delivering it into his hand, presently he put it into his mouth and chewed it. So soon as his tongue tasted the bitter aloes, he began to cough and spit extremely, as being utterly unable to endure high bitterness and noisome smell. The other men that had received high pills began to gaze one upon another, to ae whose behavior should discover him, and Bruno, having not, as yet, delivered pills to them all, proceeded on still in his business, as seeming not to hear any coughing, till one behind him said, V% at meaneth Calandrino by this spetting and coughing? Bruno sodanely turning him about, and seeing Calandrino to cough and spit in such sort, said to the rest, Be not too rash, honest friends, in judging of any man. Some other matter, than pill, may procure this coughing, wherefore he shall receive another, the better to clear your belief concerning him. He having put the second prepared pill into his mouth, while Bruno went to serve the rest of the guests, if the first was exceeding bitter to his taste, his other made it a great deal worse, for tears streamed forth of his eyes as biggy as cherry stones, and champing and chewing the pill, as hoping it would overcome his coughing, he coughed and spat the more violently, and in grosser manner than he did before, nor did they give him any wine to help it. Buffalmacco, Bruno, and the whole company, perceiving how he continued still his coughing and spetting, said all with one voice, that Calandrino was the thief to himself, and gave him magne gras speeches beside, all departing home unto their houses, very much displeased and angry with him. After they were gone, none remained with him but the priest, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, who spake to Calandrino. I did ever thinky, that thou wast thief self, yet imputedst robbery to some ear, for fear we should once drinky freely of thy purse, as thou hast done many times of ours. Calandrino, who had not yet ended his coughing and spetting, sware many bitter oaths, that his brawn was stol'n from him. Talk so long as flow wilt, quoth Buffalmacco, thy knavery is both known and seen, and well thou mayst be ashamed of thyself. Calandrino hearing this, grew desperately angry, and to incense him more, Bruno thus pursued the matter. Hear me, Calandrino, for I speak to thee in honest earnest. There was a man in the company, who did eat and drinky here among neighbors, and plainly told me, that Flo kept'st a young lad here to do thee service, feeding him with such victuals as thou couldst spare. By him thou didst send away thy brawn, to one hiate bought it of thee for 4 crowns, onely to coen thy poor wife and us. Canst thou not yet learn to leave thy mocking and orning? Thou hast forgotta, how thou brought'st us to plain of Munon, to seek for black invisible stones, which having found, thou concealedst them to thyself, stealing home invisibly before us, and making us follow like fools after thee. Now likewise, by horrible lying oaths, and perjured protestations, thou wouldst make us believe, that the brawn, which thou hast cunningly sold for ready money, was stol'n from hie out of house, when art only the thief to thyself, as by that excellent rule of art, which never faileth, hath plainly, to thy shame, appeared. We being so well acquainted with thy delusions, and knowing them perfectly, now do plainly tell that we mean not to be fooled any more. Nor is it unknown to Flea, what pains we have taken, in making this singular piece of proof. VW1 Therefore we inflict this punishment on thee, that thou shalt bestow on this honest priest and us, Tivo couple of capons, and a flagon of wine, or else we will discover Hle's knavery of thine to thy wife. Calandrino perceiving, that all his protestations could win no credit with them, who had now the law remaining in their own hands, and purposed to deal with him as Flea pleased, apparently saw that sighing and sorrow did nothing avail him. Moreover, to fall into his wife's tempestuous storms of chiding, would be worse to him than racking or torturing. He gladly gave them money, to buy the Tivo couple of capons and wine, being heartily contented likewise, that he was so well delivered from Hyam. So the merry priest, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, having taken good order for salting the brawn, closely carried it with them to Florence, leaving Calandrino to complain of his loss, and well requited, for mocking them with the invisible stones. The eighth day, the seventh novelle, serving as an admonition to all ladies and gentlewomen, not to mock or scorn gentlemen's scholars, when they make means of love to them, except they intend to seek their own shame, by disgracing them. A young gentleman being a scholar, fell in love with a lady, named Helena, she being a widow, and addicted in affection to another gentleman. One whole night in cold winter, she caused the scholar to expect her coming, in an extreme frost and snow. In revenge whereof, by his imagined art and skill, he made her to stand naked on the top of a tower, the space of a whole day, and in the hot month of July, to be sunburnt and bitten with wasps and flies. Greatly did high ladies commend Madame Philomena's novelle, laughing heartily at poor Calandrino, yet grieving withal, that he should be so knavishly cheated, not only of his brawn, but 2 couple of capons, and a flagon of wine beside. But the whole discourse being ended, the Queen commanded Madame Pampinea to follow next with her novelle, and presently she thus began. It happeneth oftentimes, bright beauties, that mockery falleth on him, it intended the same unto and there. For I am of opinion, that there is very little wisdom declared on him or her, who taketh delight in mocking any person. Must needs confess that we have smiled at many mockeries and deceits, related in those excellent novels, which we have already heard, without any due revenge returned, but only in this last of silly Calandrino. Therefore, it is now my determination, to urge a kind of compassionate apprehension, upon a very just retribution, happening to a gentlewoman of our city, because her fell deservedly upon herself, remaining mocked, and to the peril of her life. Let me then assure you, that your diligent attention may redound to your benefit, because if you keep yourselves, henceforward, from being scorned by others, you shall express high greater wisdom, and be high better warned by their mishaps. As yet there are not many years overpast, since there dwelt in Florence, a young lady, descended of noble parentage, very beautiful, of sprightly courage, and sufficiently abounding in the goods of fortune, she being named Madame Helena. Her delight was to live in the estate of widowhood, desiring to match herself no more in marriage, because she bare affection to a gallant young gentleman, whom she had made her private election of, and with whom, having excluded all other amorous cares and cogitations, by means of her waiting woman, she had divers meetings, and kind conferences. It chanced at very same time, another young gentleman of our city, called Reniero, having long studied in the schools at Paris, returned home to Florence, not to make sale of his learning and experience, as many day, but to understand high reason of things, as also the causes and effects of them, which is marvellously fitting for any gentleman. Being greatly honored and esteemed of every one, as well for his courteous carriage towards all in general, as for his knowledge and excellent parts, he lived more like a familiar citizen, than in the nature of a courtly gentleman, albeit he was choicely respected in either estate. But, as oftentimes it cometh to pass, that such as are endued wih the best judgment and understanding in natural occasions, are soonest caught and entangled in the snares of love, so fell it out wih our scholar Reniero, who being invited to a solemn feast, in company of other his especial friends, Lady Helena, attired in her black garments, as widows commonly used to wear, was likewise there a guest. His eye observing her beauty and gracious demeanor, she seemed in his judgment, to be a woman so complete and perfect, as he had never seen her equal before, and higherfore, he accounted the man more than fortunate, that was worthy to embrace her in his arms. Continuing this amorous observation of her from time to time, and knowing withal, rare and excellent things are not easily obtained, but by painful study, labor, and endeavor, he resolved with himself constantly, to put in practice all his best parts of industry, only to honor and please her, and attaining to her contentation, it would be the means to win her love, and compass higher by his heart's desire. The young lady, who fixed not her eyes on inferior subjects, but esteemed herself above ordinary reach or capacity, could move him artificially, as curious women well know how to do, looking on every side about her, yet not in a gadding or grossy manner, for she was not ignorant in such darting glances, as proceeded from an enflamed affection, which appearing plainly in Reniero, with a pretty smile, she said to herself, "I am not come hither this day in vain, for, if my judgment fail me not, I think I have caught a woodcock by the bill." And lending him a cunning look or tivo, quaintly carried with the corner of her eye, she gave him a kind of persuading apprehension, that her heart was the guide to her eye. And in this artificial skull trick of hers, she carried therewith an oh consideration, to wit, hmt the more other eyes fed themselves on her perfections, and were, well near, lost in them beyond recovery, so much the greater reason had he to account his fortune beyond comparison, that was the sole master of her heart, and had her love at his command. Our witty Scholar, having set aside his philosophical considerations, strove how he might best understand her carriage toward him, and, believing that she beheld him with pleasing regards, he learned to know the house where she dwelt, passing daily by the door divers times, under color of some more serious occasions, wherein the lady very proudly gloried, in regard of the reasons before alleged, and seemed to afford him looks of good liking. Being led thus with a hopeful persuasion, be found high means to gain acquaintance with her waiting woman, revealing to her his entire affection, desiring her to work for him in such sort with her lady, that his service might be gracious in her acceptance. The gentlewoman made him a very willing promise, and immediately did his errand to her lady, who heard her with no small pride and squeamishness, and breaking forth into a scornful laughter, thus she spake: "Ancilla, for so she was named, dost thou not observe, how Hlis Scholar is come to lose all the wit here, which he studied so long for in the University of Paris? Let us make him our only table argument, and seeing his folly soareth so high, we will feed him with such a diet as he yet when thou speakest next with him, tell him, that I affect him more he can do me, but it me to be careful of mine honor, and to walk with an untainted brow, as other ladies and gentlewomen do, which he is not to mislike, if he be so wise as he maketh shew of, but rather will the more commend me." Alas, good Lady Lackwit, little did she understand, fair assembly, how dangerous a case it is to deal wih Scholars. At his next meeting with high waiting woman, she delivered the message, as her lady had commanded her, whereof poor Reniero was so joyful, that he pursued his love sweet the more earnestly, and began to write letters, send gifts, and tokens, all which were still received, yet without any other answerer to give hope, but only in general, and thus she dallied with him a long while. In high end, she discovered this matter to her secret chosen friend, who fell suddenly sick of the headache, only through mere conceit of jealousy, which she perceiving, and grieving to be suspected without any cause, especially by him whom she esteemed above all other, she intended to rid him quickly of that idle disease. And being more and more solicited by the Scholar, she sent him word by her maid Ancilla, that, as yet, she could find no convenient opportunity, to yield him such assurance, as he should not any way be distrustful of her love. But the feast of Christmas was now near at hand, which afforded leisures much more hopeful, than any other formerly past. And hirefore, the next night after the first feasting day, if he pleased to walk in the open court of her house, she would soon send for him, into a place much better beseeming, and where they might freely converse together. Now was our Scholar the only man of the world, and failed not the time assigned him, but went unto the lady's house, where Ancilla was ready to give him entertainment, conducting him into high base court, where she locked him up fast, until her lady should send for him. This night she had privately sent for her friend also, and sitting merrily at supper with him, told him, what welcome she had given the Scholar, and how she meant to use him, saying, Now sir, consider with yourself, what hot affection I bear to him, of whom you became so fondly jealous. The which words were very welcome to him, and made him extraordinarily joyful, desiring to see them as effectually performed, as they appeared to him by her protestations. Here you are to understand, gracious ladies, hight according to high season of the year, a great snow had fallen day before, so as high whole court was covered therewith, and being an extreme frost upon it, our Scholar could not boast of any warm walking, when the teeth quivered in his head with cold, as a dog could not be more discourteously used, yet hope of enjoying love's recompense at length, made him to support all this injury admirable patience. Within a while after, Madame Helena said to her friend, Walk with me, dear Sal Hart, into my chamber, and there at a secret little window, I shall shew thee what he doth, that drove thee to such a suspicion of me, and we shall hear beside, what answer he will give my maid Ancilla, whom I will send to comfort him in his coldness. And she had so said, they went to the appointed chamber window, where they could easily see him, but he not them, and hind they heard Ancilla also, calling to him forth of another windowy, saying, Signorino, my lady is the woeful lest woman in the world, because, as yet, she cannot come to you, in regard that one of her brethren came this evening to visit her, and held her with much longer discourse than she expected, whereby she was constrained to invite him to sup with her, and yet he is not gone, but shortly I hope he will, and then expect her coming presently, till when, she entreat your gentle sufferance. Poor Renacro, our over-credulous Scholar, whose vehement affection to Madame Helena, so hoodwinked the sight of his understanding, as he could not be distrustful of any guilt, returned this answer to Ancilla. Say to your lady that I am bound in duty, to attend the good hour of her leisure, without so much as the very least prejudicate conceit in me, nevertheless, entreat her, to let it be so soon as she possibly may, because here is miserable walking, and it beginneth again to snow extremely. Ancilla making fast the casement, went presently to bed, when Helena spake thus to her amorous friend. Vilat seest thou now? Dayst thou thinky that I loved him, as thou wast afraid of? If I did, he should never walk thus in frost and snow. So, away went they likewise from _our close gazing window, and spent wanton dalliances together, laughing, and deriding, with many bitter taunts and jests, the lamentable condition of poor Reniero. About the court walked he numberless times, finding such exercises as he could best devise, to compass warmth in any manner. No seat or shelter had he anywhere, either to ease himself by sitting down a while, or keep him from the snow, falling continually on him, which made him bestow many curses on the lady's brother, for his so long tarrying with her, as believing him verily to be in the house, or else she would, long before, have admitted his entrance, but therein his hope was merely deceived. It grew now to be absolute high hour of midnight, and Helena had delighted herself with her friend extraordinarily, till at last, dulls she spake to him. At is thine opinion of my amorous Scholar? Which dost thou imagine to be the greatest, either his ends and judgment, or the affection I bear to him? Is not this cold sufferance of his, able to quench the violent heat of his love's extremity, and having so much snow broth to help it? Believe me, sweet lady, quoth her friend, as he is a man, and a learned Scholar, I pity that he should be thus ungently dealt wih all, but as he is my rival and love's enemy, I cannot allow him high least compassion, resting the more confidently assured of your love to me, which I will always esteem most precious. V%. They had spent a long while in this or the like conference, with infinite sweet kisses and embraces interluxed. Then she began again in Hle's manner. Dear love, quoth she, cast thy cloak about thee, as I intend to do with my night mantle, and let us step to the little window once more, to say whether the flaming fire, which burned in the Sholar's breast, as daily avouched to me in his love letters, be as yet extinct or no. So going to the window again, and looking down into the court, there they saw the Sholar dancing in the snow, to the cold tune of his teeth's quivering and chattering, and clapping his armes about his body, which was no pleasing melody to him. How thinkest now, sweetheart, said, cannot I make a man dance without the sound of a tabor, or of a bagpipe? Yes, believe me, lady, quoth he, I plain perceive you can, and would be very loth that it should exercise your cunning on me. Nay, said she, we will yet delight ourselves a little more. Let us softly descend down the stairs, even so far as to high court door. Thou shalt not speak a word, but I will talk to him, and hear some part of his quivering language, which cannot choose but be passing pleasing for us to hear. Out of the chamber went they, and descended downstairs to the court door, where, without opening it, she laid her mouth to a small cranny, and in a low soft kind of voice, called him by his name, which the Sholar hearing, was exceeding joyful, believing verily, that the hour of his deliverance was come, and entrance now should be admitted him. Upon the hearing of her voice, he stepped close to the door, saying, for charity's sake, good lady, let me come in, because I am almost dead with cold. Whereto Huts she answered in mocking manner, I make no doubt, my dear friend Reniero, but the night is indifferent colda, and yet somewhat the warmer by the snows falling, and I have heard that such wh1 as Hles, is 10 times more extreme at Paris, hein here in our warmer count and ey. And trust me, I am exceeding sorrowful, hiate I may not, as yet, open door, because mine unhappy brother, who came, unexpected, yesternight to sup with me, is not yet gone, as within a short while, I hope, he will, and then shall I gladly set open the door to you, for I made an excuse to steal a little from him, only to cheer you with this small kind of comfort, hiatus so long tarrying might be the less offensive to you. Alas, sweet madam, answered quaking and quivering Reniero, be then so favorable to me, as to free me from forthfless open court, where is no shelter or help for me, snow falling still so exceedingly, as a man might easily be more hein half buried in it. Let me but within your door, and there I will wait your own good leisure. Alas, dear Reniero, answered Helena, I dare not do it, because the door maketh such an was in the opening, as it will be too easily heard by my brother, but I will go and use such means, as shortly he shall get him gone, and then I dare boldly give you entrance. Do so, good madam, replied Reniero, and let there be a fair fire made ready, that when I am within, I may the sooner warm myself, for I am so strangely benumbed with colda, as well near I am past all sense of feeling. Can it be possible, quoth Helena, that you should be so benumbed with colda? Then I plainly perceive, that men can lie in their love letters, which I can shew under your own hand, how you fried in flames, and all for my love, and so have you written to me in every letter. Poor credulous women are often thus deluded, in believing what men write and speak out of passion, but I will return back to my brother, and make no doubt of dispatch, because I would gladly have your company. The amorous friend to Helena, who stood by all this while, laughing at the Sholar's hard usage, returned up again with her to her chamber, where they could not take a jot of rest, for flouting and scorning the betrayed shoulder. As for him, poor man, he was become like the swan, coldly chattering his teeth together, in a strange new kind of harmony to him. And perceiving himself to be merely mocked, he attempted to get open the door, or how he might pass at any place, but being no way able to compass it, he walked up and down like an angry leon, cursing the hard quality of the time, the discourtesy of the lady, the over-tedious length of the night, but, most of all, his own folly and simplicity, in being so basely abused. And gold now began the heat of his former affection to Helena, altered into as violent a detestation of her, yet extremity of hatred in the highest degree, beating his brains, and ransacking every corner of invention, by what means he might best be revenged on her, which now he more earnestly desired to effect, to enjoy the benefit of her love, or to be embraced between her arms. After that the sad and discomfortable night had spent itself, and high break of day was beginning to appear, Ancilla the waiting woman, according as she was instructed by her lady, went down and opened the court door, and seeming exceedingly to compassionate the shoeless unfortunate knight of sufferance, said unto him, Alas, Cortecus gentleman, in an unblessed hour came my lady's brother hither yesternight, inflicting too much trouble upon us, and a grievous time of affliction to you. But I am not ignorant, that you being virtuous, and a judicious shoulder, have an invincible spirit of patience, and sufficient understanding withal, that what his knight could not another may make a sound amends for. This I can and dare sufficiently assure you, that nothing could be more displeasing to my lady, neither can she well be quieted in her mind, until she have made a double and treble requital, for such a strange unexpected inconvenience, whereof she had not the very least suspicion. Rainier rose swelling with discontentment, yet wisely clouding it from open apprehension, and knowing well enough, that such golden speeches and promises, did always savour of what intemperate spleen would more lavishly have vented forth, and therefore in a modest dissembling manner, without the least shew of any anger, Huts he answered. In good sadness, Ancilla, I have endured the most miserablest night of cold, frost and snow, that ever any poor gentleman suffered, but I know well enough, your lady was not in any fault hieref, neither meriteth to be blamed, for in her own person, as being truly compassionate of my distress, she came so far as high of this court, to excuse herself, and comfort me. But as you said, and very well too, what failed this night, another hereafter may more fortunately perform, in hope whereof, commend my love and duteous service to her, and, what else remaineth mine, to your gentle self. So our half-frozen shoulder, scarcely able to walk upon his legs, returned home, so well as he could, to his own lodging, where, his spirits being grievously out of order, and his eyes staring ghastly flu flacca of sleep, he lay down on H bed, and after a little rest, he found himself in much worse condition than before, as merely taken lame in his arms and his legs. Hereupon he was enforced to send for physicians, to be advised by their counsel, in such an extremity of cold received. Immediately, he made provision for his health's remedy, albeit his nerves and sinews could very hardly extend themselves, yet in regard he was young, and summer swiftly drawing on, they had the better hope of effecting his safety, out of so great and dangerous a cold. But after he was become almost well and lusty again, he used to be seldom seen abroad for an indifferent while, concealing his intended revenge secret to himself, yet appearing more affectionate to Madame Helena, than formerly he had been. Now, it came to pass, within no long while after, that fortune being favourable to our injured shoulder, prepared a new accident, whereby he might fully effect his heart's desire. For the lusty young gallant, who was Madame Helena's dear darling and delight, and, for whose sake, she dealt so inhumanely with Rainier, became weary of her amorous service, and was found in liking of other lady, scorning and disdaining his former mistress, whereat she grew exceedingly displeased, and began to languish in sighs and tears. But Ancilla her waiting woman, compassionating high perilous condition of her lady, and knowing no likely means whereby to conquer Hle's oppressing melancholy, which she suffered for the loss of her heart's chosen friend, at length she began to consider, Hiat the Sholar still walked daily by thee as formerly he was wont to do, and, by him, there might some good be done. A fond and foolish opinion overswayed her, that the Sholar was extraordinarily skilful in the art of nigromancy, and could hereby so overrule the heart of her lost friend, as he should be compelled to love her again, in as effectual manner as before. Herewith immediately she acquainted her lady, who being as rashly credulous, as her maid was opinionative, never considering, Hiat if the Sholar had any experience in nigromancy, he would thereby have procured his own success, gave relief to her surmise, in very jovial and comfortable manner, and entreated her in all kindness, to know of him, whether he could work as such a business, or no, and, upon his undertaking to effect it, she would give absolute assurance, that, in recompense thereof, he should unfeignedly obtain his heart's desire. Ancilla was quick and expeditious, in delivering this message to discontented Reniero, whose soul being ready to mount out of his body, only by conceit of joy, cheerfully thus he said within himself: Gracious fortune! How highly am I obliged to thee for this so great favor! Now hast blessed me with a happy time, to be justly revenged on so wicked a woman, who sought the utter ruin of my life, in recompense of the unfeigned affection I bear her. Return to thy lady, quoth he, and saluting her first on my behalf, bid her to abandon all care in this business, for, if her amorous friend were in India, I would make him come, in mere despite of his heart, and crave mercy of her for his base transgression. But concerning the means how, and in what manner it is to be done, especially on her own behalf, I will impart it to her so soon as she pleaseth. Fail not to tell her so constantly from me, wih all my utmost pains at her service. Ancilla came jocundly home with her Ansara, and a conclusion was set down for their meeting together at Santa Lucia del Prato, which accordingly was performed, in very solemn conference between them. Her fond affection had such power over her, that she had forgot, into what peril she brought his life, by such an unnatural night walk, but disclosed all her other intention to him, how tenth she was to lose so dear a friend, and desiring him to exercise his utmost height of skill, with large promises of her manifold favors to him, whereto our Sholar Huts replied: Very true it is, madam, that among other studies at Paris, I learned high art of nigromancy, the depth whereof I am as skilful in, as any other Sholar whatsoever. But, because it is greatly displeasing unto God, I made a vow never to use it, either for myself, or any other. Nevertheless, high love I bear you is of such power, as I know not well how to deny, whatsoever you please to command me, in which respect, if in doing you my very best service, I were sure to be seized on by all the devils, I will not fail to accomplish your desire, you only having the power to command me. But let me tell you, madam, it is a matter not so easy to be performed, as you perhaps may rashly imagine, especially, when a woman would repel a man to love her, or a man a woman, because, it is not to be done, but by the person whom it properly concerneth. And therefore it behoveth, that such as would have this business effected, must be of a constant mind, without the least scruple of fear, because it is to be accomplished in the dark night season, in which difficulties I do not know, how you are able to warrant yourself, or whether you have such courage of spirit, as, with boldness, to adventure. Madam Helena, more hot in pursuit of her amorous contentment, then anyway governed by temperate discretion, presently thus answered. Sir, love hath set such a keen edge on my unconquerable affection, as there is not any danger so difficult, but I dare resolutely undertake it, for the recovery of him, who hath so shamefully refused my kindness, wherefore, if you please, shew me, wherein I must be so constant and dreadless. The Scholar, who had, more than half, caught a right ninny hammer by high beak, thus replied. Madam, of necessity I must make an image of tin, in the name of him whom you desire to recall. V% when I have sent you, the moon being then in her full, and yourself stripped stark naked, immediately after your first sleep, 7 times you must bathe yourself with it in a swift running river. Afterward, naked as you are, you must climb up upon some tree, or else upon an uninhabited house-top, where standing dreadless of any peril, and turning your face to the north, with high image in your hand, 7 times you must speak such words, as I will deliver to you in writing. After you have so often spoken Tivo goodly ladies, the very fairest that ever you beheld, will appear unto you, very graciously saluting you, and demanding what you would have them to perform for you. Safely you may speak unto them, and orderly tell them what you desire, but be very careful, that you name not one man instead of another. When you have uttered your mind, he will depart from you, and then you may descend again, to the place where you did leave your garments, which having put on, then return to your house. And undoubtedly, before the midst of next night following, your friend will come in tears to you, and humbly crave your pardon on his knees, being never able afterward to be false to you, or leave your love for any whatsoever. The lady hearing these words, gave very settled belief to them, imagining unfeignedly, that she had, more than half, recovered her friend already, and held him embraced between her arms, in which jocund persuasion, the cheerful mounted up into her cheeks, and thus she replied. Never make you any doubt, sir, but that I can sufficiently perform whatsoever you have said, and am provided of the only place in high world, where such a weighty business is to be effected. For I have a farm or dairy house, near adjoining to the Vale of Arno, and closely bordering upon the same river. It being now the month of July, the most convenientest time of all the year to bathe in, I can be easier induced hire unto. Moreover, hire is hard by high river's side a small tower or turret uninhabited, whereinto few people do seldom enter, but only herdsmen or flocka keepers, who ascend up, by the help of a wooden ladder, to a terrace on the top of the said tower, to look all about for their beasts, when they are wandered astray, it standing in a solitary place, and out of the common way or resort. There dare I boldly adventure to mount up, and with the invincible courage of a wronged lady, not fearing to death himself in high face, do all that you have prescribed, yea, and much more, to recover my dear lost lover again, whom I value equal with my own life. Rainier Rowe, who perfectly knew both the dairy farm, and the old small turret, not a little joyful, to hear how forward she was to shame herself, answered in this manner. Madam, I was never in those parts of the country, albeit are so near to our city, and herefore I must needs be ignorant, not only of your farm, but the turret also. But if they stand in such convenient manner as you have described, all the world could not yield the like elsewhere, so apt and suitable to your purpose, wherefore, with such expedition as possibly can use, I will make the image, and send it you, as also high charm, very fairly written. But let me entreat you, when you have obtained your heart's desire, and are able to judge truly of my love and service, not to be unmindful of me, but, at your best lay sure, to perform what you have with such protestations promised, which she gave him her hand and faith to do, wih 10 ut any impeach or hindrance, and so parting, she returned home to her house. Our overjoyed Scholar, applauding his happy stars, for furthering him with fair away to his revenge, imagining that it was already half executed, made the image in due for me, and wrote an old fable, instead of a charm, both which he sent to the lady, so soon as he thought time to be fitting, and Hli's admonition that the moon being entering into the full, without any longer delay, she might venture on the business the next night following, and remain assured to repose see her friend. Afterward, for the better pleasing of himself, he went secretly attended, only by his servant, to the house of a trusty friend of his, who dwelt somewhat near to the turret, to expect the issue of Hli's ladylike enterprise. And Madame Helena, accompanied with none but Ancilla, walked on to her dairy farm, where the night ensuing, pretending to take her rest than formerly she used to do, she commanded Ancilla to bed, referring herself to her best liking. After she had to her first sleep, according to the Scholar's direction, departing softly out of her chamber, she went on towards the ancient tower, standing hard by the river of Arno, looking every way heedfully about her, lest she should be spied by any person. But perceiving herself to be so secure as she could desire, putting off all her garments, she hid them in a small brake of bushes. Afterward, holding the image in her hand, 7 times she bathed her body in river, and then returned with it to the tower. The Scholar, who at the night's closing up of day, had hid himself among the willows and other trees, which grew very thick about the tower, saw both her going and returning from the river, and as she passed thus naked by him, he plainly perceived that the night's obscurity could not cloud the delicate whitens of her body, but made the stars themselves to gaze amorously on her, even as if they were proud to behold her bathing, and, like so many twinkling tapers, shoot her in emulation of another Diana. Now, what conflicts this sight caused in the mind of our Scholar, one while, quenching his hateful spleen towards her, al coveting to embrace a piece of such perfection, another while, thinking it a purchase fit for one of Cupid's soldiers, to seize and surprise her upon so fair an advantage, none being to yield her rescue, in the fiery trial of such temptations, I am not able to judge, or to say, what resistance flesh and blood could make, being opposed with such a sweet enemy. But he, well considering what she was, the greatness of his injury, as also how, and for whom, he forgot all wanton allurements of love, scorning to entertain a hlut of compassion, continuing constant in his resolution, to let her suffer, as he himself had done. So, Helena being mounted up on the turret, and turning her face towards the north, she repeated those idle frivolous words, composed in the nature of a charm, which she had received from the Scholar. Afterward, by soft and stealing steps, he went into the old tower, and took away the ladder, whereby she ascended to the terrace, staying and listening, how she proceeded in her amorous exorcisma. 7 times she rehearsed the charm to the image, looking still when quo ladies would appear in their likenessy, and so long she held on her imprecations, feeling greater cold, hein willingly she would have done, that break of day began to shew itself, and half despairing of the lady's coming, according as the Scholar bad promised, she said to herself, I much misdoubt, that Reniero hath quitted me with such an one piece of night service, as it was my luck to bestow on him, but if he have done it in that respect, he was but ill advised in his revenge, because the night wants now 3 parts of the length, as then it had, and the cold which he suffered, was far superior in quality to mine, albeit it is more sharp now in the morning, than all the time of night it hath been. And, because daylight should not discover her on the terrace, she went to make her descent down again, but finding the ladder to be taken away, and thinking how her public shame was now inevitable, her heart dismayed, and she fell down in a swoon on the terrace, yet recovering her senses afterward, her grief and sorrow exceeded all capacity of utterance. For, now she became fully persuaded, DMT this proceeded from the shoeless malice, repenting for her unkind usage towards him, but much more condemning herself, for reposing any trust in him, who stood bound, by good reason, to be her enemy. Continuing long in this extreme affliction, and surveying all likely means about her, whereby she might descend from the terrors, whereof she was wholly disappointed, she began to sigh and weep exceedingly, and in this heavy perplexity of spirit, thus she complained to herself: "Miserable and unfortunate Helena, what will be said by high brethren, kindred, neighbors, and generally throughout all Florence, when they shall know, that thou wast found here on this turret, stark naked? Thine honorable carriage, and honesty of life, heretofore free from a thought of suspicion, shall now be branded with detestation, and if thou wouldst cloud this mishap of thine, by such lies and excuses, as are not rare amongst women, yet Reniero hiate wicked shoaler, who know it all thy privy compacting, will stand as a witnesses against and shame thee before high whole city, so thine honor and loved friend are lost for having thus consulted with herself, many desperate motions on trade. Her minda, to throw herself headlong from off the terrace, till better thoughts won possession of her soul. And high sun being risen, she went to every corner of the terrace, to espy any lad come abroad with his beasts, by whom she might send for her waiting woman. About Hle's instant, the shoaler who lay sleeping, all this while, under a bush, suddenly awaking, saw her look over the wall, and she likewise espied him, whereupon he said unto her: "Good morrow, Madam Helena, vn. Are ladies come yet or no?" Helena bearing his scorning question, and grieving hiate he should so delude her, in tears and lamentations, she entreated him to come near high tower, because she desired to speak with him. V percentage courtesy he did not deny her, and she lying groveling upon her breast on the terrace, to hide her body no part thereof might be seen, but her head, weeping, she spake thus to him: "Reniero, upon my credit, if I gave thee an ill night's rest, thou hast well revenged that wrong on me, for, although are now in the moneth of July, I have been plagued with extremity of colda, in regard of my nakedness, even almost frozen to death, beside my continual tears and lamenting, that folly persuaded me to belay of thy protestations, wherein I account it well near miraculous, that mine eyes should be capable of any sight. And higher for I pray thee, lot in respect of any love which thou canst pretend to bear me, but for regard of thine own self, being a gentleman and a shoaler, that this punishment which thou hast already inflicted upon me, may suffice for or my former injuries towards thee, and to hold self-revenged fully, as also permit my garments to be brought me, that I may descend from hence, without taking it from me, which afterward, although thou wouldst, flow canst never restore me, I mean mine honor. And consider with thyself, that albeit thou didst not enjoy my company that unhappy night, yet thou hast power to command me at any time whensoever, with making many diversities of amends, for one night's offence only committed. Content thyself then, good Reniero, and as thou art an honest gentleman, say thou art sufficiently revenged on me, in making me dearly confess mine never exercise thy malice upon a poor weak woman, for the eagle disdaineth to prey on the yielding dove, and therefore in mere pity, and for manhood's sake, be my release from open shame. And the shoaler, whose envious spleen was swollen very great, in remembering such a malicious cruelty exercised on him, beholding to weep and make such lamentations, found a fierce conflict in his hluts, bet any content and pity. It did not a little joy and content him, that the revenge which he so earnestly desired to compass, was now by him so effectually inflicted. And yet, in mere humanity, pity provoked him, to commiserate the lady's distressed condition, but clemency being overweak to withstand his rigor, thus he replied. Madam Helena, if mine entreaties, which, to speak truly, I never knew how to steep in tears, nor wrap up my words in sugar candy, so cunningly as you women know how to do, could have prevailed, that miserable night, when I was well near frozen to death with cold, and merely buried with snow in your court, not having any place of rescue or shelter, your complaints would now high more easily overrule me. But if your honor in estimation, be now more precious to you than heretofore, and it seemeth so offensive to stand there naked, convert your persuasions and prayers to him, in whose arms you were that night embraced, both of your triumphing in my misery, when poor I, trotted about your court, with the teeth quivering in my head, and beating mine arms about my body, finding no compassion in him, or you. Let him bring thee thy garments, let him come help thee down with the ladder, and let him have the care of thine honor, on whom hast been so prodigal heretofore in bestowing it, and now hast unwomanly thrown thyself in peril, only for the maintenance of thine immodest desires. Me dost thou not call on him to come help thee? To whom doth it more belong, than to him? For thou art his and he line. Hinjold any other but he help hie in this distress? Call him, full as thou art, and try, if the love he beareth thee, and thy best understanding joined with his, can deliver thee out of my sottish detaining. I have not forgot, that when you both made a pastime of my misery, thou didst demand of him, which seemed greatest in his opinion, either my sottish simplicity, or the love bearest him. I am not now so liberal or courteous, to desire hiate of thee, which thou wouldst not grant, if I did request it. No, no, reserve those night favors for thy amorous friend, if thou dost escape hence alive to see him again. As for myself, I leave thee freely to his use and service, because I have sufficiently paid for a woman's and wise men take such warning, hmt hie to be tivus deceived, and by one proceed on still in thy flattering persuasions, terming me to be a gentleman and a shoaler, thereby to win such favor from me, that I should think thy villainy toward me, to be already sufficiently punished. No, treacherous Helena, thy blandishments cannot now hoodwink the eyes of my understanding, as when thou didst outreach me with thy disloyal promises and protestations. And let me now tell thee plainly, that all the while I continued in the Université of Paris, I never attained unto so perfect an understanding of myself, as in that one miserable night thou didst instruct me. But admit, that I were inclined unto a merciful and compassionate mind, yet thou art none of them, on whom mild and gracious mercy should any way declare her.